All right, all right. So the question is, I mean, apparently this is a question that keep coming up. It shouldn't, but I'm watching podcasts. Tethers got the question: Are we African American? You got Pan-Africanists. Are we? Oh shit, my fault. Are we African American? So, I mean, no matter who does a video, Tariq or Yvette, it still keep popping up. Are we African American? No matter how much we explain it. So, like I said, people are purposely trying to act like they don't understand what we're saying, and they want to come back and try to reintroduce African American as our ethnic identity. Hold on, I'm trying to invite somebody on here. They're a little scary. 1 second. Matter of fact, let me do this while we wait.
Pretty much no one wanted millions of undocumented migrants rushing the American border. Republicans didn't vote for it. Democrats didn't vote for it. Yet in 4 years, nearly 10 million migrants crossed America's southern border. That's the entire population of Los Angeles,
Damn.
Chicago, and Houston combined. And it wasn't some
Sheesh.
accident caused by outside of events like a war or a natural disaster. The surge happened because of deliberate
Look at
choices
this.
made by American politicians.
Mm.
But why? Politicians survive by knowing exactly what their voters want. They study polls, they watch the news, they listen to supporters. So the elephant in the room is this: how did America's political leaders veer so dramatically off track, essentially handing Donald Trump a lifeline back into the White House? Hey, I'm Ken LaCourte. This isn't a partisan take on immigration or even politics, but an understanding of how that crazy
Right,
situation
right. We
came
all want to
about.
know
Because
how this
only by
happened.
looking fairly at uncomfortable truths can we actually learn from them. In the next few minutes, you'll discover how the history of illegal immigration set this stage, how Trump's first term shifted the landscape, and how Biden's overreach turned the issue into a political boomerang. Okay, so America's immigration debate obviously didn't start with Biden or
Nah,
Trump.
of course not.
For the last few decades, both political parties have danced around illegal immigration, each looking for opportunity and each afraid of getting burned by voter backlash. Both parties had mixed motives. On the Republican side, many leaders
Let's
feared the
hear it.
racist label if they pushed hard for border crackdown.
Right, from the
They
from the
also got
liberals.
subtle pressure from corporate donors who wanted cheap labor. I mean,
Right.
a lot of businesses, agriculture, construction,
Mm-hmm.
service industries, they benefit from a steady flow of
Maybe
workers
Elon
who will
Musk.
work for lower wages. On the other side,
Right.
Democrats had their own balancing act. Latinos were an essential part of their political base, and so they feared an
Right.
immigration crackdown would cost them
Oh yeah.
votes. But many Democratic voters, especially union and working class Americans, they didn't want lenient policies that brought people into the country who would essentially lower their own wages.
Right. That's
Historically,
suicide.
both parties saw how the balancing act blew up in the face of a Republican governor back in the 90s. Pete Wilson of California rode to re-election with a
Let's
landslide
talk
by
about it.
supporting Prop 187.
What
It
is
was a
that?
ballot measure denying state services to illegal immigrants.
Mm.
Voters loved it too. It passed by nearly 60%.
That's crazy because illegals usually they can't they're not allowed to qualify for federal assistance. Illegals, uh, and for some degree, I don't think. Yeah, yeah, illegals for sure. So their only lifeline is state assistance. So all that I came here with $2, like every last one of them line. Like, yeah, they can't get federal or it shouldn't qualify for federal assistance. State assistance is different. Like they can qualify for state assistance. And other churches that help them out. The Red Cross and Catholic churches, you know.
And for Republicans, it was a huge win, at least for a little bit, because it quickly backfired big time. Prop 187 became a rallying cry for California's Latino community, who saw it as an attack on them. And soon, hundreds of thousands of Latinos
Oh
registered to
damn.
vote, nearly all of them Democrat. And the
Damn.
result? Within a few years, the reliably red state of California, and it actually was back then,
Oh.
it turned permanently blue.
Yeah, you
Republicans
know what? Because I've watched like the last 16 years it was blue, but not the last 24. There was a red candidate, and then it was blue. I'm talking about the recent most years. The last 2 years, 16 years. and then it was a Republican who won, had an 8-year term. Then it was a Democrat. Okay, I get it now. So now I see why it turned blue. Wow.
Republicans never recovered, and today California is basically a one-party state. Wilson's name became a cautionary tale for Republicans nationwide. Tough immigration policies might win short-term, but the long-term fallout could be tough. Now you fast forward to Barack Obama. He smartly wanted to both look tough on illegal immigration, yet not anger his Latino base. He earned the nickname Deporter-in-Chief for deporting 3 million illegal immigrants, more than any other president, but Latino activists knew that really wasn't the case. And that's because a lot of those record deportations were actually a statistical sleight of hand. Under earlier administrations, people just turned away at the border weren't usually counted as deportations. Obama's team decided to count turnarounds as formal removals, and that gave a much inflated deportation figure. That tough on immigration stance allowed Obama to introduce DACA, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program. It was an executive order he did that allowed nearly a million young people who were brought to America illegally as little kids. It let them stay, work, study without fear of deportation. Politically, this two-step was pretty smart. It allowed Obama to look tough on immigration publicly while still scoring points with immigrant communities and progressive voters.
I told you, man, like they all be playing as the both sides. You can't put your faith in one side. People, I'm liberal, I'm conservative. Nah, I'm Republican, I'm Democrat. Listen, it's
Still,
a chess match.
When you look at polling numbers from back then, only 37% of voters approved of Obama's overall handling of immigration.
Damn.
Now, that was driven mostly by Republicans, but even a majority of Latinos who, over the time, had started to become a little bit more negative about the increased number of illegal immigrants. And this started a shift by both parties away from their base. Democrats had shifted a little further left than their base wanted to see, and Republican leaders were very quiet or even mixed on the issue, creating a huge opportunity for a political candidate to fill that void. And, of course, eventually one did. Donald Trump came out onto the political scene in 2015 in large part because he wasn't cautious at all about immigration. As Republican leaders tiptoed around border control.
Yeah, you see, that's all it took for somebody to be unbiased, straightforward, gunslinger. Listen, man, it is what it is. This is what I'm going to do. If you like it, vote for me. Because again, it's a silent talking point. Like you said, when the doors are closed, like folks know it got to be addressed, but they're afraid to upset their constituents. It makes sense. Come.
Trump took a super different approach. He was inspired partly by Ann Coulter's book, Adios America, and he went all in from the very moment he descended on the escalator coming down to announce his presidency. His quote saying that Mexico wasn't sending their best, they were sending criminals and rapists.
They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people.
It wasn't polite, it wasn't nuanced, but it resonated with millions of voters who they believed that politicians had for decades just ignored a growing problem. That hardcore immigration stance completely set him apart from nearly every GOP candidate. Jeb Bush, Marco Rubio, others, they warned that the harsh rhetoric would alienate Hispanic voters. But Trump didn't listen, and he doubled down, promising a big, beautiful wall along the southern border. I mean, the idea was mocked relentlessly by the media, who couldn't stop talking about it, and Trump. And look, I worked in the news during that campaign, and I saw it, and it was pretty clear that it was the single most important issue that separated him from the other Republicans and helped him win that nomination. When he won, and he started to implement some of his policies, the backlash was immediate, it was intense. Most of the media hated him to begin with, and they painted his immigration policies as cruel and inhumane. Kids in cages, migrants supposedly being whipped, crying politicians and celebrities at the Mexican border. They flooded television screens and dominated headlines. And look, I could get into the accuracy and the fairness of that coverage, but that's not the point here. The point...
It's a good video, man. It's a great video. I'm not trying to play too much to get flagged, but I am going to play the whole thing, but I'm trying to, talk in between. So let me give some shout outs. We got MC Lotto TV. Let me throw MC Lotto a wrench. You down with the wrench lineage. Just like the video. I know my other wrenchers already like the video. I only got to ask them in a real way. So JJ Mars, Claude, X Damn. We got Leonard. We got Burnish Brass. Burnish Brass says, salute FBA. Let me throw Burnish Brass a wrench. Burnish, just go ahead and like the video. The Rich Gang got to like the video. I shouldn't even ask the Rich Gang. We got C Quiz. Okay, American Dream, good morning. Yep, so we're getting started. So I invited Unc. Let's see if Unc pulls up. I sent him the link, sent him everything. Let's see.
The point was that it was effective.
Love Georgia.
Not with Trump's core voters, but with many moderates, and they're the ones who often swing elections. And more importantly, Democrats believed those optics alone would help crush Trump politically. They looked at polls, often influenced by how the questions were framed and often commissioned by advocacy groups, and those polls reinforced that same assumption, making Democrats confident that Trump's stance was politically suicidal. But while a lot of Americans didn't like the concept of child separations, they still supported stricter enforcement overall. The numbers were still driven more by Republicans, but by the end of Trump's presidency, 80% of Democrats wanted more, not fewer, resources to go police the border. But by that time, the major Democratic candidates were going all in on the other way. None supported building a physical barrier, and instead their policies were more about pathways for citizenship, or decriminalizing border crossing, softening the force at the border, and offering...
So it's really, yes. Okay, so they pretty much just gangbang each other, yeah. They just gangbang each other. Whatever the Republicans support, Democrats, it don't matter how great it is, Democrats are going to reject it for the most part. And same thing, Democrats want to pass something, doesn't matter how great it is and how Americans will benefit. The Republicans would just go the other way, like he just said, because nobody want to give the other party the flowers for doing something great, because then you would think the majority of Americans will vote for that party they're on. So that's their insecurity. So they just political party bang. All right. So
bring illegal immigrants more services, not fewer. All of these beliefs, and some miscalculations by the Democratic leadership, set the stage for the Biden administration. And it might not have hurt them as badly as it did, except for one man whose name isn't Donald Trump. I'll explain that in just a second. First, though, let me talk just a bit about the politics of illegal immigration, specifically among that Democratic leadership. Now, I'll keep this part short because it's an important part of the equation, but it's in the realm of things that I can't document with a poll or a statistic. Okay, so politicians often lie, and many times it's in ways that no one can prove. I mean, when one stands up and says, I have deep love for the Albanian American community, I mean, it's tough to know if that's real or if there's a political calculation to something like that. And even when I have strong suspicions, I can't read minds. But it's fair to ask what's really behind those who want to open up the border. I discussed the concept of trying to signal support for Latino Americans, something that's routinely and publicly stated. Now, that bet worked pretty well for a long time, until it didn't. But are there more underlying reasons to want more undocumented immigration? Well, many Democrats would say there's an obvious reason: compassion. I mean, we are a nation of immigrants, and even the most jaded person would look at some kid living just a few miles south of the United States in a one-room house with dirt.
Hold on. Let me, God damn. All right.
Floors, and see something that's just cosmically unfair about that. And usually, that compassion didn't have a political cost. Declaring your Vermont town to be a sanctuary city, that sounds great on campaign ads, and there's little downside, especially in far-flung cities. After all, half of the nation's illegal immigrants live in the 4 border states: California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. But we also can't deny a strategic calculation Democrats have banked on for decades. Immigrants and their kids tend to vote Democratic. So if you let millions in and eventually legalize them, that's millions more future Democrats. Now, politicians never quite say it that bluntly, of course. They talk about paths to citizenship or comprehensive immigration reform or whatever euphemism they use that won't spook people, but most people understand the game. Again, those are things that are difficult to prove, but you can't just ignore them and pretend they're not a factor at all. Okay, so all this leads us to the Biden administration, where the political miscalculations finally collided with reality. On his very first day in office, President Biden didn't waste any time. He was determined to prove that he wasn't Trump, and immigration was his top target. With a few executive action signatures, he stopped construction on Trump's border wall. He tried to freeze deportations for 100 days, and he scrapped the Remain in Mexico policy. That, and more, sent a crystal clear message to anyone thinking about heading north. America was open again. Almost immediately, the numbers exploded. In Biden's first year alone, border crossings soared to 2.4 million encounters, the highest ever recorded. Biden's defenders tried to cite external factors like poverty or violence or climate change, anything. But those problems existed long before he took office. The only real change was the country's immigration policies. Now look, I need to make a quick side point about immigration numbers though, because they're super convoluted. I mean, no one knows how many illegal immigrants are in the country. Some of that's because we don't know how many have sneaked in, but a lot of it is because of intentional government actions that intentionally make those numbers confusing. By the way, if I screwed up any of these numbers, I'll correct them in a pinned comment below. And if you're digging this, don't forget to subscribe. Okay, so take changing the Remain in Mexico policy I mentioned. What that means is that someone who may have had an almost non-existent chance of getting asylum could come into the country and be allowed to stay here while he was waiting for his court hearing. Courts that were backlogged by about 4 years. So there were about 1 million people who weren't considered illegal under the Biden administration because technically they were waiting for their hearing, even though many of them would never show up. But now, for instance, that status under Trump has been revoked, so now they're illegal again. So look, if you want to play games with immigration numbers, they're so squishy it's easy to do. And both sides do it all the time. And that allowed, for instance, years the Biden administration to just pretend it wasn't happening or it was exaggerated.
We have a secure border in that is a priority for any nation, including ours and our administration.
And for the first couple of years, most of the media played along. I mean, if you watched Fox News or followed conservative media, it looked like an ongoing invasion. But if you watched other outlets, you might have hardly even seen it at all. One conservative media watchdog group looked at the coverage in August 2021 when border encounters had shot up to 200,000 in just a month. The national news networks that month, ABC, CBS, and NBC, they covered it combined for a total of 6.5 minutes over the entire month. But one man eventually made the entire media pay attention. That was Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas. In April of 2022, he started busing migrants from Texas to cities throughout the United States. He started with Washington, D.C., and then expanded to sanctuary cities around the country, mainly New York, Chicago, Denver, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. Abbott's actions may have been political theater, but it undeniably changed the conversation. In 2 years, he had sent out over 100,000 migrants to these cities, and it forced these mayors to grapple with the same chaos that Texas border towns had dealt with for decades. Let's look at one example. Eric Adams, New York City's mayor. He quickly changed his tune from being a strong supporter of sanctuary cities to saying the surge would destroy New York City as immigrants from Texas.
So I told you, if y'all thought I was capping, I told you that folks was applying for refugee status and asylum seeker status, knowing that they'll be rejected. But like he said, it was a 4-year wait. So it was like, hey, I don't mind coming to America for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. And hopefully, you know, I roll the dice. Hopefully my case gets lost in the logs and I just roam around, something like that.
And then other areas started flocking there. They estimated 175,000 immigrants came to New York with a 3-year budget cost of $12 billion. Before too long, this wasn't a fake Fox News problem anymore. Across the country, you had urban, Democratic voters experiencing the masses of immigrants firsthand, displacing job markets, apartments, and overcrowding schools. And if you're
and that's not a good thing.
Immigrants firsthand, displacing job markets, apartments, and overcrowding schools.
I know about that.
Schools. And if you're struggling to make ends meet and then see your city spending tons of money on people who came uninvited from other countries, that's the kind of thing that changes minds and changes votes.
We have homeless, we have veterans that we're concerned about. Our vets and our homeless in America need to be prioritized.
By the time the Biden administration realized the size of the political backlash, it was too late. By mid-2023, 2/3 of Americans disapproved of his immigration policies. Immigration had shot up as a top voter concern, sometimes even overshadowing inflation. By June 2024, polls showed Americans trusted Trump over Biden on immigration by a 13-point margin, 44% to 31%. Overall, the fundamental mistakes the administration made? Listening to pro-immigration groups and their polls more than they should have, and just paying attention to the press that agreed with them. And that's a lesson we should all pay attention to because the press is just partisan these days. The border wasn't just a short-term political problem. Biden inadvertently gave Donald Trump the perfect campaign campaign weapon. Suddenly, Trump's message of controlled borders, which Democrats...
Let me just, T1 piece, the activist, FBA fam, I'm here for all the truth telling about Bathhouse Barry. Hey, the activist, oh, your wrench, lineage wrench, go ahead and, like, the video. Like, diamond piece, like everybody else, I think did.
Once mocked as fear-mongering, that started sounding pretty reasonable to everyday voters, and it helped hand Trump exactly the comeback opportunity he needed. It's a story very similar to what happened with the transgender movement. In my lifetime, I haven't seen any kind of social movement that rose in importance so quickly, and then lost power so dramatically. It's a fascinating story.
All right, so interesting. You know, the channel's called FBA News and Updates, so you know, give you updates. I consider this an update, and I give you the news. All right, so here's some news.
Now to a story you'll only see right here. President Donald Trump says his crackdown on illegal immigration is making our country safer, but it is also tearing families apart.
A WUSA 9 investigation reveals the drastic surge in immigration arrests in our area is only part of the story because, as we discovered, most of those arrested in our community, those arrested, have no criminal history.
Chief investigative reporter Eric Flack takes us to one neighborhood where the mayor says the president's immigration policy has gone too far.
The park in the Prince George's County town of Brentwood is usually filled with kids.
It's empty.
It's empty. Look around.
The mayor says families in her largely Hispanic community are now afraid to come outside amid ICE crackdowns, which she says have resulted in the arrests of at least a half dozen of her residents.
It's ICE. We didn't get a notification. They have a neighbor.
Including this father.
Yeah, did she say... Yeah, did she say we didn't get a notification? They have our neighbor. What the hell is going on? I mean, listen. So the claim is that they're arresting legal citizens. Now, again, that got to be quotation because these legal citizens, a lot of these folks, when we look into the story, their visas have been denied, or like they're not, their status isn't good. You dig? They're not taking, like, let's say a Puerto Rican from the Bronx, like a Fat Joe, and putting them in the damn handcuffs and deporting him via plane or boat. Okay, they're not doing that. Because I look into the story, people send me things all the time. Look, because you know I got friends that are liberals and Democrat. They send me stuff like, hey, check this out. When I look into it, it don't be exactly what they say it is, and I realize, I realize why. Because most people are just headline readers. They just read the gotcha, you know, the part that attracts you to the article, but they don't read the article. So I'm like, yo, damn, y'all want me to read the article for you all the time? Like, just read it. Hey, G, peace.
Let off in handcuffs at Dulles Airport to be deported to Honduras in front of his 8-year-old son and teenage daughter.
They're not going to be able to talk to the family?
The mayor says that man had no criminal history other than being in the country illegally, a civil offense.
Okay. What the, okay, I get what they're trying to say. They're trying to say, hey, man, you know, the Trump administration was going after violent criminals at first and blah, blah, blah. And they were, you dig? And guess what? Protesters was intervening, stopping them from going after, you know, because they were getting notifications, like she said. When ICE was pulling up MS-13 gang leaders and dangerous criminals, people with criminal, you know, past or records, the protesters were intervening. So they start to lock up some of the protesters. Bless you, you sneeze all over it. Yeah, so they start locking some protesters. Then they start checking some of the protesters are here illegally. Yeah, so it shifted. Now it's like, hey, man, shit, the folks that's more dangerous are the non-illegals with criminal backgrounds, because the non-ones are the people violent towards the ICE agents. The violent ones that with a criminal background are hiding from ICE. But the non-violent ones are the ones throwing rocks and shit like that. So they like, man, you know what? We just gonna crack down on illegals, period. and the violent ones. So I don't know how I got to that point. Y'all can send me a link, and but then you got to tell me how it's wrong, because I'm more interested in what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. So if it's wrong, I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna say, yeah, this is wrong. You think it's right, I'm gonna stand on that. So I don't side with wrong stuff. You dig? If it's wrong, it's wrong.
He is not alone. According to a WUSA 9 analysis of ICE data made publicly available by the Deportation Data Project, since Donald Trump's inauguration, ICE arrests in Maryland have jumped 290% and a staggering 470% in Virginia. The numbers in D.C. also on the rise, but not to the dramatic extent we see in other parts of the DMV.
I think we've done very well on immigration. We were given a very bad hand by Biden.
Last week, President Trump touting his hard line.
We're getting the criminals out, and we're getting them out fast.
Not always. In June, the number of immigration arrests of people without criminal records made up 55% of all ICE arrests in Maryland and 61% of ICE arrests in Virginia, a result of a policy change ordered by President Trump requiring ICE agents to arrest and deport people without criminal histories, often not even the intended target of ICE agents. We saw it happen firsthand when we rode along with ICE agents in Prince George's County last month.
Yeah, he pulled up and he's been peeking. I see him peeking over here.
These ICE agents were...
I'll be watching some of these pull-ups where like the news channel ride with the ICE agents. It'd be interesting.
Looking for an MS-13 gang member, but spotted this man meeting up with a painting crew on his way to a work site.
This guy's been eyeballing since he pulled up, so just trying to figure out what's going on with him.
He was arrested, also without a prior criminal record.
Yeah, but that's called, he's being suspicious. The suspicious activity. They do that with us all the time. You dig? And just the average American also get pulled over by cops. Hey, you look suspicious, and they might get lucky. Your insurance is expired, or there's a bench warrant with some light stuff.
Now sits in a holding facility in New Orleans.
So to be clear, before January 20th, you would not be taking this guy into custody and arresting him, right?
Correct, if he didn't fit the priorities at that time.
The man's boss telling us he has a wife who is in the country legally and a son with special needs.
But he didn't commit a crime other than being here illegally.
Right, that's a crime. So he has to see the immigration judge, and they'll sort that out in immigration court.
And if his family has to pay the price for that, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I got to use this extreme example, but if I robbed a bank in Jersey, moved to Georgia, got married, had a family, and I don't understand. If the law catches up on me, this is what happens all the time with criminals that got folks that got a criminal past. I just watched the dude from Philly, wanted for murder. He fled to Atlanta, and I don't know why these. Same thing with these illegal immigrants. They get it behind the wheel. If you know you're wanted, if you know you're illegal, undocumented, stop driving. I told you guys. How many times I told you guys? I said you have less rights. You have less constitutional rights when you're driving as opposed to walking. Okay? So if you got any dirt, anything, whatever, you want to walk, any warrant, any illegal status, you want to walk, because they just can't come pull you over. That's like against the Fourth Amendment. Illegal searches and seizures, you dig? But driving, hey man, you didn't have a seatbelt. Yes, I did. Well, I said you did. You got no proof you did, or you didn't signal. Like, how do you prove that unless the patrol car is recording? So the dude from Atlanta, the dude that lives in Atlanta, fled from Philly, wanted for murder. He behind a car driving. Fool.
But he didn't commit a crime other than being here illegally.
Right, that's a crime. So he has to see the immigration judge, and they'll sort that out in immigration court.
And if his family has to pay the price for that, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way it is.
The data we studied shows more than 5 times as many arrests in neighborhoods, workplaces, and homes in Maryland last month, and 15 times as many in Virginia, compared to the same time last year, which community leaders say has created a chilling fear factor. Guys?
Yeah, it was interesting seeing the guy in the yellow shirt too, who the agent you spoke with their flag said the guy was just looking at them. So they just
looking at him funny.
because,
Yeah, we were there that morning and we had our eyes out for somebody completely different, and that guy was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
No, the guy was being suspicious at the wrong place at the wrong time. You dig? Now, he don't understand his street codes, because even like low level black, FBA drug dealers or trap, whatever, they ain't picking, like they gonna look one time, they out. Like when they know they're illegal and dirty or got a warrant, man, they gonna be looking suspicious. They gonna be out. They gonna look, but so the dude wasn't really, aware of how to dodge the authorities. He better watch Boys in the Hood. He's hopping off that porch, running left and right.
Had a rare opportunity to be sort of embedded with those ICE agents at that time. Is there anything there that sort of enlightened you in your day?
I think they believe very much in the change in policy. At least that's what they told me. And I think it is pretty clear that they may be looking for one person with a criminal history. The worst of the worst is the saying. But if you drive up along next to them and you look at them funny, they are going to run your plate, and they are going to see if you too are in the country illegally.
Wait. Hold on. That's been going on way longer than some ICE raid. Like, let's stop the cap. Why do you think the average black person, when we're driving, we don't look at no damn police officer passing in the face? All right, and we're legal as hell. Clean, our American right to ride around, state, county roads, city roads. We are clean as hell. And we know once you look at that cop in his eyes, especially you a male, we know the good chance he turned that thing around. He won't know, because it's like a sense of guilt in their mind. Like, why you worried about us? We're just rolling past you. But you want to look to see if I seen you. Well, shit, now I see you. Let me pull this guy over. That happens all the time to us, and it's just the nature of the police officers. It's their history. Like, it doesn't change. Like, the police officers in this country got a negative. Wasn't they like slave catchers? So it's like, come on. Like, and a lot of these departments dirty as hell, and we've been complaining like a mug, and nobody say anything. Now all of a sudden, defund the police.
They're going to arrest you and they're going to deport you.
Yeah.
Quite a bar.
It is. A lot of contours with this issue, for sure. Thank you for taking us in to help us understand the numbers a bit more, and perhaps even the unintended consequences of it. All right, Flack, thank you.
All right, next.
Okay, so this happened at the Costa Mesa City Council in Costa Mesa, of course. And all I can say is, like it or not, you can't argue with the fact that
these white dudes be shot out, bro. These MAGA dudes, look at this.
This man loves his country and he's not happy with what's happening in his city.
Hold on. Sir, it's your turn. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nicholas Andrew Torres. I'm here to speak.
Excuse me, sir. Everybody. No.
Let the man speak.
He's got his 3 minutes. Let's give him his 3 minutes.
Can I restart my time?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I would say the same thing. Restart my time.
So,
Please.
In the United States, I know most of you are probably from Mexico, where you don't have the First Amendment, but that's something we have here, where we have the right to freedom of speech. And I just wanted to say something too. It's true. You guys don't have a First Amendment. You don't have respect for civil liberties or rights.
He is.
Okay, I'm speaking. Thank you. So, anyways, the point I'd like to make here is a couple things. One, these people here are, passionately talking about ICE agents coming into their communities, and you don't know their identities. Well, you know who we really don't know the identities of? Any of the illegal aliens who've been invading our country for the past 60 years.
Wow.
Yeah. How about when you see the farm worker? Is that going to be like the same farm worker that murdered Molly Tibbetts?
That's a true story.
Yeah.
Hey, this dude came in there with smoke, yo. I'm surprised they didn't roll this dude out after this.
How do you know when the Honduran fruit seller is
what
out?
state is this? What state is this? Because I know he's strapped talking like that.
Out there, how do you know he didn't? One of the many women who came up here, according to the Univision study done in 2015, 80% of women who come to this country are trafficked. And think about that. How do we know they're not one of?
The Republican stats don't be always the most efficient. You dig? You got to fact check them because they'll say some crazy stuff about us too, and they be killing the stats, like just botching it.
How we know they're not one of those?
Excuse me.
So that's the first thing. That's the first thing. I think ICE should be allowed to act with impunity. I think they should go to every Home Depot. I think they should go to every school, every quinceañera, and build the wall and deport every single one of these guys, because they don't make our country great. They make it worse. They bring it down. They use public services, and Americans are sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired of it in our country.
Yeah.
So let me say this too. We want to, they say you want to know the identities of these ICE agents. We don't know any of the identities of these murderers coming into our country. Let me also say this too. This same city council in Costa Mesa, if you vote to make these people take their masks off, this was the same city that was arresting people for refusing to wear masks during COVID. So now what is it? Now what is it?
Hey, that's a fair. Hey, man.
Take our country back. You want to put the men in danger? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah,
no.
I don't agree with that.
Let me mention this.
Let
me end on this.
Get off my leg.
Let me end on this.
Especially what the protesters been doing, throwing rocks and coming to their homes and
Excuse me, let's hear the man.
Let the man speak.
Let me say this. People are out here. People are out here quoting Martin Luther King. They're out here saying other things. I'm gonna give a quote. I'm gonna give a quote from John Jay, who signed the Treaty of Paris in our American Revolution, and from Federalist Number 2. With equal pleasure, I have as taken often notice that Providence has been blessed to give this country to one united people, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles of government, very similar in their manners and customs, and who, by their joint...
Okay, you see, when we complain about being attacked racially, we need a racial law, all these things. Y'all said we were victim in victimhood, constant victimhood. You dig? When I say y'all, I'm talking about everybody who were non-FBA that heard us complain about systemic racism, the Myron Gaines, and everybody, even Latinos out there. Y'all act like we was making it up. We're just lazy, and because we were the only people being targeted. Look at how they shifted their energy. They redirected all of their hate towards us. Look who's getting it now. All right. And man, oh man. I just hope like hell they just keep it in words, because we know their history. They start talking at first and then they start wilding out physically. So, but we've been trying to address this, trying to put it on notice for the longest, and everybody act like it's in our mind. You dig?
Councils, arms, and efforts, fighting side by side throughout a long and bloody war.
That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes, sir. That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes.
So, what did Conscious Moran say? He said, "Wait, and the Black Republican is from Africa. Why are you using him?" You want to call? I don't know what Mo Ron is talking about. Hey, call that number, man. Hey, Mo Ron, call that number, because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't even know you're talking to the MAGA guy or me. But sound muck peace. Who else out there? Goddamn. I can't read this thing. Burnish Brass. Yeah, they see now. Peace, Derek. Yeah. So Conscious, I don't know who you're talking about, but click the link so we just straighten that out. So I don't know if you're questioning something I said before or a reference. Call that phone number and let me know. Talk like, be bold like him. Yeah.
USA.
And he ain't gonna leave. He gonna sit right there and start egg folks on. He probably gonna be booing and heckling and everything. You know how they do.
Order. Yeah, I had to blur that out. Yeah.
Hey, Conscious Moran, why do you believe I even know who channel this is, bro? I'm FBA News and Updates. I'm just giving y'all updates and news, man. I don't know who the hell this dude is. Never even looked at the channel. You know who this dude is. You follow him. I don't know who this dude is. I just seen this white dude wilding out in some type of council meeting, and I thought it was interesting. I thought I should share it as a news and update thing. But yeah, call in, man. Like, let's discuss why I can't play a black conservative, why I can't play a white Democrat or liberal, why I can't play a no party person.
And that too.
And they got a cop. Oh, he told no more. They got cops out there. All right. I was like, this dude is kind of like OD. All right, he's safe. My man got the sheriff. What's that? Fulton County out there. Judge Sheriff Grady or whatever his name is. And they don't tolerate foolishness. So he's safe. Yo, Brass is crazy.
Welcome back. Well, new here tonight. He spent his entire life living and working in the United States, but when it came time to collect his Social Security benefits, one Florida man says he has not received one penny.
Instead, he got a surprise reality check. The government told him he's not who he says he is, and now he's been fighting to prove them wrong. I-Team investigative reporter Katie Lagrone shares his story tonight.
No.
Outside Jimmy Class's mobile home in Clearwater.
Ouch. That hurts.
Symbols of American pride hang not just front and center, but on the side of his home, in the back. America is, after all, the only home this 66-year-old has ever known.
I moved to the U.S. in 1959.
How long have you been here?
64
right, hold
years.
on. Let me first, don't say anything. Let me change a number to, you in Georgia. Let me change a number to your name. All right, let me just put caller one. All right.
You can just come around.
Hey, what's going on? What's your name from the chat?
Ron, just Conscious Moran.
Okay, Ms. Moran, right?
Oh, yeah, just put Ron or Moran, K-Ron.
Yeah, Moran. You kind of low a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you better. Yeah. So what was the issue with the video?
The gentleman you were using, he's a tether, so to speak.
Okay.
In FBA languages. I'm just saying, and he doesn't like that, so why would you use a video from him without any context to it? Like, that's what I'm saying. You just said.
Oh, no, yeah. So it wasn't like he was giving what I'm doing, a reaction. He just literally just played he uploaded the video, and just so like that was the video, and I seen it was interesting. Yeah, it wasn't like he was giving ideas and opinions, and I'm like, yeah, that's smart. Nah, I just watched it. He really just played the video. He really barely said anything.
I'm saying though, you gotta like put a little context behind it. Like, yo, this brother is not really on our team.
Oh no, I don't know the guy. No. But I don't know the guy.
Like, you gotta tell folks that though. You see what I'm saying? Because it almost like if you watch his videos, he's not for foundational Black America.
Nah, but listen what I'm saying.
I'm
sure.
Like,
I got you. What I'm saying is, I'm sure I'm playing videos from people channels, right? Doing reactions, fair use, by the way. And who knows their position? They probably racist. They probably women beaters, all type. I won't know, right?
You could know though. You just got to do a little research.
No, I don't want to. No, I
like
thank you for that. No, thank you for that. But I don't like, for example, if I was using his information, yeah, I got to do some research behind him. But if I'm just playing a video that he uploaded about, it wasn't even his video, somebody else's video that he uploaded his channel, I don't believe I got to know who the channel owner is in that case.
Okay, let's even break it down. You ain't got to know who the channel owner is.
Yeah.
Do you know the context of the video? You just played.
Yes. Yes.
What was the context of the video?
A white
what was
MAGA. Got you. The context is so clear. The white MAGA man is upset at illegal undocumented immigrants.
And then, and that's what I'm saying. Even in the video, the white man started referring to the Federalist Papers, which really wasn't for black people. That's why I don't understand what was the context of this video. Why were you just playing it? Like, to show how much white people don't like us, don't like any person of color.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I always said I'm a YouTube journalist, right? Journalists don't put feelings in their reports in their journalism. Okay, that's what we don't. That's what journalists don't do. Like Piers Morgan.
Perspective, you try and get it.
Hold on, slow down. I'm trying to. It's my turn. You went on. I was quiet. Journalists don't add. We don't add feelings to something. You just provide the news. See, that's what liberals do. That's what conservatives do. Sometimes they're dishonest, and they'll try to shape the narrative. I'm not doing that. I'm playing a video. Everybody's watching it the way I'm watching it, and you're gonna get. We're smart in this chat. You're gonna get what you going to get out of it. I don't have to shape people's minds and try to lead them a certain way. I'm gonna play the video, and guess what? Now they're commenting and they're, hey man, somebody said he was cooking. Somebody said, oh now they realize. So that's what I'm doing. I'm showing people America today, like the outrage. Now a lot of Hispanics start to understand what we've been saying goes on in America ever since we've been in dealing with white folks.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
That was done.
I dig what you said. That's all I was just saying.
Okay. Yeah. So if the guy was given, so last, I'm gonna sum it up like this, then you can say something, then whatever. But if I play a channel and somebody's talking and spitting knowledge or things like that, yeah, I want to know who this person is, and I do that on the channels. Like I got a lot of FBA brothers. I'm gonna start playing in a second. Matter of fact, the next video. And I say,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
Let me ask you a question about why are foundational black people supporting Trump? That's what I don't understand.
You said they're what?
Why are foundational black Americans supporting Trump?
I think we support what we agree with, right? So when Obama amended the crack cocaine ratio from 100 to 1 to what was it? 15 to 1, something like that. I think we supported that. I don't think we disagree with that, right? So we just support what we agree with.
So what do you agree with that Trump is doing, getting rid of illegal immigrants?
Okay. Yeah. Well, in fact, all the presidents do it. So I agree with all the presidents. You know I studied the history of immigration in this country, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So deportation and restriction, you can take it all the way back to Chinese Exclusion Act, all the way to 1917, immigration restrictive quota to 1924. Yeah. 1930. Yeah.
What did you think about Reagan's move in the 80s? What he did?
What about it?
The 8 million. He gave
Say that again?
amnesty. When Reagan gave those illegal immigrants, I think it was 3 million illegal immigrants amnesty.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not ever going to agree with any president giving leniency to illegal people in this country. I think illegal people should be deported and gone.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. You think every illegal person?
Yeah, you shouldn't be. That's a crime. Yeah, crime.
I mean, just because like the crime is like a misdemeanor, right? You cross over the border, it's a misdemeanor.
Ain't a misdemeanor. Ain't a misdemeanor.
Look it up.
Okay, dude.
It's a misdemeanor.
Okay.
It
could. No, I didn't know that. It could be a fourth degree misdemeanor.
Hold on a second, brother. You didn't know.
No. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But you want to go tit for tat? Yeah. But you want to go tit for tat here? Okay. All right,
you didn't know that one.
Okay, no, I didn't know that because I don't care. That's your thing. You would tether. You care about illegals. I don't.
No, you were touting that these were criminals, and
but yeah, they're criminals. Okay, are they? Is that a misdemeanor? I don't care. Is it still criminal? Yes or no?
Misdemeanor.
Is it a mis? Is it a mis? Got it. I got it. So okay, so you didn't know a misdemeanor is a criminal offense. Okay, Hold on. Wait. Stop. You asked me a question. I got you back. You didn't know that a misdemeanor was a criminal offense?
It's a lower criminal offense.
Is it a criminal offense? I'm not
not even
asking
a
for the
felony.
degree. I'm not asking for that.
Depends
I'm asking. Okay. The
depends.
question is. The question
Yeah,
is it a?
It's a criminal law. Yeah, it's a criminal law. If you're, yeah,
All right.
the
Goodbye.
basic, yeah.
Hey, yo, people are in chat. People always try to do that. They come on here. They can't defeat none of our talking points. Matter of fact, yeah, they can't defeat none of our talking points. So they want to hold me to a top degree scholar. Like, I got to know everything. And one thing I don't know, the little thing, they try to blow it up. Oh, you didn't know that. Or you didn't know. Yo, this is what they do. They catch L's all day. So they reach for a W. You didn't know what type of level of crime skipping the border? I know. No, I didn't know. I just know it's illegal. And you're a criminal once you do it. And that's what's most important to me. So now all of a sudden, we get past that. Hey, it's a misdemeanor of the 4th degree, the 10th degree. Okay, they pay a fine. Okay. But is it illegal? Yeah. No, he doesn't say yeah. I answer right away. No, I don't know. I don't know what type of offense it is, brother. I just know it's illegal. And I know it's a crime. That's all. And I'm against criminals in this country. I call out my own answer. I'm against crimes. You dig? Real simple. But he couldn't agree that, because the next thing we're going to go is, isn't committing crime wrong in a country like America? Or you think it's cool to commit crimes and no consequence? Yeah. Hey, hey, let me give Mr. Sire Soprano a wrench, an FBA wrench, a lineage wrench, like the video. First, this dude was trying to tell you low key how to. Yeah, exactly. Let me give David Betts a like the dude just catching L's. So let me give David Betts an FBA wrench. And notice that he was always on notice the whole time. I never gave Moran a wrench because the way he was talking in a chat. Now look how fast I gave David Betts a wrench and everybody a wrench. Look how fast I gave you guys wrenches. I knew right off the bat you guys most likely lineage, right? With the lineage. I never gave Moran a wrench because he just seemed like off. So I don't give phone numbers like that during my lives like that. Only to tethers or people causing a nuisance. I don't just stop you like, hey, family, call in. I got a whole show to run. So he's gonna tell me that I should not play a video coming from a black conservative when I said, bro, it could come from a transgender account. If the video fits the live, I'm gonna play it. I don't discriminate. I don't hate people. Now I might not play their videos and their intelligence, right? What they gotta say. He said really nothing. We got in the chat. We got so I gave the family a wrench already. American Dream said, is it an FBA wrench or lineage wrench? Brother, FBA is just the name of the lineage. That was a stupid question. All right. Again, the gotchas. Like everybody's trying to gotcha me. FBA is just a name, just like ADOS is the name of the lineage. People call it Freedmen. They call that the name of the lineage, but it all goes back to the lineage, right? It's a lineage thing, brother. I don't expect you to get it. All right, so let me finish playing the video. Damn, my man said I can't share a video because I don't know the guy's security number.
But after more than a half of a century in the U.S., where he's lived, worked, went to school, got married, had kids, paid his taxes.
Mr. Class, you will be entitled to retirement benefits.
Even voted. Class says in 2020,
instead of receiving my first check,
he discovered
I didn't have any thoughts.
He's not a U.S. citizen.
I just was like blindsided.
Class says it all came to light after he applied for the Social Security benefits he paid into his entire working life.
You got to be kidding me. 1 month you tell me I should expect my first check, second Wednesday of 2020, but instead I get a letter stating.
Yeah, he was low key undermining, and I didn't call him names. I just twisted his wrist to admit that crossing the border is a crime, regardless of misdemeanor or felony. It's a crime, and he did so. Nothing else to talk about. The show must go on. I had to twist his wrist to admit
that I haven't proven to them that I'm here legally.
You see, Klaas was born in Canada, his mom Canadian, but his father American, born and raised in New York.
This is Dad?
Yep, that's Dad.
Yeah, exactly.
Family moved to the U.S. when Klaas was 2 and
he was
stayed
definitely
here.
capable
That's me,
in
as a Boy
illegal
Scout.
immigration.
In
hard.
America.
In America.
Like a
As
tether.
he got older, he says he just assumed he, too, was American, a dual citizen. Documents he laid out for us are a glimpse of his deep roots in the U.S.
This is when you know you're old, when the old driver's licenses were paper.
Roots, he says, were never questioned. Not when he got his Social Security card, driver's license, or voter registration card.
I've been voting for over 40 years.
Yeah, this dude caught a raw deal,
I guess I'm in a lot of trouble.
Klaas was even approved to serve as a Marine for the U.S. military.
And by the way, what he was saying is, if you're not an American citizen, you can't vote, and I believe that's a felony.
I signed up to defend this country.
And work for the New Jersey State Police. His citizenship status, never an issue, he says.
The only thing they asked me for was my Social Security card.
Yes, a drink.
After he learned he wasn't
he found out he ain't like us, and in the worst way.
Really a U.S. citizen, he formally applied for status, but was denied. U.S. Immigration Services wouldn't share details with us, stating they don't talk about individual cases. But in this 2022 denial letter...
But he would know why he's denied. They got to tell you.
Agency stated Klaas didn't provide enough evidence to prove his father lived in the U.S. for 10 years before Klaas was born, a requirement.
I've seen a handful of cases like this. They don't come around every day.
Indira Demine is a Fort Myers-based immigration attorney. She says Klaas's case is a reflection of a large, complicated, and changing U.S. immigration system that can't always accurately track who's here legally, illegally, or somewhere in between.
For many years,
and I didn't even block
the
Moran.
the different agencies didn't necessarily communicate with each other. And so the documentation that you need to renew your driver's license or for the Social Security benefits were not as stringent as they are now.
How did he get issued a Social Security card, though?
That's a good question. It's quite possible that back then, the requirements to have a social is just not the same as it is today.
So is it fair, though, that he was issued a Social Security card, he got his Social
Security... now he's white, so now what? Like, they didn't say, okay, nah, but you're illegal too, but you're white, so we're gonna pass. We're just out for, blacks and Latinos. Nah.
Security taxes withheld. He worked all of his life. He paid his taxes.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I worked my 50 years, and I paid into my Social Security.
That's crazy.
They should be paying me.
What happens if this doesn't get resolved?
Well, I guess they get to give my money to someone else.
Will it make you look at America differently?
I'll probably move back to Canada.
You would consider leaving?
Yep. And said bye-bye, America.
Klaas says he contacted Senator Rubio's office, hired an immigration attorney, even a genealogist to dig up records to help him in his fight, a fight that continues. I'm my team investigator.
Okay, fine. The dialogue. Wait. I don't want to play the same video over. So let me find a dialogue with the brother and a tether, an African tether, right here. Okay, hold on. Let me play the video. Damn, yo, what the? Okay. Hey, Moran, come get your flies, man. Tame these damn flies. Hey, let me get the dialogue between the dude and the sheesh. Okay, here we are. So, did we already see this? Obama? Since he is the title, but he is the thumbnail. This is Obama on illegal crossing.
The issue is not that people are evading our
enforcement officials. The issue is that we're apprehending them in large numbers. And we're working to make sure that we have sufficient facilities to detain, house, and process them appropriately.
Leonard, Orlang, Kurt,
we intend to do the right thing by these children. Their parents need to know that this is an incredibly dangerous situation, and it is unlikely that their children will be able to stay. And I've asked parents across Central America not to put their children in harm's way in this fashion.
There you go. Oh, my kid, but you're being asked and not. I don't know how that works. You condemn this government with arresting you from your kid and all that type of stuff, but like you guys see how they cross the border. I watched something on how they cross the border. Dangerous as hell. You see the floods, waters that happen in Jersey. It's worse than that. And the kids be on their back. Like, it's no they just could slip. It's just wild, man. It's just wild. It's like no accountability at all.
U.S. immigration authorities are allegedly asking landlords to give them private information about their tenants, the Associated Press reports.
Yo, they are serious, yeah.
The federal agency is requesting information, including rental contracts, rental applications, forwarding addresses, identification cards, and possibly other personal documents, according to a real estate lawyer who spoke to the AP. Eric Tzink claims ICE has reportedly contacted owners of apartment complexes demanding information on their tenants, including work history, marital status, family relationships, and other names on leases. Tzink told the AP some of his clients have received information enforcement subpoenas from immigration authorities. He says they are signed by immigration officers. They are not signed by a judge. Tzink determined that the landlords don't have to comply with the ICE enforcement subpoenas because he says it's just an officer making a request. An ICE enforcement subpoena is a legal document issued by ICE and compels a person or organization to provide testimony, documents, records, or other evidence related to an ICE investigation or enforcement action. According to the National Immigration Law Center, an immigration subpoena is not enforceable on its own unless a court orders you to comply with it. You may refuse to comply with the subpoena. Tricia McLaughlin, Homeland Security spokesperson, provided a statement to the AP, quote, "We are not going to comment on law enforcement's tactics surrounding ongoing investigations. However, it is false to say that subpoenas from ICE can simply be ignored. ICE is authorized to obtain records or testimony through specific administrative subpoena authorities. Failure to comply with an ICE-issued administrative subpoena may result in serious legal penalties. The media needs to stop spreading these lies." End quote.
Yeah, the media doing y'all dirty, man.
Arrow News, I'm Lauren Keenan. If you want more on this story, download the Straight Arrow News app or visit san.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How are you doing? Welcome back to the Nigerian Nomad channel. For you guys that don't know who I am a second generation.
Before we do that, let me put this lady right here. She had next. So you got an Asian lady keeping it real about the civil rights movement, what it did for Asian Americans. Watch this. If you haven't seen it before.
Good luck. My parents, my grandparents, they did it the right way. They did it legally. This fight isn't my fight because we did it the right way. If you're a young East Asian American person and you fix your mouth to say something like that, then that tells me you really don't know the first thing about your own history. And this whole idea of they did it
Let me go back a little bit.
Legally. Good luck. My parents, my grandparents, they did it the right way. They did it legally. This fight isn't my fight because we did it the right way. If you're a young East Asian American person and you fix your mouth to say something like that, then that tells me you really don't know the first thing about your own history. And this whole idea of they did it legally, do you understand that there used to be a time where we couldn't, people like us couldn't do it legally. We were prohibited, we were restricted from even being here. The Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882 made it so that people from China and other parts of Asia were not even allowed to enter this country. They couldn't work here and they couldn't live here. So legally wasn't even an option. And then if you say something like, well, I'm here legally, so I'm safe, I'm protected. Need I remind you that in 1942, 120,000 Japanese and other Asian Americans were scooped up out of their lives from their homes and taken to internment camps. Some as close to Los Angeles as Santa Anita. And these were U.S. citizens, second, third, fourth generation Americans, people who had served in the U.S. military, teachers, doctors, professionals, taken out of their lives, stripped of all of their belongings, put in camps. People in my father's generation. American citizens that look just like us. And because you're a U.S. citizen, you think that these civil rights of yours are protected. Where do you think these civil rights that you enjoy so much, where do you think they came from? How do you think you got them? By the good graces of the U.S. government? No. It was because of black people and the civil rights movement. Civil rights movement spearheaded by Dr.
Hey, Tethers. I mean, this is embarrassing. You got Latinos, you got, like you said, the East Asian community educating, cooking on the Civil Rights Act and the civil rights that you guys have today that are protected by the federal government. And you guys disrespect it, and you disrespect us. But Latinos and the East Asians got to educate you and show you how to do it. We have more of an allegiance with them than you guys. You can't even admit this much. We don't need you to. Stay over there. Pick a side.
Martin Luther King Jr. led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The act effectively outlawed discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. The spirit of the civil rights movement, because we basically learned how to protest and fight for our rights from the Black civil rights movement. Right. Because of that, the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Exactly. Not the Haitian revolution you guys want to bring up 1,000 years ago.
Helped to lead to the passage of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. And that removed the quota system and opened up immigration to those who were highly skilled, and that's important to remember, I'm going to get back to that in just a second, or had existing familial relationships in the U.S. 10 years after the signing, the Asian immigration population doubled, and to this day has shaped the diversity of our country. But let's get back to this real quick, because this is important. I'm hearing so many young Asian American, East Asians specifically, saying things like, well, you know, my parents came here and they worked hard and they made a life for themselves, and that's why we are so successful in this country, and that's why, you know, we make so much money and we're all so highly educated. And true as that may be, because yes, they do work hard, and I'm not trying to take anything away from that, but it wasn't just hard work alone. In order to be here, our parents and grandparents had to apply, and those applications contain things like their level of education and their skills. So they were hand selected. It wasn't just whoever wanted to come could come. They were hand selected to be here. And guess who they chose? They chose people with skills like doctors or accountants or engineers or people like my father who were architects. So that's really important. Something that you should factor in when you say things like that, because our parents and grandparents.
Oh, wait a minute. I need to know the history of this channel is playing this video. Stupid dude.
Parents, they came here with a leg up. They came here with an advantage. And there's so many immigrants that come here that don't. And not only do they not have an advantage, they are at a complete and total disadvantage. They're escaping things like human trafficking, like drug cartels, like war, like, you know, poverty. And a lot of them don't have any money. They don't have an education. But you know what they do want? They want the same thing that our parents and our grandparents wanted. And that is a life. That is a life for them and for their children. So go back to that.
Right. And go back to that country to get that. Okay. Let me see if there's any more here. Let me see with the next lady.
Chinese students come here with a test-taking mindset. We treat America like it's an exam. We study it, analyze it, try to become the perfect answer. We change our names, speak broken English on purpose, even act like we're second-gen Asian American.
They speak broken English on purpose? Oh, shit.
We're not. But here's the truth. America doesn't reward people who blend in. It respects people who build their own space.
Right.
Someone who leads and not follow.
Uh-oh. Tethers.
Look at the other groups. Irish, Italians, Jews, Russians, Indians. They don't try to erase the culture to fit in. They build strong
communities. Say Nigerians or, yeah, I ain't gonna say it.
Communities. Support each other, protect their identity, and claim their power. That's why they have their own neighborhoods, their own resources, and even political influence. Meanwhile, so many Chinese students and scholars try to wash themselves, erase the culture, speak only English, act like they belong here more than they actually do. But in the end, they still get called chick on the street. Why? Because they never learn to build their own space. They only learn to assimilate into someone else's.
And that's all we asking. Build your own space, delineate. That's why we're delineating. You dig? So y'all can build your own space. We ain't saying you got to stay there forever. Just have your own space. Stop crowding our space. That's all we saying. And she kind of gets it. See the next Asian lady. What is they gonna say?
Koreans in the U.S. That are vulnerable and potentially a target for deportation.
Uh-oh.
And that includes adoptees. I would very much like off this timeline, but
get out of there.
We're going to do what we can to be prepared and to be kind and to not panic, and no matter what, we shall be kind, and we shall try to do our best to do everything that is right with the
Let me see those likes.
The arc of justice is very, very long.
The lineage wrench game be tripping on the likes.
It'd really be your own people and something. I lived in LA for 4 years now, and what's happening with the ICE raids, the fear, the silence, especially from those within the Asian American community, has been really weighing heavily on my heart. I grew up in Queens, New York, around large Latino and Hispanic communities, and I've witnessed firsthand how deeply connected our communities are. A lot of Asian-owned businesses often rely on the labor of undocumented workers, often quietly, without any acknowledgement. Now, when the same people are being targeted, the silence is loud. It's painful. We come from immigrant families. We know what fear looks like, and we know what sacrifice looks like.
And I know what no likes look like, right? Because my family ain't liking the video. Okay, move out there. I know family. We got damn near 100 folks here, and we got less than half likes. Come on now. I know you're on the phone. Just scroll that thing down real quick. Hit that like. You ain't gonna miss nothing.
And yet so many of us turn a blind eye when others are being targeted for the very reasons we're here. To those who are affected, I don't know what to say. I am truly sorry. You deserve to feel safe, and you deserve to be seen. And to influencers, this moment calls for more than just posts about hidden gems in LA and food spots. If we love the city and its people, we need to show up for them too. If you have the privilege to post about where to shop in LA, then you have the power to say this isn't right. That is not political. That is
right. Where we at?
2 seconds and speak out about what's happening right now. I go on fucking TikTok. It's the same 4 like wonderful activist Asians on here. But then everybody else just still, regularly scheduled program, my outfit of the day, going to another fucking Korean barbecue restaurant.
All right. See, I saw so what they're doing, I'm assuming, right, that they're calling out their tether class. That's all we ask for Black immigrants to do. And they don't do it largely enough. Once in a while, somebody will step up, but not nearly enough, because y'all tether class is going wild. Y'all going wild. Y'all need to be in Louisiana getting some beads, because that tether class went wild. All right. So let me find this video. 1 second. While I look for this video, let me play this. This is something interesting here.
The driver of being an illegal immigrant with an outstanding warrant for domestic assault. Now, although it was determined that the driver was not the person they were looking for, the ICE agents decided to kidnap the driver, their words, while the Helena officer was issuing a citation and planning.
So this is what they say. They're being kidnapped, right? They're running with that. Kind of big extreme.
To release him. Let's talk about it. What's up, you guys? Welcome back to Southern Draw Law. My name is James White, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, former police officer. So over the last couple of months, specifically the last 5 or 6 weeks, I've gotten literally dozens of emails from different people asking me to take a position, comment on the ICE raids, and the ramped up immigration enforcement. Now, I generally don't do it, and the reason is because my channel is not here to discuss politics, and the people who are writing me and asking me to cover it basically have a political axe to grind, and they believe that my politics are aligned with theirs, and that's just really not what my channel is about, and they're probably wrong anyway. The truth is, I don't even know what my political beliefs are and where they align anymore, because the world has lost its freaking mind. However, I have said multiple times that where things have political ramifications, but they present an interesting constitutional issue that overlaps, then I'm willing to have the discussion as long as it meets the mission of my channel. There just happens to be such a case in Montana, so I've decided to cover it because it does present some unique opportunities to talk about constitutional nuance, and it actually aligns with my channel mission. But I do want to be clear, if you're looking for me to take a political position, I'm not going to.
Right.
If you decide that that makes...
That's what Mo Ron wants you to do. He wants you to add your feelings. I said, bro, journalists don't do that. You just cover the story, man. I just said old boy is wilding. I point out the obvious. Right. I ain't say he was right or wrong, good or bad.
Makes you mad and you want to come to the comment section, corporation in your echo chamber. So if you don't like body cam video of the traffic stop and arrest, and we'll talk about a couple things that present themselves.
All right, so he's going to give us a narrative that we heard earlier, right? When the news team rolled with ICE, and ICE was looking for one person, but they got another person instead. So he's going to kind of explain why things like that can happen, and he's going to explain whether it's right or wrong.
For discussion along the way. Now, the body cam comes to us courtesy of KPAX TV 8 in Montana. Let's check it out.
Dispatch 773 traffic. Right. On Billings, west of North Montana. Montana plate Edward Tom 467.
All right, I ain't gonna watch the damn video now. Hold on.
Good.
Go. All right, so so they pull somebody over. All right.
Tell an officer at this
All
point.
right, okay, so he's going to explain what just happened.
Do you have an ID card out of anywhere? I have a photo. Somebody doesn't have any photo of an ID through our booking photo, so we're good to go. Unless you guys need it for something.
So one important thing that's happening here is that the Helena officer is in his cruiser actually issuing a citation after he's spent the time to verify who the person was. Remember, under Rodriguez, they can't extend the stop unreasonably. So the ICE agents questioning him up front, as far as the actual time of the seizure goes, this is not unconstitutional because it's not extending the stop by the Helena officer. And remember that the Helena officer at this point has no idea what's getting ready to happen. And so what you're going to see is the Helena officer working on his citation, intending to cut this guy loose because it's become obvious that he's not the person they were looking for. What he doesn't know is that ICE is getting ready to take this guy. So watch as the ICE agents explain to the Helena officer that they are going to be taking him.
Are you guys detaining him separate from the traffic stop?
Yeah, he's like,
okay.
Honestly, if you just want to, if you haven't submitted that yet,
I haven't synced it.
Might just be easily just,
okay.
Damn, he flat out said he getting deported.
No, I can do that.
He's being kidnapped right
now. Okay.
Okay, wait. Yeah. So now look. So the police officer was riding with him, right? That pulled him over. The initial stop. So he was riding with the illegal, right? You see, he got some sympathy for him. He said he's being kidnapped right now by ICE. So some of these cops that pulled him over don't always got it informed. Some of them sympathize with them. The illegals. I'm talking about undocumented.
So yeah,
the ones with the misdemeanor. Scott.
Like, he's being kidnapped right now.
Okay. Good enough for me.
Same card.
My initial thoughts about this. So this is what I actually thought happened and what my initial position was. What I thought actually happened was that the Helena officer was planning to release him on a citation, which I still think is true, and that the ICE agents interviewed him in the front of the car while he was handcuffed and in the absence of a Miranda warning about his immigration status and learned that he was here illegally. Now, If that were the case, so I want to throw a couple hypotheticals at you.
Right.
If that were the case, if they didn't know what his legal status was, if they didn't know who he was or whatever, and they found out all of this stuff while they were questioning him while he was in custody and didn't give him a Miranda warning, all of that information would be subject to suppression. And what I've later found out, because what's happened is he had some immigration attorneys file so when you get taken on an ICE detainer, you go to an immigration court. That's different than a federal district court. So what happened was the immigration attorneys filed a habeas corpus petition, which is basically a fancy Latin word for you have the body or release the body. There are different interpretations, but basically it's like you have no reason to hold this person. So they file a habeas petition alleging that holding onto this person's body, physically holding them, is unlawful. And so his attorneys filed this motion. Well, in the federal pleadings, both sides sort of acknowledge that in the process of figuring out who this gentleman is, it was determined that he had an outstanding ICE deportation detainer.
Okay.
And so because of that, I actually don't think that this stop is unconstitutional. And the reason I say that is because there's an exception to statements that are given in the absence of a Miranda warning while the person is detained, called the inevitable discovery doctrine. And what the courts have generally done is said, well, if it was inevitable that they were going to discover this information in the absence, even if he didn't give statements about his status, then we're not going to suppress the statements because it would have come out anyway. And in this particular case, you have a Helen officer who's going over this gentleman's information right in front of these ICE agents, and he's required to give his information because he's driving a motor vehicle on a roadway in Montana.
Hey, he's required to give his information because he's driving. So I believe I'm the first person to say in these YouTube spaces that's a non-lawyer to say, hey, you got less constitutional rights when you're driving. I've been saying this for 5, 6, 7 years, man. You got less constitutional rights when you're driving as opposed to walking or riding a bike, something that you don't need a driver's license for. Okay. So I'm trying to tell you, if y'all got some BS going on, some warrants, you acting up, I wouldn't get behind that wheel. I wouldn't even be in the damn car. I'll touch a bus, and you got less rights, man. He just said he's required because he's driving. One more time.
Going over this gentleman's information right in front of these ICE agents, and he's required to give his information because he's driving a motor vehicle on a roadway in Montana. And so because of the fact that this gentleman had to give his information pursuant to a lawful traffic stop, the ICE agents were lawfully present at the time that this information was given out. It was inevitable that all they had to do was go run his name through their system and find out that he had an outstanding warrant. Now, that is a different position that I took in, if you remember seeing my video on the Dalton, Georgia officer who basically threw a tantrum and quit his job because they released a young lady who had been stopped. The difference between that stop and this stop is that if you make an unconstitutional stop of somebody, then you don't get to deport them based on that unconstitutional stop. I care about the law. I care about the Constitution. I don't care about what the politics or the optics.
Moran cares about
if you break the law in order to determine somebody's immigration status, then I don't believe that you should be able to take any enforcement action against them. If you don't break the law and the person's here illegally, then I believe you should be able to take enforcement action against them. So let's say that I was correct and that they didn't have an outstanding federal detainer to have him deported, and they learned about his status while he was handcuffed and subject to interrogation without Miranda. I believe that they still could have arrested him later, but the appropriate mechanism would have been for them to get his information from Helena PD and say, hey, look, can we have this guy's info because we need to put it in our report that we were looking for this one guy. We didn't have him. We got this guy. They could have later taken that information, ran it through their systems, and then filed a warrant for him to be deported for the fact that he was here illegally and he committed driving, without a license or whatever. Now, Mr. Martinez is actually married to an American citizen, but if you're here unlawfully, you can't get a legal pathway even by marrying a American citizen. So you have to be in another country, go through the process legally and apply for the marriage visa or the fiance visa or whatever they call it, and then immigrate legally. If you're here illegally, that's a barrier to any pathway for legal citizenship. And that's the reason why his status as a spouse of an American citizen doesn't matter, because they got married after he had been here and removed
illegally
multiple times.
Right. Damn,
so
multiple
this
times.
is a legal deportation, in my opinion, because it was born out of a legal traffic stop. The traffic stop was for expired registration by 6 months. He has no driver's license. He gives the information to the Helena officer. That happens in front of the ICE agents. They run it. He has an outstanding detainer warrant. Deporting him is fine under the Constitution. Even in a case where they would not have had an outstanding detainer, I believe the ICE agents could have just filed a warrant for his arrest, gone back to his house, arrested him later after the traffic stop, and still legally deported him if he didn't have an outstanding detainer. Now, in closing, again, the reason that you might see me flip-flop on this issue where I said the arrest of Cristobal was unconstitutional.
Wait, we're good. Because we don't know what Cristobal is, but here we are. This is what family came to watch.
Indeed.
FBA versus Tether.
Let's go. Okay. We got Joe A. There we go. Let's get Joe A up here. What's going on, my brother?
Yo, what's going on, man? So I'm just adjusting to the sound. But listen, let me just
preface that. Let me shout out. Let me read some chat first. Hey, let me read some chat first. So we got somebody new here. We have Octavius. I screwed it and started. Oh my God. Dude, are you serious? I'm not reading that. I can't read that. All right. So family, let me see the likes. The wrench lineage is letting me down. Yo, the likes yesterday weren't good either. I ain't even say nothing yesterday. But the likes yesterday, I looked at it, man, I'm like, hey, they are tripping. Yeah, it got a little better, but you know, we're 20 off. All right. So let me go ahead and play the video.
This our conversation real quick, right? So I'm born in the UK. I'm Nigerian through my father, direct. I'm also from Barbados, direct from my mum.
Damn.
And I live here in Georgia, right? So, and also I've lived in multiple different countries across Africa. I've worked with the ECOWAS and the African Union for 8 years as a project manager. So on the continent.
So King of Kingdom says, how can generations of people born and raised for generations have anything specifically to do with the African content, foundational Black America, not African American? Right. And look, well, we know that, period. We don't need Africans to corroborate that. But they even say it themselves. They say we're not African while they're in Africa. They say, no, you're American. So like you can't, like, they act like they don't understand. We know they get it. Let me give King of Kingdoms a lineage wrench. Hey, King of Kingdoms, just go ahead and like the video. Appreciate it.
There isn't going to be many people that have a deeper insight than me. Not many. About the continent of Africa, right? Now, I also want to set the tone is that anything that comes out of my mouth is going to be 100% respectful to you because I honor you and your life, right? I honor all of us, especially on this day. As a matter,
I need this guy to stop tether babbling.
I felt happy, man. My daughter, my wife, right? You were saying, and I just would like you to clarify before I respond because I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to say that I'm hearing you incorrect.
Now, this is the passive aggression that they bring sometimes to our channels. Listen to this guy.
Correct. Okay. Did you say that what are the billionaires doing in Africa? Because Africa is, I don't think you said it wasn't in a good position or something like that. Is that what you said?
Absolutely. That's
okay. My first question to you, where in Africa have you been to?
Nowhere.
Okay. So where do you get the perception that Africa is, what was the perception that you have, first of all?
Well,
this sounds like a conscious mode question.
We can't. I appreciate the respect.
So, Girls Speak. Yeah, I keep saying to clean my laptop, and I never do. Girls Speak says Cameroons don't like Nigerians, don't like South Africans, don't like Kenyans, don't like Sudanese, don't like Eritreans, and don't like Ethiopians. Say all of them are crazy as. Let me get Girls Speak a lineage wrench, and all I ask you to do is like the video. I appreciate you.
We can't act like that Africans aren't fleeing here, left and right.
Fleeing ahead.
Fleeing here to America. The immigration. Africans are coming over here in large numbers. Is that correct?
Okay, cool.
And what they're telling us is they're coming over here for opportunity. Opportunity. That's the first thing they say.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm coming over there for opportunity. So if there's so many billionaires, why are they not providing opportunity?
Great question.
Great
question. Great question.
Coming here? I don't understand.
All right, so check this, right? You see Canada and America? Canada and America can fit into Africa at least 3 to 4 times.
Here we go with this.
Okay? So remember, Africa is not a country. It's a continent. Right. Okay. And in every single country, they have their own sovereignty. Some countries are doing better than other countries in Africa.
Wait a minute. So then why do you call us African? Why do you call us the entire continent? Again, this is like the white supremacists, raw numbers versus per capita. They pick and choose when they want to go with raw numbers or per capita, only when it benefits their argument. So now all of a sudden we can't lump up the continent and call it Africa, and whole Africa responsible for the tethers. Now all of a sudden it's 54 countries, they're all sovereign. So, but you call us African, you call us the continent that you say he can't hold you to speak about or the question to answer questions for. This is just ridiculous.
Right? If you go to Central African Republic, that's a troublesome area. Like if you go to certain parts, just like here, you don't want to go to certain parts of Georgia, right? You don't want to go to the Bluff. You're like it's a problem. You don't.
So, Dark Kim, let me ask you a question, bro. This channel and the supporters in the chat, we have a lineage. We have a lineage that goes to slavery in this country, right? Let me ask you, do you have a lineage that goes to slavery from this country? So I answered your question. It's the lineage, bro. It's real simple. We share the same lineage. Well, our lineages go to the same tree, right? In this country, which is slavery. Do you have a lineage that goes to slavery? There you go.
They want to go to certain parts of Chicago. It's a problem. You see what I'm saying? So much.
Cash Kid, are you FBA? Do you have a lineage? Let me know, because I got lineage wrenches for my family. Peace. Same day.
Like America has areas that are underdeveloped, right? The same thing applies to places in Nigeria, Burkina Faso, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Senegal. The same thing applies, brother. Okay? Now,
okay, so who cares says Jesse Jackson started calling us African America a long time ago and it stuck, right? So that's what I'm trying to get Unc over here, because Unc has a different understanding on that. I would love to hear where he's coming from. I just say don't underestimate me and think I don't know what you know. And you dig? That's all. Like, kind of talk to me when I come on the channel, kind of talk to me like I already know what you know. But all that surprise history thing you think you're going to pull on me, it ain't going to work. All right? So that's just a fair warning. Like, talk to me like I already know. Don't talk to me like you're teaching me about Black history. Can it be things I don't know? Sure. But give me the benefit of the doubt or it ain't going to work out. I'm trying to tell you. So many tried. All right. Let's read some comments. So we got, so who cares? I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench, just like the video, please. And I'm gonna play now. Wait. We got Georgia Sweet says, I'm loving the FBA Renaissance and renewed consciousness. Exactly. Let me give you a lineage wrench as well. And all I ask in return for you is to like the video. So we got 114 people in the building. We should have 114 likes when I go check. Thank you. Okay, let's play.
I will tell you is this. Senegal, Ghana, Botswana, parts of Ethiopia, South Africa. In terms of the standard of living, it makes America look like a developing country.
Hey, Cash Kid, you know what? He said we throwing shade. I didn't throw shade on anybody from. Where you from? Cash Kid said he lives. I didn't lost you. He said Tanzanian. Okay. Let me give you the phone number because I never threw shade on people from Tanzanian. You dig? So let me give you the phone number. Maybe you're speaking about somebody else, but I'll allow you to call in and speak your piece. Hold on. Let me get a phone number to old boy. Now, what you cannot do on this channel is make a claim like that and don't call in and stick around. You cannot do that because you're charging us with an offense. And I'm saying we didn't do that. So you can't make a claim like that and then go run. You dig? So here's the phone number. So that is the phone number for you. I hate to give you the shot clock, but just please, it's 12:42 p.m. Eastern time. By 12:44, you should be able to call in, or you can't take part in the chat. You can watch the video, but you can't take part in the chat. You got to call in now. You got to explain what you mean. We think you're lying on us, so at least defend your claim.
I'm not trying to be funny. I live here.
So let me get, of course you do. So let me get Trishy B. Obama's not like us, right? Let me give Trishy B a lineage wrench. Trishy B, go ahead and like the video. Now, Bob, I know you're talking to the chat, but you're talking to me though, because we all share the same lineage. So I want you to explain why we are disrespecting like people from where you are. Like, I don't think we even mentioned your country one time ever on this live feed. So yeah, so I want you to call in and explain that. Like, that's crazy.
Like the Home Depot's behind me, bro. Not too sure if you can see. Let me show you. The Home Depot's behind me, bro. See that shit? So
you better get away from there. Ice out there with the binoculars, dude.
I live here, right? I've been here, okay? So, and I want to address the last thing you just said about the flirting with the oppressor, okay? And this.
No. You ain't got buy. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the link. I'm gonna give you the link then. You ain't got buy on international minutes. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna take you serious. All right. Let me give you the link. Okay, so now you don't need a phone number now. You just click the link. You got a phone, you got a computer, you got a device. You can just click the link. Right. So you no longer. So I did away with the phone number issue.
Just give me 5 minutes and then I'll shut my mouth because there's some things that are very crucial. The fact that you haven't been to Africa, that you need to know this.
Okay, so we got so Dark Kemet came back. He said, based on my last name, I would say yes because it's European. Like, however, FBA and ADOS seem to go hand in hand. So why would the two? Now, ain't nobody divided, bro. That's tether babble. You're trying to bring division where we're all in unison. So this channel is for anybody who, I don't care what you call it, as long as your lineage goes back to slavery, you are family, and you got a lineage wrench.
Working with an oil and gas company, okay, and there's a conglomerates. They have like collective blocks. So you see, like in the EU, there's a place called the EU. It's the European Union. Okay, in West Africa, there's something called ECOWAS. It's the United. You could kind of call it the United African, the West African countries united, right? There's an issue there. There's about maybe only 10 countries left, even though there's 15 in the area. But that's neither here or there. Okay. There was a senior official. I'm not going to mention names since we're on social media.
Hey, Cash Kid, the link is in the chat. It's already sent. I'll send it. It's already there. I send it one more time.
Media, right? A senior official.
Yeah, this dude said a lot of nothing right now.
Who was the head of APA, the African Petroleum Producers Association, which is basically the African version of OPEC. Okay? You listening, bro?
I'm listening, bro. I'm listening.
I appreciate you, man. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I'm about
now
to really fast
that
forward
man,
this.
I had to take him on a delegation. We went to a place called Gore Island in Senegal. It's an island off Senegal. You go through this place. It's an island where they broke down slaves before they put us on the ship and then sent us to the Caribbean and then sent the quote unquote finished product to America, right? Now, on this island, the houses are built in the shape of ships, okay? They mimic the ship that they put some of our ancestors on. Our brothers and sisters got on these ships, and they would give us this food to make us fat in the belly so that we will survive the 8-week trek, right?
Okay.
Now, I'm taking this individual here with a delegation. Do you know what? You know how mad he was? Brother, what's your name? Top Flight TV. Top Flight TV? I'm telling you, hand on my heart. This man was about 65 years old.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
He was bawling, bro. Crying, bro.
I need you to get to the point.
Yes, I'm going to get to the point because I'm giving you context. Because some of the things that you're saying is baseless. It's limited.
Okay, so what am I?
And I'm trying to bridge it. I'm trying to bridge the information.
Let's do it.
Right. So this 65-year-old man, I said to him, why? And I speak French, right? I said, what's wrong? Why are you speaking? Like, what's wrong? He goes, then I didn't know this happened. They never taught this in school. A 65-year-old man never got taught that there was slavery taking place on the continent. Let that sink in. That hit me. So, therefore, why would he told, because he's got children, why is he going to teach his children about slavery? He wasn't even taught it. He had no concept. He doesn't know nothing about it. Okay? Now, going back, tying it all back to what you initially said about flirting with the oppressor. My family, my grandfather and my mother and my dad, right? They were economic migrants. One came from Nigeria, the other came from Barbados. They met in England. They had me and my siblings. They were economic migrants because these people, the colonialists, they were saying, "Oh, come to our country. We can offer you opportunity." They went, right? They went. Period. I never felt British. I'm just educated.
Hey, bro. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward. Okay, this is getting crazy.
By case basis, right? There's gonna be some people.
I gotta fast forward.
It's me. I fixed it. It was me. So go ahead.
It's not because they see white folks over here. It's not necessarily Hollywood. It's because they see foundational Black Americans over here living good, living free. That is an incentive for them to come over here under Blackness. They see the rights that our ancestors fought for. They know what we stood on, right? They know what we've stood on, and they know what privileges we've afforded them. They say, "Hey, I want a piece of that pie." The problem is when they get over here, the reason why I even said anything about that, because we had a guy from Africa telling me I need to stop talking about slavery. That's why.
That piece there is bullshit. Whoever said that,
right. At least,
but that is a common thing. This is what a lot of Africans, immigrants, Mexicans, everybody says the same shit. So it's not, you are an intelligent brother. You have more insight, and you seem like a rider. But the reason why I said that is because we had a guy from Africa. He said that me as a Black man need to stop talking about slavery. He said us Africans, we don't care about slavery. We don't talk about this. This is why I said what I said. See, the problem is we always focus on what the foundational Black Americans rebuttal is, but y'all never really talk about the reason why we say the shit we say. Why aren't we why you should have came over here and addressed that man? You should have said AJ or whatever the hell is.
Nah, they don't hold tethers accountable. Tethers don't hold tethers accountable. Well, let me say Black tethers don't hold Black tethers accountable. Right.
Nelly OC said, "Nelly, why are you talking like that?" You dig?
Yeah, he was lying.
And that's just what it is, man. The reality is, and I understand, people get over here, they're happy to be here, they don't want to go back. Most of them do not want to get shit.
You want a lineage, you got to let us know if you have the same, crime, your lineage goes back to slavery.
Because they're getting their ass kicked out. They want to be here. And who helped them get here? But you go into the Mexican community, They like, fuck reparations. They not getting reparations. We should get reparations first. Africans, stop talking about slavery. Everybody got something to say about the people that helped them get here.
Right.
There's a bridge that needs to be built, man.
Nah. The bridge they already been there. You guys took a plane.
And it's not on our side. We've built the bridge for years.
I said that.
I just told you.
You built the bridge here.
I got Africa tatted on me. Our culture is we grew up on Public Enemy, X-Clan, Stetsasonic. We revered Africa. We wore medallions. We fought. We supported the apartheid movement, the freedom from apartheid movement. We was all about it until we started hearing niggas like the nigga right here. We started hearing that shit. Like, whoa, why are you talking? You dig? And we see Myron Gaines, and we see Candace Owens, and we see other people that this is how and they have a base. It's not just them.
Right.
They're a large base that supports them. Who is that base?
And they're very influential.
It's a lot of white folks, but it's also many immigrants that support that. They feel the same way.
And it's the disconnection. And so I agree with a lot.
This guy said the disconnection. Dude, our phone has service, dude. You got the Obama phone. You got the disconnection. I got to fix that.
That you're saying, the disconnection that many Africans, and I'm not going to say all because it's not all, but many Africans experience is that they were not taught the history.
Come on, yeah, are you serious, bro? You don't got to be taught our history to know to respect us when you come over here, dude. I don't know the history of Tanzania like that. Because if I go over there to visit for whatever reason, I'm not going to disrespect the natives. Like, come on, I ain't got to be taught their history.
Which included slavery, because in many all African countries, history didn't start at slavery. It started millennia ago, right? And slavery is just a dot, and that it makes sense in terms of the why behind it wasn't taught in schools. I'm referring back to that 65-year-old man, right? It makes sense now. The piece where you said that Africans are telling African Americans to stop speaking about slavery. I was in a meeting yesterday with an AI startup firm, and we're just chopping it up. The CEO, he's Mexican, right? He's Mexican American or Mexican.
Yeah. I need to fast forward this. Now, I got somebody else. I got another video dialogue, but this guy right here, I never watched this. So when I say I wait for you guys. I watch it live with you guys. I watch maybe the first minute to two to make sure it's a dialogue going back and forth, make sure it's a tether in FBA. And then after that, I just save
it. The way you articulate yourself, you sound intelligent. I said, you know what?
Oh, shit.
That would be very messy. That's commodities. So that money has been materialized into a commodity. So therefore, the value can hold. But if you give cash, okay? Just think of it like a shop. You have $1 million in your shop, and you're selling. You sell all kinds of groceries, right? And in your town, everybody amounts to $10 million. Everyone in your town has $10 million collectively, right?
I gotta stop.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Because what you said was half true. Yes, they're sending commodities. Yes, they are sending weapons. They're sending weapons. They're sending other things.
Yes,
but they're also sending money.
No, bullion. It's in the form of bullion, bro.
You said.
Go ahead.
You said. You know the you said scandal. The you said, but they uncover from you said.
You're talking about USAID.
Yes, the money. Yeah. The money that they uncovered. The shit that they was going for. So we got to tell the whole truth. They were sending commodities, yes, but they were also sending payments, money.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not even 10% of what they send. The cash. No, listen. The cash. The way they send it out in terms of cash is through their agencies, like you mentioned, USAID. They do that. That's a fact. There has been a scandal, but that scandal doesn't equate to the amount that they've sent. So when I say the burning of the money, right, that's the bulk of it, bro. Like you can't, if you give out the cash here, okay.
I see you.
Yeah, you give out the cash here, right? I'm not too sure if I'm on or off.
Go ahead, you won't keep talking. I'm just trying to fix something.
Yeah, and feel free to close my video. But anyway, I forgot what I was saying, brother. I forgot what I was saying, man. But I don't want to hold you too long.
No, the point is, I appreciate you and I understand your point, but it doesn't negate what I said, brother. About either point about the black millionaires in Africa.
Oh, right? Boom. Okay, let me just quickly crush that real quick. Have you heard of Aliko Dangote?
No.
All right, so you need to stop then, bro. Just stop.
No.
That's one. I only just mentioned one.
Okay. But what has he done?
Brother, first of all, if you have never been there, you are not going to see.
Okay, but just tell me what he's done.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
What country first? First, tell me what country.
Nigeria and across West Africa, actually, okay? So, cornmeal, rice, maize, cement, bricks, copper wires, limestone. There's so much that's being made. Those are the raw materials, bauxite, that he's been putting out and building, bro. If you have, guys, anyone who's listening to this, if you haven't been there, please do not believe what you see on the television. You cannot get the true perception. They're never going to show you what it looks like because you're going to end up wanting to just leave. But guess what? When you do leave, you have to respect the same way when people come over here, they have to respect what is here. When you do leave and you go for yourself, you got to respect what's there. And that's it. It's mutual respect. That's just one person, Aliko Dangote.
Let me stop. Nigeria is currently facing a complex situation marked by persistent security challenges, a struggling economy, and widespread poverty.
You went to CIA My bad. I'm sorry.
What I'm asking you is the whole point of what I'm saying is, my man that was in the chat, every time they tell us about these black trillionaires, zillionaires that are so rich and nobody over here can fuck with them. Black Americans, there's no black, this, you got to put it in context. Every time we had these discussions, they always bring up these black zillionaires. They were filthy goddamn rich.
Pretty much, yeah.
But yet and still, Nigeria is currently facing a complex situation marked by persistent security challenges, a struggling economy, and widespread poverty. The question I'm asking is, why haven't these black zillionaires fixed their fucking homeland?
Okay, so again, great question, but let's just think about the sources that you're using. The best source that you could possibly use is CIA Factbook. Is that where you just read that? That's the best source that you can get in America. Is that where you got it from? Yes or no?
So that's a lie.
Where? Tell me the best then. I'm not lying, by the way, but please.
No, I'm saying,
I don't lie. I definitely don't lie to you, bro. Trust me, I would never lie to you.
You don't like my source.
I'm just saying to you, when it comes to central intelligence, real intelligence, based on people who have got the data and accumulate data through being on the ground, the best data in the US is the CIA Factbook. That's it. But even
all right, so then, as you can see, it's building up a little more.
Let me stop you. Let's go to.
So we got anti-tether 504. Let me give anti-tether a lineage wrench. And if you are coming in for the first time, you don't have a wrench and you got the same lineage as us, let that be known. FBA Adolf Freeman, whatever term you use, just let us know. We get you a lineage wrench. Dig and like the video. Lineage wrenchers gotta like the video. Many Americans are going back to Africa and starting a new life. Said many. You said many. When you say many is most, right? I don't believe most of us is going. I say you could say a few of us or some, but you can't use a term like many because many that's a mathematical expression. That means most. African Americans are also struggling with security, poverty, and violence. Yeah. You know what? Spiritual Eurasianist. Let me send the phone number to that person or anybody who disagrees with our position. Right. So put the phone number in there.
Human Rights Watch. Is that a decent source?
Brother.
Human Rights Watch.
That's not gonna that's not economy. That is the standard of living. Listen to me.
It's all look. Listen, when the guys come over here telling us about Chicago and they tell us about all the black on black crime and all this other stuff, and then in their homeland in Nigeria, it's killings, kidnappings, and violence.
That's 100% accurate. And they got female genital mutilation. They're really savage over there. They really doing bad. I mean, that's not even up for debate. Brick City Bandit said, my ancestors ain't immigrants from Africa. We don't have the same heritage. Exactly. So let me give Brick City Bandit, it's like he's from Newark. Let me give Brick City a lineage wrench. Brick City, just when you get your lineage wrench, just go ahead and like the video, subscribe, and pull up.
Raised by so-called bandit gangs, which emerged following the farmer-herder conflict. It's a plague. Nearly 400 people were reported kidnapped.
Dang.
So the point is, I understand what you're saying. The point is, everybody doesn't have the right. See, the problem is they're watching too much right-wing media. They're watching too much Myron Gaines. So they think they can come over here and talk crazy about us and talk about the crime in America that some black people do.
Listen to them, bro. Like, this is who
they listening to. This is who they listening to.
But you know what? Yeah, we gotta raise our level of intelligence. Don't listen to people like that. There's no point even reacting to these clowns, bro.
See, this is the problem. You're telling me, You're telling me don't listen to them. You're not telling them to stop talking like that.
I don't interact with them.
Hey, yeah, I'm saying, no accountability. Look, that they all do that, No. Okay, go. No, we gotta wait. We'll wait for her to come over here. Wait. Yeah, they all do that. I don't interact with them. Yeah, they want to just chastise us. They want to hold us accountable. And they always want to tell us how to do something, like the tether conscious moron is going to come over here and tell me what I need to do during my life. That is crazy. And then be dead wrong. Like, I don't got to do that. Now, if he was telling me some good advice, some more wink, like, yo, man, listen, you messing up. You need to do this. I would appreciate it. Yeah, because I'm up for, being corrected. But if you're just giving me some random advice, like, dude, stop.
I just the people that I interact with are just they know. So
you got the floor.
Yeah, let me give 20 Faces a lineage wrench. I believe you're with us. She said, or they said Nigeria is the worst shithole, unfortunately. Yeah, it's definitely they have the worst slums in the world. They got something called Makoko. It's literally a floating slum. That's the name. You could just YouTube it, Google it. It's called a float. That's not me adding it, in any negativity towards naming it. That is a real term, and their ghetto is on water. Like they're like riding in shafts and boats, and their homes are literally on water. It's wild. And come get your flies, man. It ain't too bad today. I killed most of them.
Oh, now are they in the chat now?
They are, and they'll see this. So,
okay, cool.
Hey, family, my lineage renters, what we doing? We are 30 and adding likes off. Like the video.
What do you say?
I got way more drama. I got this. Next, I got an African from Nigeria. He's going to discuss, our name. Are we FBA? They do. What are they? Are they FBA? Are they ADOS? Are they AA? FAA? All this stuff. They're gonna do that. So that's gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be really like a lot of undermining. So just eat first, because you're gonna ready to probably throw up. Listen to this tether hate. Pinky.
The people from Africa, different countries from Africa, that come over here and disrespect foundational Black Americans. What do you say to them?
Oh yeah. First of all, there should be no disrespect.
By the way, and I'm not here like shaming them, right? I'm just giving you a fact, bro. The water that they live on, they actually use the bathroom, like they don't have a sewage system, or you know what I mean. So they wash their hands in that water, dude. The same water they use, they poop in and pee in, and all type of stuff going there, bro. It's the same water they wash their hands with and wash their food and plates, and they be serving dishes on like floating like shafts also. I don't do that. Yeah, if I ever visit it, I'm gonna bring a lunch.
That's the first piece, right?
Bring a lunch box.
Now, if you're brazen enough to come into another person's country and think that you're gonna speak down on the people that live there, then there's something wrong with you.
Right.
You need to have respect for yourself and your surroundings, because every single one of us are part of God's creation.
That's a fact. I can't play it because I played it on my other channel. I got shadow banned. That's why it is a FBA News and Update, because at first it was an FBA defensive unit. But that thing got shadow banned. Yeah, because those videos got like gazillion views. I played it and they shut my thing down. So all I could say is I could do a screenshot. But yes, they are, again, it's not talking trash about them. Like, these are people are innocent. You dig? They don't deserve to live like that. So now you can understand if they are fleeing to America. You can illegally or legally. You could understand that. Who is living worse than that? The dudes are living on the water. I think the water is black. They call it black water, where like nothing living could live in there. They're like maybe some organism, something like that. But hey, get the bubbles. Bring the bubbles. Get the bubbles.
And all creators creation. I don't care what you say, but the point of the matter is these people are the ones who've been carrying this country on their back for too long, right? They're the ones that the country's been built upon. So you can't come, right, and then speak down on them. You just can't do that, right? And I understand why some of our brothers and
exactly. Marvelise D, let me throw you a lineage wrench. Just like the video, we are really just way. I got a lineage wrench. Part of having a lineage wrench is to give a lineage life.
Sisters from the motherland come here because they don't understand. Well, you live here, and that means you should be way up there. I don't live here, and now I've got my mansion. Blah 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 blah. Like, what did you do wrong? They don't. You guys need to do your research and figure really what. Example, redlining. There's so much shit that you just don't know about this country if you're gonna come with that.
Okay, let's go a little. No. You gotta be a little harder. You got a little. They know that. You gotta be a little harder, man.
Don't say shit loosely.
No, but guess what? Also look out for that brother. We might call him an African booty scratcher when we were children. I mean, that's children. Those are children, sir.
Randall.
So, but at the same time, we consider him our brother. We roast our brothers and sisters.
Yeah, they got to stop with it. Yo, we got to let, you know what? We're RIP and African American. We got to RIP African booty scratcher. Like that is like the biggest cap of all time. CAP, biggest cap.
Our homies, we roast our homies. You dig? We didn't say you an African booty scratcher, stand over there. No, we roasted him. He was in the circle. You dig?
Just think about why, and I dig. I never said that term before, but I'm trying to, like, I respect you.
Yeah, that's FBA slang, homie.
The what?
That's FBA slang.
What does FBA stand for?
Oh, you're the liar.
Foundational Black American.
He knows that.
Foundational Black American. Okay, cool. So, so basically, roasting isn't, monopolized by African Americans. It's just
okay. You got to stop lying. You guys are that. Oh, here we go. Here goes the stealing of cultures. Come on, man. Come on. Not only that we do monopolize it, but we are the funniest at it. We are the funniest. Like, second got to be like maybe white people, whatever. but we are the funniest. So as that, it's so much proof and evidence that comes from us, and we corner market it. Like everybody come watch our comedians. Our comedians are international. A lot of white comedians are not. A lot of the good ones are just national.
Simply not. Roasting happens everywhere, bro. Like that, it happens everywhere.
Oh, here we go.
But when we really analyze it, why does an African booty scratcher need to be an insult? Because these were insults said amongst each other, not even to an African person. So that's where I'm going with it. The subconscious of it. Now, this is not about fault.
That we 14 likes.
What I'm talking about, this ain't about fault. This is about mindset. How they try to divide us and they try to conquer us. It's the same divided mindset that we have among the.
Here we go with the boogeyman. They. Dude, are you serious? You sold us to they. So it kills me when all of a sudden they is everybody's enemy. It's like, nah, y'all not enemies with they. You guys do deals behind our back with they that get us sent to the diaspora. And you were the first business partner of they. Okay, I think you were business partners before the Arabs, I think. But yeah, so not the they, no. That they, you're with that they. And that's why we say they are not like us. Y'all are the they, the white supremacists and the tether class.
The sovereign states in Africa, you got Nigeria and Ghana. There's no place called Nigeria. We never called it Nigeria. In fact, I'm from Yoruba land. That's where I'm from.
So you never called it that. So, but now you say we're not American. Now we say you're not Nigerian, you'll be upset. But now you're from Yoruba land. All right, so now let's do the stats now, because the stats. So now, family, check that out. So now he's Yoruba land. So when they have all these fancy immigrant stats here in America for Nigerians, and they all wear that cape, we can say no. It never said which Nigerians that has this high education output and tech savvy. It never said Yoruba, this one or that one. It just said Nigerian. It lumped y'all all up. We want to know which one of y'all are the smart class.
By land, that's West Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. The whole piece, right? That's our land. But we don't call it Yoruba land. Right. Only people who are Yoruba call it Yoruba land. It's not a sovereign state. The moment it becomes a sovereign state, identity now gets magnified, right? Now, there's just 2 points, and I have to go, brother. And I'm happy that
we never said everybody
you're having this platform out there, man.
But
I really am happy that you're doing
know our history. That's what we
Two things on either side, right?
Historical opinion about
Liberia. Liberia, where I met my wife.
That's just common sense.
She was working with the government. I was working with the separate arm of the government at the time, back in 2013. In Liberia, bro.
Breeze Omega.
Remember how Liberia was founded, right? James Monroe. The capital of Liberia is called Monrovia. Right. James Monroe, the former.
So now let's see where we're going with this Liberia shit. All right, let's go.
President of America sent, quote unquote, repatriating slaves on these ships to Liberia. Guess what? The African.
Okay, that's a lie. I knew the tether. Look, you just said nobody know our history. Not everybody know our history. That's a fact, and he doesn't. There were no slaves sent to Liberia. You dig? I don't know where I don't know where he read that from. And when you speak of Liberia, you're speaking about free blacks. Slaves were on plantations working in the fields, whatever. But free blacks were sent to Liberia, not slaves, man. I knew he was going to mess it up. I knew it.
America sent, quote unquote, repatriating slaves on these ships to Liberia. Guess what the African Americans did when they got there? Have a guess.
Okay. Well, he's talking about it's whack. Well, no. Wait. What did he call them? So you got to, hey, family, you got to catch the language. Watch this. I'm going to get them.
Quote unquote, repatriating slaves on these ships to Liberia. Guess what the African Americans did when they got there?
They were not African Americans, my boy. They were Americo-Liberians. They not us either. I know I get them. Now, I would have cooked them. I'd be like, yo, they got African Americans over there? But yo, that ain't nobody was African American at that time. We were Negroes and colored. And those people were Americo-Liberians, my boy. So what did the Americo-Liberians do? They're not us either.
Have a guess.
What's that?
Hurt people hurt people. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Why can I be blessed with these tethers calling here? I get the bad tethers, the tethers that don't know shit. And I would like this tether right, the educated class, to call in and tell me about Liberia. Tell me that there were African Americans over there, and tell me all this Liberian history that he knows nothing about. Not enough. I will cook him so bad.
No, slow down. I'm familiar about the foundational Black Americans that went to
Liberia. No FBAs went there.
Okay, that's not the story that I heard. Okay, the story.
I'm telling you firsthand. I'm telling you firsthand, bro.
So you're saying listen, we don't have a track record or a history of going places and hurting people.
Brother, I am telling you and educating you right now.
Okay, educate me. Tell me. Go ahead. Yes. I'll look. Look, I'm open to it.
Yeah, look it up.
Hey, Flight, you might want to invite me into that panel. Come over here, invite that tether back over, and we could just discuss Liberia exclusively.
Look it up. The African Americans that were sent on multiple ships back to Liberia. Remember, Liberia, liberty, freedom. That's the reason why they were sent, because there's so much hope of African Americans getting the fuck out of this place and having their own shit.
Wait, what? Hey, yo, he's botching history, your family. Yo, I'm over here trying to read the chat, and every time I read the chat, he say something dumb like African Americans. He say dumb like slaves went to Liberia, and now he says some more dumbness.
Look it up. Look it up. The African Americans that were sent on multiple ships back to Liberia.
There's no back to. We never been there before.
Liberia, liberty, freedom. That's the reason why they were sent, because there's so much hope of African Americans getting the fuck out of this
he
place.
Is flat out lying. Yo, majority of the blacks or the majority of the Americo-Liberians who were sent, free blacks who were sent to Liberia, it wasn't even, they had no choice. That's called forced migration. They had no choice. Like, they didn't even know where they were going. Like these dudes were literally purchased out of slavery and shipped to Liberia. They're like, yo, what's going on? They just like happy that, they just like, hey, we're not in slavery no more. This must be better. But they had no heads up of a Liberia before they went there. You hear me? These free blacks that was sent by the ACS had no knowledge of a place called Liberia. They just knew they would get out of slavery and they had to get out of America. And they ain't got a choice. Or go back to slavery, basically. That's the choice.
And having their own shit, there was a whole bunch.
But hold on, I'm missing some stuff. So Telvin Jones said the year was 1472 when the Romans met the Nigerians. 20 years later, 1492, Columbus found the land across the Atlantic. And let me see, I'm missing, trying to read the new folks. Telvin Jones, let us know, are you from the lineage? Are you of the lineage? Or you just you're just browsing by? When I said the lineage, can you tie your lineage back to slavery? Same thing, same question for you, American Copper.
Tens of thousands, if not millions, of African Americans have picked up.
Not millions.
Do your research first before you rebuttal.
Yeah. Okay, you see, this is why I commend Top Flight for but this is how he gonna get better, because this is how I get good. This family. This is how most people get good when they're not a scholar. Like you're gonna learn on the job. Some people gonna catch you off guard, and you're gonna fact check it, and then you go, oh, that nigga was lying, and you're gonna try to get him back on, but he's not gonna come on because he know he lied. You're gonna get him. So like Brother Reggie, so what they're gonna do is they're going to so you're just prepared for the next one. Because that lie he's spewing, there's like 40 other people who are gonna say the same thing. So yeah, you took one for the team right there, but your learning experience, you know what I mean? You're gonna get there. So just get ready because you don't know what the they're gonna say until you speak to them. And when you keep speaking to them, and you keep speaking to white supremacists and Afrocentrics, eventually you're gonna learn like the argument that they pretty much regurgitate for the most part. But he's lying.
Yeah, but we know it wasn't millions. We know it was.
Do your research before you rebuttal, brother. I promise you, just do your research. They get over there, and you know what they did? They start enslaving the indigenous Liberians. Imagine that shit. So guess what? In Monrovia,
hell no, that's
don't rebuttal if you do not know, my brother. I promise you, I'm not telling anything to you to lie. I have no skin in the fucking game. I'm just telling you that as a people collect.
Hey yo, dude is flat out lying, yo. Enslaved. All right, now if you say treating them bad, made them a second-class citizen, things like that, or even a caste system, okay. But now they're enslaving them. All right, dude. Miss Chantel, exactly. Let me give Miss Chantel a lineage wrench. Miss Chantel, with that lineage wrench, you must give a lineage like to the video.
We do some fucked up shit to each other. Listen, look, you can say no all you want. The facts are there. When you research it, you feel free to reach out to me or however we do it on this platform, and we can have another discussion. Listen, that's happened for multiple years to the point where people today in Liberia will call the people who came from Africa, came from America to Liberia, they call them the Congo people. You can't find that online, by the way. That's only if you go to Liberia, you'll know that. They call them the Congo people. When I first heard them, what do you mean, what's Congo people?
Yeah, you're Congo. Dude what's his dude name? Joey. I ain't gonna be able to find him. I wish he would have had like his social media handle there. Yeah, I would have loved to cook him with those lies. Like y'all don't know, Liberia is my thing. The whole Liberia, ACS, Pan-Africanism, all that.
People. What do you mean Congo people? You're from America. I said I'm not from America. But hey, so you call black people from America, Congo people? Yeah, but wait, hold on. Congo, DRC, Congo's down there. And we got Congo Republic is over there. Why they're not from the Congo, but that's what we call them. So why'd you call them that? Well, they were one of the reasons why there's so much oppression. Ouch. And when it came to Samuel Doe, well, if you know anything about Samuel Doe, he wasn't very well educated, and he was a leader. And that's when the war started in Liberia from God knows how many years. People getting their arms chopped off, legs amputated, whole bunch.
Okay. Can you tie your lineage back? I guess that's proof, but I'm just asking, can you tie your lineage back to slavery? Yes or no?
Amputees. When you go to Sierra Leone and Liberia, you see a whole bunch of amputees.
I gotta stop you because it was some cap. There's some cap going on, bro.
Brother, don't use that with me, bro. Like I'm telling you, if you've gone to Wikipedia, or if you've gone to any of that,
this is from a Liberian lady.
All right.
Okay, it says this is another piece of propaganda.
Tanilo, are you also a lineage
that has been consistently repeated? Listen, it says leading the people to believe it is truth. However, the reality is quite different. The returnees did not enslave the natives upon their arrival. Instead, they recognized their differences from the natives and chose to form their own distinct communities.
How do you think they did that?
Yeah, he cooked them. You see? Yeah, but he was, do your research, like he was acting like that's why I say, man, I would have killed him. Because I already heard this argument from Tethers already. So like I'm well seasoned. So I would have, I'm seasoned like some goddamn collard greens. I would have cooked him some good collard greens.
Separate from them. Now, stop. Now, the shit you said, That shit is I can disagree because that's not how we move. We don't have a track record of that. Slow down. Just don't be emotional.
No, I'm not emotional. I'm just like, I'm trying to educate.
Big ass beat.
We don't have that's not in our spirit. Okay. Now this sounds a lot more plausible. Okay. Instead, they recognized their differences from the natives and chose to form their own distinct community separate from them. It is essential to note that the natives themselves segregated based on tribe and language, resulting in 10 distinct ethnic groups at that time, etc. This is from a lady from Liberia.
I'm trying to tell you, brother, like, I'm well versed in this stuff. And
no, you're not. You said slaves, you said African Americans, and you said what's the other lie you did? Bro, you said a whole bunch of stuff, man, that was wrong. You're not well versed in that.
I'm reading that source. There's another source right here.
Can you just bear with me 1 second? Can I just add something very quickly?
Sure.
You see Israel, right? You see how Israel...
Okay, nah. See, we don't do those rabbit holes. But yo, why didn't he just read his source? Like as the FBA guy was, our lineage brother was reading his source, why ain't the tether say, all right, let me Google some stuff real fast to prove him wrong. Why is he the only one still talking? That's all they do is lie. Come on, let's load it.
Is in Palestine, right? Right? And the Treaty of Versailles wasn't designed for them to have their own state. They were supposed to live in Palestine, right? You've seen how they've expanded over the many decades, correct?
Yes.
Right? My question to you now, because let's not pretend that we don't have a fucking nasty part of us as well. We do. We are great, and we're also scumbags too to each other. It's a fact. We've been scumbags to each other, man. Like everybody has.
Who's we?
Right.
I'm talking about
lie again.
Us as black people.
Stop me right there. I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about lineage. I'm talking about foundational.
I'm happy you're talking about lineage, because if you talk about lineage, you talk about identity. When it comes to being in Africa, listen to me carefully, brother. When it comes to being in
Africa, at some point he's going. I feel like he's going to crack and just go full tether. Let's see.
Africa, what is tied to identity is land. There is no way. Yes.
So what are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying.
Yes, right. Identity.
Our land is America.
Right yeah. Wait, hold on. You can't. You're saying this is our land. You can't.
Here we go.
Come to me and.
I told you. Look, God, am I right all the time? I said at some point I feel like he's going to go full tether. He just did it. The land thing. He went. This ain't our land. Yeah, he went full tether. He's going to deny the obvious. This is our land. It's always been our land. You dig? America always been our land. United States always been our land. Now all of a sudden it's not our land. So now we say, okay, so is Jamaica not the land of the Jamaicans? Because the same way they got there, we got here. The same way the Brazilians got to Brazil, the same way Dominican, just Haitians, just name it. So, but they'll just cherry pick and be selective and say, no, just you guys don't have a land, even though they ended up where they at the same way you did, but you guys don't have a land. Everybody else do. And this is why we must delineate.
And say to me, hey, Joe, there's like 11 square miles over there. That bit is yours. You don't have that ability. It's different in Africa, right? My family, there's 2,700 of us in agility, 2 agilities that we built in Nigeria. Please go to visit as well, by the way. We'll look after you, right? Let me tell you something. When if you come and try and build a house, you just came as you, top flight TV, say, hey, Joe, man, I want to go buy a house. I said, all right, cool, I can help you. And you say to me, nah, don't worry about it. I'm just going to go, I'm going to find some land I'm going to build right there. No one's on it, right? You will probably get killed very quickly because that land is connected to a family name or a family member. Somebody owns that land. So this land that you said that they made this space for themselves to now go and set up their settlements. Do you think there was no bloodshed over that? Now, if you have never been to Nigeria or any place in Africa,
hold on. Let me just. It's a couple of things in the chat. Okay, so Sinalo don't want to answer that question. So Sinalo don't want to answer the lineage question. No problem. That means you're probably not from our lineage. Shelly 777 says, good, now stay there. So that sounds like a lineage response. So let me give Shelly 777 a lineage wrench. And now, Shelly, all I ask in return, give us a lineage like solar. The eyes are useless if the mind is blind. Facts. Mr. AMG, salute, brother. I'm new to the channel. Dude is yeah, bro. Listen. He's irritating me too. Right. So I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench. I don't know. Is solar is a lineage, but let us know. I gotta go eat. Your mom tricked you.
You cannot even conceptualize how deep and intrinsic land is to family. They didn't buy it. Do your research, man. Look, just do your research, man. Like, it's not what you think. Trust me. There is a big, massive.
What isn't what I think? What isn't what I think?
This is what you just said. You didn't know about 10 minutes ago. You come across the first Liberian woman to tell you that wasn't the case, to try and debunk something.
I've heard the Liberian story. I've heard that story many times. I've never heard it said like that. I'm very familiar with the Liberian. Yeah, that was a fraction. It was not millions.
Revised.
They're not shipping millions
version of
nobody nowhere except Mexicans.
It was like 12,000
back in the day. So that's crazy.
He's bugging.
But I heard the Liberian story many times.
How do you think they shipped approximately 22 million Africans from the West Africa into America?
They didn't do that, bro. We didn't come here 22 million. And that's called procreating. We end up becoming that much. We were like here, like when we were free, we were like 4 or 6 million deep. You dig? But initially we came here, we didn't come in millions. Like we grew to millions. We grew to 22 million around like the 1950s. Like, dude is wild.
That's not true neither, Holmes. That's
not true. It was even more than that. What are you talking about? Listen, man, I love you. I swear to God I do. But we have got a lot to fucking learn.
My man, I know you're very well educated. I'm not the most sharpest knife in the book, but everybody knows at this point there was 3% of Africans that made it here from Africa. 3%.
Right. So guess what? What is 3%? What is 3%? Right? If 3% is approximately 22 million, what is 100% of that? So where's the other 97% gone?
That story is up in the air.
I think it's a new point anyway. The point what I was making is that there's people that have pulled across, and those people that came across, they managed to get to Monrovia as repatriating slaves, and those people in Liberia were oppressed, beaten, and they ushered in.
Not by
Oh my God, yes it was, bro. Like there's elders in villages that will tell you these stories. If you've never been there, if you've never been there, you can't talk. If you've never been there, you just can't talk about it. And all you can do at this point is listen, take heed, and think, wow, I didn't know that. How can I verify this? The only way you can verify any of what I'm telling you is fucking get on a plane and get over there, and you'll be loved, I promise you. Like, you go there, you will be loved. You ain't gonna you cannot come across with the same culture that you have. You have to,
What culture is that?
Whatever culture if I'm coming from Great Britain, whether you're coming from India, whether you're coming from China, you can't come over unless you're flipping white because of the post-colonial mentality, but that's a whole different topic. You can't come over, right, with the brash, the disrespect of like, hey, like, let me shake your hand. Because some countries you go to, you can't shake a woman's hand. Some countries you got to prostrate to an elder. You got to put your chest to the ground when you meet an elder, bro. So you have to, before you go, make sure you do your research on the cultural values so that you can tie in.
Who is enslaving the Liberians now? Is it Foundational Black Americans?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Who is enslaving the Liberians now?
Oh, no, that whole fiasco is stopped, but they're very upset with the poor governance. So if
no, you're saying there's no slavery in Liberia right now in 2025?
Absolutely not. No. Slavery got abolished this is going to fuck you up. Listen to this one. You see Mauritania. I spent time in the workshop, right? Fucking racist. Imagine, they're in South Africa's racist. Imagine in Africa, West Africa, yeah? No workshop. I can't believe I've been on here for this time. No workshop, right? I'm there in the workshop. They're fucking racist, bro. I'm engaging with some UN peacekeepers. Okay? You know what I found out over there? They were on holiday. I don't know why anyone will go on holiday to the workshop. Some people like it. I definitely don't, right? These people, you know what they shared with me? They shared with me that slavery was abolished in Mauritania in 2008.
All right, now I gotta stop you though, because
yes,
I like to pull up sources. Okay, so it says while Liberia's constitutions prohibit slavery, modern slavery, including forced labor and human trafficking, persists in the country. The Global Slavery Index estimates 16,000 people in Liberia experience modern slavery.
So there is a class system in many of these countries, right? Listen to me carefully, because I'm only going to be educating. My wife, listen to me, my wife works on human trafficking globally, okay? In fact, Atlanta is the hub of the world for human trafficking. So guess what? Did you know in Liberia, because I can come up with another fact, in Liberia, at the time when I was there, the last time I was there, 2015, that was the last time I was there, it was 88% of women had been raped. It's on the billboard.
We talking about Liberia right now, homie.
I'm talking about Liberia. I just said to you, Liberia. You'll see billboards in Liberia said 80% of been raped. The point what I'm getting at, if you don't understand the cultural nuance, like in Mali or even in Nigeria, you actually have people live in your house. You have people who are helpmates living in your house. That's not slavery. That's white people trying to justify why they're not giving reparations by saying that you guys have slavery. No, we don't. We never had slaves like that. We've had skirmishes. We've had bloodshed. Yes. But persistent slavery? No, we haven't had that. Nope. We've had skirmishes like slavery, 400, 500, 1,000 years of slavery. No, we ain't done that shit. We never done that shit. We've conquered. For example, like if you had your tribe and you want this land, you will have the fight. Whoever wins, they win the land, and then we'll take the wives and then we'll pregnate them, and then we'll now usurp that land. That's how it was back in the day. The Europeans done it, the Mexicans, everyone's done that on the world, right? But the class system that I'm talking about is very different, and they try to justify the class system. People who can't go to school, they need money. So what do? You pay them, they come, they take care of your house. They even have their children live in your house or a house.
I got it. All right, I got it. I appreciate you, homie. I appreciate it.
Man. Yeah, man. I'm going to jump out. Love and respect, man. Always. Absolutely, man. Now, I don't know how to get off of this. So if you can just press the button, I don't know what.
We got to get you back on, homie.
Man. Reach out to me, and I'd love to have a one-on-one with you where we could talk properly. I'm not trying. So you realize I'm not trying to one up you or anything. I'm just really trying to.
But you got to bring some. You can't just talk. You got to bring some.
I'm sitting in my car, bro. I can bring real facts. But what's the fact? I'm coming from cosmology. Listen, I leave this with you. You see how this is what science can do. Science can tell you about the drum, what the drum is made out of, the frequency that the drum beats on. It can tell you about the skin of the drum. It can tell you how old the drum is from carbon data, but it will never be able to tell you the meaning of the drum to the ancestors because it's not measurable. That's where I speak from, brother.
Right.
So, yeah, man. I catch you, man. Love.
I love, homie. Peace. Family. That was nice. Hey, somebody come up here and talk real quick. I gotta pee. Somebody come up here and talk real quick. The link is in the chat. It was a lot to unpack, man. It's a lot to unpack. Yeah, I'm open to understand it. Listen, I'm open. I want to hear. Let me hear. But as I hear, I'm going to compare notes. And I'm going to continue to look into Liberia. But what we just saw from Liberia, my man is trying to say FBA went and enslaved Liberians. Now that's news to my ears. I've never heard such a thing. You dig? I have never heard such a thing. Somebody come up in here and talk real quick, man. I gotta pee like a racehorse. Let's look at these comments. I am with Team Trinity said, people just fall into two categories for me. People who are assholes and people who are not. Say what says science is flawed. Lineage is history, ain't. Victorious one says, listen to understand. Yeah, my man, he had a lot of knowledge, man, but sometimes too much knowledge can get in the way. You dig? Flor D. Capsil says, what racism are we speaking about when the slaves were enslaved by Arabs? Yeah, well, yeah, okay. American Indian says, we are the original people of America, not Africa. They can go back to Poland, Germany, Russia, etc., and be racist. No, we are definitely the original people of the Americas. That's definitely a fact. Yeah. Listen, man, listen. Great stream. Y'all hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. We're gonna come back with more of this. We're gonna have some more topics to talk about. I don't like to talk about a lot of old history. I like to talk about new stuff that affects us today. You dig? So shout out to everybody in the building, man. Tracy Chang, Victorious One, In the Trap with TK, Javon Scales. I am with Team Trinity. I appreciate y'all, man. Javon Scales says, where are the reparations for the war crimes committed against FBA? That's what we want to know, and that's what we here for. You dig? That's exactly what we want to know, because we need that. You dig? I'm out of here, man. Y'all be easy. Peace.
Okay, so now let's get to the tether you're gonna hate. All right. Hold on. Okay. Okay, what is this? What is this first?
Nigerian American that currently live in both worlds. I live in Nigeria and I live in US, and I go back and forth. This video has been going viral and has been circulating quite a bit. And I think a few people have sent it to me. So I wanted to just kind of take some time to express my comments and opinion about the video at the end of the video. Essentially, this video generally is talking about race relationships and the complicated relationships sometimes Africans have with African Americans when Africans migrate. I'm just going to talk specifically of US because that's what I'm most familiar with, or vice versa. So I think this video actually is part of the conversations that need to be had, and also part of like our healing journey of all the trauma that we have had, whether it's in Africa or in US, and kind of start the healing process and the cooperation of
they are trying to make it like it goes both ways.
Start being against
no
each other.
accountability.
So I think this video says a lot, and she expresses a lot with a lot of frustration,
no accountability,
with a lot of passion, with some anger.
Recently, I've been talking a lot about race relations on my channel, and some of the comments that I get are from Nigerians in Nigeria who talk about how if they were in America, all of the wonderful and amazing things that they would be able to do if they were in America. If I were in America, I would be rich, I would be famous, I would be this, I would be that, because you Black Americans are lazy, you Black Americans are this, you're
now
that.
Watch, wait. So when they say it both ways, you got to stop lying. All right. Now they're in Nigeria. How do they know we're lazy? Okay. How do they know that? See, it's projection. They made this shit up. They're team white supremacy. How do they know we're lazy? How do I know a Mexican in Mexico is lazy? How do I know goddamn Haitian and Haiti is lazy? How do I know? You would just make it up. It just hate.
You love the culture. I just got a comment the other day.
Hold on. So we got standard procedure. He said, when the American experiment comes to the end, where will you go to Scotland? I don't know what the American experiment. You got to explain that American experiment standard.
And I commented back to the person about their colonial mindset. Hello, everybody. I am doing this live, but I am doing this just to get this idea out so that I could jump back into the video that I'm editing because, listen, it's another day, another Karen. So I'm constantly having to battle Caucasians on one hand, and then now I have to battle Africans on the other. And you all know, listen, I love my Nigerian people. I am genetic.
Then you should love white supremacists then, because they're on the same team. Like, when did we realize that? When Tariq had his aha moment, when Yvette Carnell had her aha moment, when Dr. Cole Anderson has an aha moment, when you have your, oh, I get it. They're on the same team. They're just different sides. They're playing good cop, bad cop. White supremacists and tethers, they play good cop, bad cop with us.
Nigerian and Ghanaian. I just spent dirty December and just won't go home January in Ghana and Nigeria. And there's a pervasive thought that I continue to see over and over and over again. And that idea is that somehow there's something defunct and wrong with African Americans just because our trauma is different than your trauma. And as I was editing this video, I realized, listen, the only reason why your black ass would be able to come over to America and be able to do anything is because of the hard work, the blood, the sweat, the fighting, and the dedication of African Americans who on this soil changed this land. African Americans are the ones who got this country integrated. Let me explain something to you. White people in this country did not give us anything. We have had to take. And this is why you see what is going on in the news and the media right now. We took in the 1960s what it is that we had. We took their lynchings, their terrorizing, their burning down of our neighborhoods, and we continue to rebuild and rebuild and revisit and retwist and re-rise up what it is that we have done in this country. And the only reason why anybody can bring their black ass over here from another mother effing country is because what black Americans have done on this land. And I'm saying this as a person who is bicultural, whose father is not American, doggone it. My father is an immigrant, and he was able to come over to this country and do something in this country because of the black people who fought, who died, who bled, who were lynched on this land. So don't sit your black ass over there in some other goddamn country talking about what you would do in America. The only reason why your black ass didn't even get the F over here is because of what we have done. Doggone it. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. The reason why people are able to get onto the radios in America is because what black Americans have done, the culture that we have created with nothing. Nothing. We have been given nothing. Everything that we have in this country, we have because we have taken. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. So don't sit your black ass over there in your country where you're not doing what you need to do with your government. If anything, you should feel inspired. By African Americans, inspired to pick up your picket sign and take your ass off your seat and go out there in the streets and protest in your damn land.
That's what we ask for you. Be brave in your land.
Listen to what it is that I'm saying, because I was over there in Nigeria. I walked the streets of Lagos, Abuja, and where was it that I was? It was not Owerri. I was in. I'll just say Igbo land. I walked the streets and I saw what it was and I saw what it was like. And I talked to Nigerians, and part of the issue is that there is a docility that exists inside of the average Nigerian that I spoke to. Had a complacency and a docility that exists in there when it comes to their government. And then
doesn't sound like hard work.
And then, The nerve of anyone to suggest that because of the type of trauma that you experience in your country, the type of brainwashing that you exist in your country is different than the type of trauma and brainwashing that we have existed in this country, that somehow that makes you better.
That legacy. Hey, Pinky, you're wasting your time. That person is a woke person that believes the universe is a religion. Like, I know people like that.
No. Part of the reason that Nigeria looks the way that it is right now is because Europeans ran roughshod over that country. Europeans ran roughshod over Nigeria. Took down your symbols and put up their own, implanted you with their religion. Have you worshiping white skin.
Wow.
And then after they sucked and siphoned from the country enough, then they started implanting the leaders that they wanted, who would fulfill their white supremacist agenda.
I don't agree with that part. They just left. And these folks chose their own leaders. Matter of fact, let's listen. Folks got to stop revising history. White folks, again, it depends what year we're talking. White folks really went into contract, again, what year we're talking, but white folks went into contract with these countries to get the resources. Like Ibrahim Traoré, contract with the French, contract with the Russians. So like to escape bad contracts and accountability that you sold your people out, they like to, and some tethers and Afrocentrics like to revise history and always see the white man came and took it. They've been businessmen since the beginning of the translated slave trade, white folks and Africans. Again, that was a business deal, the slave trade. Two sides came together and agreed, and they did business. And they continue to do business. And it just favors white folks because these folks are bad. The other side are bad at business. Like they love and worship white folks so much. When they do business, they'll let the white man have the best deal where it benefits them the most.
And so now you have government officials who don't give a good goddamn about the average Nigerian because they take their money and they put their money abroad.
That's right.
And they leave you there without lights.
They don't
24 hours a goddamn day. Meanwhile, they got lights. Yep. I've been to Banana Island. I see what rich Nigerians live like. Speaking of which, if I were to come to Nigeria with my American mindset, I would be rich in Nigeria because I'm not from Nigeria and I don't have the same type of indoctrination that Nigerians have. So when you start trying to say that you will come over to America.
That part is cap. I don't agree with that. Nigeria is ran by Nigerians. There's no foreign indoctrination on them. They're not constantly being surveillance and monitored and governed like us over here. They are free to run their own country, to do their own politics, to be a democracy, to be a goddamn communist country. They are free to do whatever they want. Ain't no white man over there making them do nothing. We're being governed, surveillance. We're being regulated. We're being policed. You dig? Over policed, and no comparison. So some things she's saying is true, and some things she's saying is like Afrocentric.
And do all this and bravo.
Anthony McDowell, welcome to the channel. Let me give you a lineage,
in a different way.
Anthony, all I ask, and
if I went to listen, I was in Nigeria 3 weeks before I made it over to Banana Island. And when I spoke to one of my Nigerian friends, I didn't realize how difficult of a thing that is for the average Nigerian. So don't sit there and start talking about how you would do so much different. If anything, this is the time right now that we need to come together. Instead of being in your colonial programming and mindset, instead of that, release those shackles. Release those shackles and realize that what African African Americans are doing and have done in this country is remarkable. It is revolutionary.
Fact.
We have changed this world, goddammit, because if it wasn't for African Americans, black people would still be in the goddamn zoo. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. Listen, we are all African.
No, we're not.
My ancestors were kidnapped Nigerians and kidnapped Ghanaians. We are all African.
Okay, so again, that's the Pan-Africanist, that's the Afrocentric lie. Okay, that's a lie. There's no kidnapping. There's a transatlantic slave trade, and that's how the bulk of all of us became diaspora and blacks. The kidnapping lie, again, that's to not give, that's not to hold Africa accountable of their role in the transatlantic slave trade. And we're not going to revise history. If you're going to, what did Usher say? If I got to tell it all. Stand there, cry. You got to tell it all. Tell all of the truth.
All of us. So don't be jealous because our ancestors were stolen and yours were left back there. Did you want to go through this?
Okay, that's another lie. We were not, see, family. I'm trying to just be cool today, like not all crazy. Listen, that's a lie. We were not stolen. White folks did not come over and steal hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of nobody. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie that tethers tell. That's a lie that Afrocentrics tell. But white folks themselves, they definitely ain't gonna go with that shit. Where they just the bad guy. Ask the average white historian. Did white folks come over and steal people in Africa was just a victim? You dig? They just filed a goddamn burglary claim or some shit, kidnapping. Nah. White folks be like, hell no, you ain't gonna make us look bad by ourselves. You know, white folks are the king of snitching. White folks like, and snitching ain't bad. Snitching is holding you accountable. White folks are the king of that. Like, nah, when something happened and they did something, Smouse is also involved, another race, shit, they're like, shit. We are not taking this charge by ourselves. Again, it's just a bad faith lie. But I want to hear his response. The hell was she talking? Now she lying.
Result in forsaking. I mean, my father was not born and raised on this funky land. He was not born and raised in the mental slavery, the drudgeons thereof.
Wait, well, why would our land be funky when literally their land is funky? Yeah, so let's get Pat. Yeah, she's giving tether vibes at this point. She might not be. She might. Is she coming off as she was just born here? I don't believe she got any lineage. She's coming off like too tetherish.
If anything, I prefer to the eye. They tell you how they feel. They show you how they feel with their policy.
Yeah, she is not cooking. I mean, she did okay at first, but she went off. All right, he's talking right now.
Listen, I'm gonna get off of here. I want to hear your comments below.
He tried to go viral.
All right, guys. So that's kind of generally the video. So I'm gonna give my opinion on this. There is a lot that she shared. She's obviously an intelligent woman. Delivery, I hope people don't get the message lost in her delivery style.
She was not informed.
But my opinion on this, being that someone
to be honest, like that was like kind of a Tether safe video. She was like protecting the feelings of Tethers who might watch the video, really, because there's a lot of capping
in both worlds. Definitely someone that has went through a little bit of even of an identity kind of challenge in figuring out like what is my relationship between Black people and Africans? Who am I? Am I like a African American? Am I a separate African American than
dude, are you part of the lineage? No. There you go.
Than the African American that their parents is not an immigrant, or am I different, or are we all together at once? And this is like a complicated thing that a lot of people go through. But overall, I think the message is, number one, I think the typical African does not have no clue about like Black history, what Black people have had to do. They have no idea.
This is a cop-out. You don't need to know our history. You don't need to learn our history to respect us. Hold on. This is a cop-out because how you know nothing about us, but you know we're lazy? So, I mean, like you either know nothing or you know something. So you can't have it both ways because this is just Tether explaining. Like, dude, either they don't know about us or they do. Now he'll say all this, they don't know your history, but they know we lazy. So so where did that ideology come from? Where that thought come from? We're just lazy. Like, come on, man. Like they know who we are. Like they dressing like a mug over there. You did. I showed the videos yesterday. Like you would swear these dudes in Compton or New York somewhere, but they don't know our history. Stop it.
They don't know anything about segregation. They don't know about civil rights.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's 2025. First of all, Nigerians are like the tech people of the world. Yes, they do. Let me see. Chat. Let's go up a little bit. Okay, so Gary says large numbers over the border mentioned by Obama equals slowly Mohicans. Larry Peace, he says most of these places run their countries into the ground. Facts. Verlaine says all we are to them is a come up. Facts. They step right on our necks to get out of the barrel. Ricardo says salute. EJ Luscious says they have religious strife in Nigeria, Muslims and Christians. EJ, I'm gonna throw you a lineage wrench. Just go ahead and lineage like the video. Thank you. Four Lane says I read that. No, Four Lane says he says all immigrant groups. FBA is a come up. Yep, facts. The Maha travel guy says a Nigerian with an FBA channel. Damn, y'all are slick. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Dude. Okay. Word to Tuskegee Airmen. Quam. Shot Legacy. She turned me off. Now, yeah. She wow. She started off cooking a little bit, and then she started to remember like her father, and she said, "Okay, let me relax. Let me not hold him too accountable." All right. They're lazy. They're lazy, so they think we're lazy. Right, Pinky. It's all projection. That's like a perfect term. Projection for them.
Movement. They don't know about the bombing of the Oklahoma City. They don't know all the challenges
and
that
they don't
Black
need to know all the
face
challenges
in U.S. I think they don't know about the mass incarceration of like Black people.
They don't need
know
to.
about the drugs. They don't know about all of this stuff. So when they come,
the system's still broken.
Like Nigerians, migrate to like
so again,
US,
if they don't know anything about it, why are they coming with negativity? Right? Why don't you just give us a fair shot? You don't know anything about us, but you're pessimistic. You know what I mean? Your pessimism shows. Stop it. This is explaining.
Don't have all of those background knowledge. They see the effects of some of the things that has happened, and they judge people based on those effects without taking a closer look on why are these people.
Cool. Exactly. So we must delineate. That ain't cool. That's not excusable.
The way they are. I also think the environments that they go to kind of play an impact. Most people probably go to like a majority white populated area with a small population.
Where the hell is majority white?
Or maybe some of them live in the ghetto, so they see a different side of like Black people. So they don't have like the complete picture of like Black professionals and different types of stuff.
Wait. Okay, so we're not Black professionals. Then the stereotypes about us is true. Like, dude, stop it. Again, you can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and say they know nothing about us, but then they're able to draw conclusions and make assessments and draw opinions about us. Like, stop it. All right, no more tether explaining. Now let's get to this tether right here. This is what I want to bring y'all to. This is probably gonna piss you off the most.
At the Okoli love
is here.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Make sure you hit that like button and please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements before we bring on our guests. Nigeria. We are rolling to Nigeria in 3 weeks. If you are a last-minute person, if you're like, Dynast, I got to get away like Southwest Airlines, visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Again, we're rolling to Nigeria August 3rd to the 12th. Then we're going to Zanzibar, September 21st to the 30th. So if you're interested in joining us in Zanzibar, once again, please visit donfo.africa. Then Namibia and South Africa in November. Again, in Namibia and South Africa in November. And then after that, we are going to, that's November 7th through the 18th. Then we're going to end the year off in Sierra Leone.
Watch what he said about himself.
Sierra Leone will be December 20th to the 29th for the first step for citizenship. Sierra Leone, the citizenship program is back on. They made it a little bit more difficult to get your citizenship. The days of just pulling up and leaving with your passports, those days are now over. So you have to come twice now when it comes with Sierra Leone, and you have to wait a year between each visit. So yeah, if you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Without further ado, we're bringing on Prince Jay Spates. You know, we're both princes. You know, me in Nigeria, Jay is in Benin.
Oh yeah. No, this dude is definitely a tether. Okay, but these guys are princes. Like, this is the Princess Amunda bullshit. He's a prince. The guy's coming on his channel as a guest. He's a prince. They all princes.
Republic.
Now they'll be pouring cow piss on their head, and you're acting like this is cool.
Kingdom of Alada, which, you know, I've been to several times. Interesting fact about Alada, it is the home of Salvatore, the Haitian revolutionary. Now, some people say he was born there. Some people say his dad is from there. And Toussaint was born in Haiti. But again,
Toussaint, that was the name I couldn't remember yesterday.
Maïna Bello, she says that he was actually
I couldn't remember Toussaint. Didn't Dessalines come first?
Benin Republic and Alada. So
and Toussaint came to restore.
Today we're going to be discussing
what do I got it back?
Another term to delineate Black Americans. You know, FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Yeah, another acronym. FBA for name.
Now look, they worried about us. What we got going on. What about your acronyms? Remember, y'all not all Nigerian. Some of y'all this, some of y'all that. Y'all a whole bunch of shit over there.
Foundational Black Americans has been very popular. The original was ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery. Well, actually, that's not the.
And let me say this old hating dude. None of these guys' channels pop without our name and a title. So I'm looking at his channel. This failure has 118 subscribers, right? He has 118,000 subscribers. I got like 1,200, 1,300, and we're doing the same numbers, except for when he put FB in the title. We're pretty much doing the same numbers. He has 110,000 more subscribers than me, and we're doing the same numbers. 114,000 more, 116,000 more subscribers than me. We're doing the same thing. And he only gets numbers when he mentions FBA in his title. This is his most watched video. I'm looking at his channel. This is his. I didn't pass 12 live feeds right now. Okay, now we're in a month, right? So this is, and look, the other one where he got some views. He got Black Americans in the title. So this dude only gets views And tethers are realizing that. Their success, they're still tethering onto us. They realize they cannot be successful content creators without us involved one way or another.
The original. We were Negro, we were Black, then it was African American, then here came FBA.
Why you keep saying we?
Now ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery.
You got the timeline all messed up.
Prince Spates is gonna discuss. We're gonna have a discussion in regards to a new
undermining
African North Americans. So without further ado,
did this dude? Okay, so look, I can tell where it's going. So any nut who comes on the internet and say, no, we are the grassroots Black Americans, the GRBA. One nut says that, a tether say, hey, look, another acronym. That's all he's doing, bro. Stop it. There's nothing behind that.
What's up, Prince?
Hey, so Prince, I see where it's going.
I'm good. How are you?
All right, you forgot colored.
Say that again? Oh, and color. I forgot about color.
Yeah, color, nigga. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
So y'all already see where it's
color.
going.
Yeah, I forgot color was in there as well. I forgot about color.
That was the least of them all.
Hey, hold on. I just peeked that in the chat. So T-Lab says, you Black American, come Africa. We waited for you. Michael Green says, Africa hasn't always been Africa. So, right. MD, peace. I seen an iconic piece, man. To that mill that's okay. So Sky Gill talking about to the tether. Sky Gill, I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench, and anybody who's part of our lineage, just tell me. So I'll give you a lineage wrench. If you're not, you don't get one. And I'm gonna know. I'll know. So you can lie, but I'll just read your comments. I'm in the chat gonna know. So if you're a fake lineage member, and you get a wrench, you got to basically cosplay like you're one of us. Because the minute you say something sideways, they're gonna put you on notice, and we're gonna just take your wrench, and that's it, and maybe time you out for 24 hours. So it's a light fix. All right, listen, this is gonna be an undermining show right here. Y'all already see the vibe.
Right, color.
That was quite a bit of alphabet soup you listed off over the centuries, and I call it that, and that's exactly what it is. We, in my opinion, have yet to come to settle on an identifier that speaks uniquely to our experience that other people can't step into and co-opt, and that yet doesn't separate us from the diaspora as well. Okay. And that's what I want to speak to you about today.
Well, Jay, let's get into your story a little bit first, so people know who you are. If you can introduce yourself and how we met.
Well, I met Prince Dinas first through YouTube, because he was always visiting what would become my kingdom, the kingdom of Al-Ada. And by the way, according to all the, in my opinion, credible sources in Benin, the prince's father, who was the direct descendant of the first king of Al-Ada, he was a grandson, sent the grandson on a slave ship to learn what was going on across the ocean. And of course, when they weighed anchor and got out to sea, they just put him down with the rest of the slaves.
We gotta get to it.
I think they should have stepped in.
I do think that the assembly leadership, namely the assembly speaker, Robert Rivas, should have, intervened. In effect, he sided with the Black Caucus.
How do you, the advocates, the supporters, how do you all move forward here? What are the next steps?
The next step for us is to keep pushing to hold the California Legislative Black Caucus accountable.
We tried to get a response.
Just a little further. I want to get them just talking. Oh damn! They got a panel full of tethers
across the board. Then they have to simply be voted out and moved out of the way. And it's sad to say that we're not that organized to do that.
All right, go ahead, Wale.
So let me guess. He's supposed to be FBA, but he's going to undermine us the whole time. He's going to represent us.
Good day to you. And
he's going to undermine us.
Yeah, good day to you. I had a thought.
Oh, thank you. I'm good. I'm actually very good. I had a thought about something I heard you saying, speaking on a regular basis, and I came across the concept of Burkina Faso.
Oh shit.
And it started out with the language. I was talking with one of my associates, and we were started out with the language. They're going to take the French out and, try to use their own language as far as the national language, right? And so I looked it up real quick, and there's 3 very largely used languages that are not French in Burkina Faso. There are 3 largely used languages, right? So I figured they're gonna pick one, and it might not get over well with the other 2, the people who speak the other 2. But usually in Africa, people speak 3 and more languages, so I'm sure it won't be a big problem. But then when I looked further into it, I found out that there are almost 60 languages in Burkina Faso, and it's less than the size of Texas. It has over 60 languages, and then it has almost that many ethnic groups, ethnic tribes, they call them, right? Almost 60 ethnic tribes in a space that's as small as Texas, or not, bigger than Texas. So I'm thinking to myself, here they are in that little space. They right there. Nobody's separated them or nothing, and they don't have this. They have 60 languages on just like naturally.
Okay, so I'm guessing he's an elder.
Naturally, you don't have to know.
You're automatically an elder.
That's the definition she has of it there.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Let me back up.
America, it's included from Canada down to Panama, plus the
oh yeah, did y'all hear that voice? Yo, these guys let Ditso call in. Yo, Ditso is really a nut. Ditso, he has to be on a run from ICE. Yo, this dude is, they invited Ditso on. Ditso about to change the whole goddamn topic. They got Ditso on.
Out of the 15 nations, right? But the legacy of North African Americans, with the exposure,
like he just cut this off.
Exposure of
this was a nut.
The legacy exposure to 16 generations of enslavement in America. Here, that's the definition she has of it there.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Claire? No, can I ask you a question? Did slavery happen in just North America or South America as well?
It's not part of the discussion. It happened all over the world. We're focusing on us right here.
But you're saying us like that include, like, I don't include Mexican.
My whole premise is to have an identifier for African Americans in the United States, nowhere else, to separate us. And I said that at the top of the discussion, to extricate us from the diaspora, where we're unique but still part of it, to focus on our unique experience.
Okay, I mean, I'll pass the mic for now.
All right, go ahead, Bobo.
Could I pass the mic down and come back up? I'm almost at home. I don't want to have a lot of background noise.
No problem. Go ahead, Ditso.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine, Jay. Go ahead, Ditso. Mute yourself, Ditso.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I was going to put my camera on. I was doing something else while I was hearing. Thank you for having me. Hello, everyone. I'm just going to go simple on this. One, the concept of North America, as exposed by the only United States, it is accepted that is through Canada up to Panama plus parts of the Caribbean. That's one fact. Second fact, as you can see on the left and on the private chats here, I've already given at least 2 news, most recent news, that the SELEC, which is the Central American and Caribbean countries, have already pressured for at least the last 2 years Europe in regards to reparations. Not only that, but we see that last year, March, there was a binational meeting between Colombians and the United States, African descendancy of slavery, in Georgia, Atlanta. So riddle me this. How is it that 200 years afterwards, the North American and the Anglo-speaking is still trying to define themselves without even understanding that has already an enriched history on that process? It clearly shows to us that by saying, and by this so-called delimitation, is fed by a series of prejudices and a series of complete and utter nonsensical positioning in regards to the history of the Western Hemisphere, aka America, aka North, Central, South, and Caribbean. And the Anglo-speaking world seems to be fed into that prejudice. And it's sad. Not all of them, and I'm not generalizing because it's evident that there's a lot of people who are making the effort to understand that the reality, the circumstantial reality that happened on slavery here in the Western Hemisphere. But it seems that the loudest voices are the ones most filled with prejudice, and that is unfortunate. That's all.
Most filled with what?
Okay.
I didn't hear the last part. Most filled with what?
It seems that the voices, the loudest voices that can be heard on this type of subject are the ones that are most filled with privileges in regards to this object of this subject.
You said privileges?
No, well, privilege and prejudice.
Prejudice.
Okay.
Prejudice.
Could you expand on that just so I can understand what you're saying? I'm not grasping it.
So let me put it very straightforward. Here in the Western Hemisphere, aka America, aka Americas, aka North, Central, South, and Caribbean, the majority of slavery happened between what is today's Mexico, Central America, Caribbean, and South America. That's where the majority of descendancy of slavery is at. Hello, I'm one of them. I'm a mixture between, descendancy of slavery and indigenous people here in my particular country. That's fact number one. Fact number two, understanding that aspect of history eliminates the prejudice of entitlement and self-centeredness of the United States and enables a more broader approach. That does not mean we here don't know the history of what happened in the United States. The fact that contrary to us, slavery was not abolished right out the get-go of ratification of Constitution. That it needed to pass almost 90 years and then a civil war within your country for the abolishment of slavery. And then after that, 100 years of an apartheid state that inspired what happened in South Africa. And after that, we've been living in the last 60 some odd years where the United States reached the point of civil rights. So that.
Hey, Dinas, can I interrupt you, bro?
Well, hold on. Let him did so.
Let me finish. I'm almost done.
I got to pass it. 30 seconds, and I got to pass it to the Cuddy.
So in that term, Jay, that is what I'm referring to, filled with the prejudice. Gotcha. It's the prejudice of not understanding one's own history and the shared elements of history here in the Western Hemisphere. I'm not talking about Africa, I'm not talking about Asia, Europe,
right?
Yes.
Prejudice within our own communities as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
All right, go ahead, Cuddy. Jay, you gonna respond? First, you gonna respond, or?
Yeah, I would say the whole concept of having a globally respected identity is to know your history and understanding of the history of how you got to where you are, and a contemporary understanding of where you are collectively as a people and how you're perceived in your own countries, how you perceive your community, and abroad in general, and by other groups. Yeah, and we do have a prejudice within our own community that we, in the diaspora, that we really have to overcome as well. We're fighting on many levels within ourselves, within our immediate communities, and the broader diaspora. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes, that's a big problem. and we have to work it.
I hear you. I agree with you. So I just want to make one thing clear. I expanded Dr. Jackson's definition to the 16 generations of exposure here. Maybe I didn't say that at the outset, but I want to be clear about that. Thank you.
Okay, let me pass it. Go ahead, Cuddy.
Big salute, chat. Big salute, Diners. Big salute, panel.
Salute.
One love.
I'm gonna try to keep it on topic. You know, it's kind of crazy. You know, hearing about this, the delineation and FBA, and you know, all this is fairly new to me. You know, but I'm watching y'all over there going through it right now, so I'm like, that's the least identity. That's the least of Black people problems. You see, the people that's in charge of everybody on this panel right now, they over here fighting over resources. It's a fight over the world right now. So if you want to have a chance in the fight with the big dogs, you got to get out there in the field and get dirty. You know, you got to get around this world. You got to make connections, not just Africa, but globally. You know, and identify as whatever you want to identify as. That's the beauty of being outside of America. Only in America do you really need an identity, because when you leave America, you just an American. You know, no matter what country you go to, whether you Black, white, once they see that passport, well, in Africa, they ain't gonna know where you from until you tell them. But yeah, identity is the least of Black America problem. They need to focus on getting resources if they plan on building anything or making any kind of effect on the economy or getting any type of power, even to compete with the Latin community, because the main resource they got is human resources. You know, that's the problem now. You got cousins trying to defend they illegal cousins, which in our community, we won't even do that. Like OG said, we'll kill our cousin, shoot our cousin. So what everybody need to focus on is getting access to some type of resource, building you a product, because that's the only thing at the end of the day that's going to matter, that's going to be worth of value, something that you can pass down through your family to your kids. Identity should be the last of people's problems, and I think that's just a distraction for the Black community, so we won't compete on a global scale. They want to. Can
I respond to Cuddy? Yo, Cuddy, I feel you on that. Yeah, I mean that's exactly, and I do want to say this. You know, first, identity would not be a problem. It's hard to have a identity problem when you still have access to your native language, right? So if you still have access to your native language, and I don't mean you don't even have to speak it fluently, right? You could just know a few terms of it. But if you still are able to step into the hallway of your native language, it's hard to be walking around here having an identity crisis. As a matter of fact, you probably are going to be trying to attach yourself to whatever type of native or just invent whatever kind of story you can to try to make up an identity if you don't have your language, like we're doing here.
We do.
Right. That's exactly what we do. And one of the arguments against, like, matter of fact, these pretendians is that if African Americans were actual Native Americans, then why don't you speak Choctaw? Why haven't you inherited Choctaw like the actual Native Americans have? Why haven't you inherited Cherokee like the actual Native Americans have? And I don't want to hear that argument. Oh man, we was colonized because, we was enslaved because, hell, Africa was colonized and enslaved too. But the Africans over there still have access to their native languages, and they're not here struggling with this identity problem like African Americans are, right? So I mean that pretty much flies in the argument. I mean, they can't challenge that argument at all. And even if one individual African American goes and chooses it upon himself to learn Choctaw or Cherokee, that is immensely different from inheriting your language, such as the Native Americans here have on these reservations here. And I think it's very disrespectful to those colonized people. Even though they did own slaves, to sit here and try to, attach ourselves to them, right? Now, going back to this ANA thing, FBA, like I say, for me, all Black people are the same. Are African Americans their own tribe? Yes, they are, right? We're a tribe that's a unique tribe because all African Americans have blood probably of myriad actual African tribes within us, right? But as a consequence of events that happened in the past, in particular the transatlantic slave trade, and African Americans are their own tribe, right? But I do agree with Malcolm X such that African American doesn't just mean the Africans in America, though. I think that African American means every person of African descent, of legitimate African descent. I'm not talking about genetically ambiguous people, right? The people who have been so cross mixed as a result of colonization.
Man, dude, get it out. Hey, yo, what? Hey, chat, y'all probably thinking like me. What the hell are they talking about? And when you take Ditch so serious, when Ditch on your panel and he's taking serious, I know your panel ain't shit. What the hell are they talking about? A bunch of Texas ain't saying shit. Damn, I missed it. All right, so let's see. We got Solomon. He said to FBA's Nguni descendant in South Africa, and my people are Bantu people. I'm here not begging anyone to. All right, no, that's cool. A salute to you. You dig? Yeah, English is our language. I don't know why they do that shit. Admixture says scamming pan, scam African. Admixture, I'm gonna throw a lineage wrench at you. Just like the video in return. Even the Bantu guy, you could like the video. But the wrench is for FBAs.
Their originality has been completely lost, right? I'm just talking about people who you can legitimately look at and say, okay, he's obviously a black person. He's obviously African. Those people are African Americans, so whether they're on the Caribbean, whether they're in Haiti, Guadeloupe, or whatever, right? And so this whole FBA.
You saying Jamaicans are African American, correct?
Yeah. According to and going, he's going along. Yeah, like agreeing.
So agreeing with Jamaicans aren't speaking their native tongue right now, are they?
Hold on, let me respond to that, brother. No, Jamaicans aren't speaking their native tongue because, like I said, they were colonized by the British. But there are places in Jamaica that are still named like a chimpong, where the Maroons live in Jamaica. Is named after. That's a Chi or that's an Akan name, a chimpong. And even when you go to the Maroons, where they were free. Mind you, they didn't encounter they weren't colonized the way that the average Jamaicans were, meaning that they fought back and went and formed their own civilizations in the mountains and were able to cling on to their culture and have their language, and they don't have any kind of identity problem. They know exactly where they came from. They came from the Akan, even if they just have a small access to the Akan language, right? Which the Maroons don't. They have a pretty, they understand, they have a pretty kind of like the Gullah Geechee here in America. It's kind of like synonymous to the Jamaican Maroons.
So the Gullah Geechee know some of their language, 1 or 2 words, right?
The Gullah Geechee know way. The Gullah Geechee know way more than 1 or 2. The Gullah Geechee.
I think we kind
of. Hold on, brother. The Gullah Geechee have an extremely intricate and advanced language and everything. They even have a queen, for Christ's sake, right? Actual non-sovereign, sovereign queen that's recognized by the United States government, right?
So
why? Because they was able to clean. First of all, brother, like I say, do you speak Gullah Geechee? Are you in the Gullah Geechee society? What the hell are you talking about?
I'm Black American.
No, brother, that's not the same thing, right? If you didn't grow up in the Gullah Geechee society, then of course you don't have access to the language. No, brother, that was that argument was completely irrelevant. And mind you, let me give you my qualifications here. You're not just talking to anybody. And I think it's really important. For us to start talking about qualifications, because the internet has made us undermine our true intellects. People who have went and sat at the feet of experts and sacrificed their time and their finances to learn. And so now we're kind of learning from these pseudo crackpot intellects, right? So let me give you a little background, brother. I have a BA in philosophy, I have a BA in political science, and I also have a Juris Doctorate in law, right? So you know, and mind you, my concentration, my concentration in philosophy was language, which is why I read a lot of Theophile and Banga, and I thought about language a lot. And you can't separate language from history. So if you want to know the history of African Americans, hell, just look at what they're doing with the African language. Even I mean with the English language, the way that we use the English language. Hold on, brother. Listen, the way that we use the English language, we're constantly trying to turn it into an African language, which is why we duplicate things. We, instead of saying lit, we might say, oh man, that was lit. That's an African quality. It's called duplication. Matter of fact, in southern states, the African Americans tend to pronounce the AN sound.
Let me pass the mic. Prince, you wanna add to this? I gotta pass the invisible man in the bubble.
I want to go back to identity not being a problem. Identity is what got us here, separating us from our identity, our gods, our language, our folk ways, our more ways, and it's that separation that turned us into this people with the warring ideals within, the tension of who are we, and we're still defining ourselves, and it's going on for generations. We have yet to come to a rest on a solid identity. It starts with identity first. If you don't believe identity is a problem, what do you think is happening with the prison industrial complex?
What do you think of FBA?
How are government contracts let?
What do you think about FBA, sir?
I want to finish my point. We had government contracting. We had to have an identifier in there in these equal opportunity or remedial programs to allow for set-asides for African people, or people of African descent, for all minorities. Everybody piggybacked on that. If you don't think identity is a problem, look at how school children are singled out. Black school children, they're put in remedial classes even when the student is excellent. Identity is our major problem in the society. And Prince,
if I may, real quickly.
No, I want to finish.
In regard to
I want to finish,
saying.
please. Let me finish.
Please.
Let me finish. The Prince earlier mentioned Toussaint Overture. I had Bookman's Prayer, which is a prayer that was read the night before the Haitian Revolution started. And what's significant about the Haitian Revolution is that the enslaved people turned away from the European culture that was being forced upon them and the European gods and returned to the African gods. And they were able to overthrow the most powerful army in the world. And it had global implications. I'm going to read this prayer.
Amen, brother. Amen. I'm sorry to interrupt, but amen. Keep going.
Yeah. And this prayer is called Bookman's Prayer. And it was read over me. And Prince Dinas was there at my purification. To the God who created the earth, who created the sun that gives us light, the God who holds up the ocean, who makes the thunder roar, our God who has ears to hear. You are hidden in the clouds, who watch us from where you are. You see all that the white man has made us suffer. The white man's God asked him to commit crimes, but the God within us wants us to do good. Our God was so good, so just. He orders us to revenge our wrongs. It is he who will direct our arms and bring us to victory. It is he who will assist us. We throw away the image of the white man's God who is so pitiless. Listen to the voice for liberty that speaks within all our hearts. When they read that over me, something shifted internally within me. And I was more attuned to my ancestors than I had ever been up until that point in time. And identity is the problem. It is the problem. That's where it starts. That's where it begins. When you have no knowledge of your ancient gods, no knowledge of your language, part of you is cut off. You're cut off from part of yourself. Now, I want to go back and correct one thing I said earlier. I meant to say I'm not going to expand on Dr. Jackson's definition of legacy North African Americans. It applies to people born in America, U.S. born, period.
Okay, real quick question.
Hey, can I please say this before I leave? Please say this before I leave, brother. I'm about to get off.
Let me ask the question. Go ahead and I'll ask the questions.
Okay, yeah. Well, I wanted to say something about the 14th Amendment before I get off, right? Now, the 14th Amendment is the the constitutional provision that incorporates certain provisions of the Constitution and applies them to the states, right? And Donald Trump made a comment that the 14th Amendment was made, or in other words, it was incorporated to the states for African Americans. And that is overwhelmingly true. Anyone who has been to law school knows that that is true, because another name for the 14th Amendment are the Civil War amendments. All the provisions, there is certain Civil War amendments that happened after the Civil War. And the 14th Amendment is extremely important because what it did was incorporate basic fundamental provisions of the Constitution to the states, because at first certain fundamental provisions of the Constitution didn't even apply to the states. It only applied to the federal government.
Well, I can't.
So that allowed the states to violate the 4th Amendment, all kind of crap, right? And so that was still happening after the Civil War, because certain provisions of the Constitution didn't apply to the states. So the states were still allowed to oppress black people beyond measure. So they incorporated the 14th Amendment to the states to apply as well to the states, to keep them from doing all kind of crap to the to African Americans, which is important unless he gives up his citizenship or some shit like that. Yeah. Right. So that's all I want to say. I'm going.
Jay, just a real quick question.
If you say identity's not important, we were the only group, really, well, women that were identified in the Constitution as not being citizens.
Jay, one real quick question. Is identity a question?
Okay, yeah, they still and did so talk. That's hilarious. Yeah, listen, Ditso is at some point they're gonna realize he's a nut. Which screen is Ditso's?
Of language, cultural practices.
Oh, right there. He right there in the middle.
And or history.
Yeah, at some point they're gonna realize he's just babbling. They're gonna, because most people at some point, I don't know how he find our spaces, but he find all of our spaces. He joined the panel because we think he's gonna talk about. That's the topic. We think he's gonna, address the topic from like a Latino perspective, but he doesn't. He just changed the topic.
Spirituality that courses through our veins. That's what enabled our people to survive the slave trade.
Okay.
Can I get in here? Can I get in here?
Yeah. Sir. I'm speaking.
Just let me know when I can.
I'm speaking.
Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for a while.
Okay, but he asked me.
And that's the problem with having 10 people on the panel. Everybody has something to say. Everybody should say something, and they'll never get a chance to. I don't be joining no more panels like this. Unless the only way I'll do that if they let me speak, if I'm allowed to speak right away. So when I call in certain people channels and I get to speak right away, I'll join it. But if I gotta wait 1,000 years, I'm not even. I'm just ain't joining if I see all these folks.
Question. I'm answering the question.
Okay.
That courses the spirituality that courses through our veins. That's the common bond, our ancestral bonds. We need to know the gods of our ancestors, the language of our ancestors, if possible. But we also need to understand that we have this separate legacy here for the purposes of surviving in this country and getting our due. When I now wear, like Prince Dinus, African clothes, I went to Howard University back in the 70s. I was wearing dashikis and jewelry and beads. They were African clothes. I had no attachment to them other than that. Every piece of African clothing, every piece of jewelry I own now, I know who made it. Was made by my family, was made in my kingdom.
Family, I've been trying to see what he's on. This put 58 minutes in. I'll be trying to see what's he on. He just, I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. I'm not, I know in the back, I'm like distracted sometimes, but what is he on? I don't even know.
My beads laid on my family altar for 2 months before they were put around my neck. That anchors me to some place greater, to a much larger and greater experience. So
in my case, you're preaching to.
Hey, Dinus, have you read the book called The History of the Yorubas?
Oh my God.
I have that book.
All right. Let me see some chats. Cause I see we got some folks. So Judah has risen. Don't believe me. The Bible says study a matter before you reply. Yeah, the Bible definitely says that. Judah said, Shalom, Claude, I know that, but you are missing what I'm saying. If you are indigenous, you don't need citizenship. You are from the land. Judah, that sounds like the sovereign package. You should clarify that, because that sounds like you driving. That sounds like you don't drive. You travel in a car. And the referee gonna have they're gonna say you turned the ball over. Tell me what if we Africans react to this? Okay, I don't know what Keylap talking about. Keylap, you want the phone number, Keylap? What disrespect? As long as we are arguing over what labels we are supposed to. Yeah, Judah sounds like my man with the glasses. Michael Green says we are the only people that were stripped of everything, but yet the Bible tells our story perfectly. Okay, just trying to catch up with folks talking about.
Well, let me pass it to the Invisible Man.
Okay.
Have you read it? Have you read it?
Let me pass it to the Invisible Man so he could ask his question.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fine,
great.
brother.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
did you know that there is now a census category called Middle Eastern and North African? Let me just say that before I go on.
Let me fast forward that. Like I thought look, the topic is clickbait. Look at the topic. The topic is FBA ADOS now Anna. What's the Black American identity? They're talking about everything but the topic, in my opinion. All right, come on, video. Let's play, man. We got a lot more to cover. Oh, this is gonna be a part 2. I know this video is 5 hours.
Yeah, I got to pass the mic to Vogue. I got to pass the mic to Vogue.
Before they continue, let me do a little something. All right, here we are. This is Obama on border security.
To deal with this issue, Congress needs to act, and that moment is now. This week, the Senate will consider a common sense, bipartisan bill that is the best chance we've had in years to fix our broken immigration system. It will build on what we've done and continue to strengthen our borders. It will make sure that businesses and workers are all playing by the same set of rules. And it includes tough penalties for those who don't. It's fair for middle-class families by making sure that those who are brought into the system pay their fair share in taxes and for services. And it's fair for those who try to immigrate legally by stopping those who try to skip the line. It's the right thing to do.
Right. Sounds like Trump to me. Just a nicer way.
It's a compromise. And going forward, nobody's going to get everything that they want. Not Democrats, not Republicans, not me. But this is a bill that's largely consistent with the principles that I and the people on this stage have laid out for common sense reform. First of all, if passed, this bill would be the biggest commitment to border security in our nation's history. It would put another $6.5 billion on top of what we're already spending towards stronger, smarter security along our borders.
Sounds like Trump.
It would increase criminal penalties against smugglers
and
traffickers.
Like ICE.
It would finally give every employer a reliable way to check that every person they're hiring is here legally.
Okay, now that part is false. Okay, that's the e-verification thing that I must tackle. So just keep in mind what he just said. Employers will have a way to determine if they're hiring an illegal or legal immigrant, and that's going to be contradicted in a second.
And would hold employers more accountable if they knowingly hire undocumented workers. So it strengthens border security, but also enforcement within our borders. I know there's a lot of talk right now about border security, so let me repeat. Today, illegal crossings are near their lowest level in decades. And if passed, the Senate bill, as currently written and is hitting the floor, would put in place the toughest border enforcement plan that America has ever seen.
Well, that didn't age
taking
well.
Border enforcement lightly.
There you go.
Bobo, go ahead, Bobo.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I want to speak with the elder. I hope I don't get interrupted. You using this term African
legacy North African Americans.
Say it, legacy North African Americans.
Yes.
Okay.
U.S. born. They're U.S. born.
Now, have you ever heard of FBA?
With Dinus, yeah.
You never have you ever read up on it?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, let me tell you. I'm gonna see if you agree with it. You said that we are recognizing our lineage here in America, not the whole North America. That's the problem with that. When you said that, other people took the words right out of my mouth. Canada is North America. Mexico
I said
is North
U.S.
America.
born.
Yeah, but I'm saying the term. That's
stupid.
North American.
The definition is U.S. born. Legacy North African Americans with 16 generations of exposure to slavery and Jim Crow, U.S. born. That's the definition.
I got you. I got you. But you see, when you open up that bag of worms, when you say North America, you see what happens there. They say, "What about Canada?"
It's qualified. It's qualified.
Huh?
It's qualified.
Yeah, but
I gave you the definition. I qualified it.
It's too confusing.
That is the definition.
Don't do that.
There's no lack of clarity there.
Well,
that's definitely confusing.
Earlier you said, Canadians would be included. They would be included.
I subsequently, after that, corrected myself. U.S. born. I corrected myself.
But
Did
you see the
everybody
problem
hear?
So he came up with a term that confuses himself. You got to ditch that one. He came up with a term that it debunked him. His own term debunked him. That's crazy.
With that term, you see the problem with that term. The term
The problem was created by me because I initially didn't include the part of the definition that said U.S. born because somebody cut me off. I didn't get to that part. So I went back and corrected myself and included it.
Well, if you say North America, what does that mean to you?
Sir, the term, the legacy North African Americans is qualified by the definition. I recited it to you. So I'm not going to say what it means to me.
Legal immigration.
I'm giving you the definition as it was stated by the person.
Well, it's a problem with that term. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work.
About 70,000 convicted criminals have been deported under President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration. Our Margaret Brennan has obtained a document from ICE shedding light on their crimes. The most common were either immigration or traffic offenses.
And CBS's Nicole Skanga has been investigating the government's E-Verify program, which employers use to confirm the citizenship of would-be hires. Almost everyone she spoke with believes the system is broken by design.
Did you have even a drop of suspicion that any of your employees had been here and working illegally?
I swear we had no idea. Yeah.
Gary Rower built a.
So I was on mute. So this is the guy who had a big factory, I think in California. ICE had raided it, and the immigrants, illegal immigrants, they were hiding in different compartments of the factory, and ICE caught them all. It was like maybe 100-something immigrants hiding in there. The ICE had to round up. So he's acting like he didn't know he knew.
Quick steak empire.
Let me show you why my patent.
So it was like a meat factory. Something like that. Meat packaging factory.
Here and working illegally?
I swear we had no idea.
Gary Rower built a quick steak empire.
Let me show you why my
Dude, straight line.
patented slices make it so quick and easy to cook.
At this meat processing center in Omaha, Nebraska. Then a tactical team of federal agents knocked on his door.
Here we go.
More
Watch.
than 70 of his assembly line employees were arrested.
Yeah, I said 100. You got thought I was capping. They said more than 70. Told you I was not lying.
Gary,
Not lying.
Who's gone now of this photo?
Oh my God, half of them.
Rower says he put his faith in E-Verify, the federal system used by more than 1 million employers each year, mandatory in 10 states.
We did everything right, but yet we got penalized. Big, I mean big time.
The government tells employers like Rower that E-Verify gives peace of mind. To greenlight employees, the system matches documents such as
this is what Obama was talking about.
licenses and social security cards to a U.S. government database of eligible workers. But it vets paperwork, not people. Experts say that system is broken, not only exposing employers like Rower to raids like this, but also increases.
So Obama knew that. So this was like a little thing Obama hooked him up with when he did the so-called tough on border security and border patrol. He get him a way out with this E-verification flaw that he knew was there.
It's an all too common crime, identity theft.
This is a nationwide problem.
Assistant Special Agent in charge, Elric Serdan, led that investigation. He calls Gary Rower and his business a victim.
This was in fact a targeted criminal investigation to rescue over 100 victims of stolen identities.
This was a criminal investigation, not civil immigration enforcement.
Correct.
Everybody is the victim of this broken system.
Alex Narasta of the libertarian Cato Institute calls E-Verify a wink and nod system.
The thing that experts know that is sort of a dirty little secret is E-Verify is a very easy to fool program.
Part of the appeal is that the program doesn't work.
Absolutely. It allows politicians to talk tough about illegal immigration without actually imposing enormous costs on the U.S. economy.
This really brings it home, Nicole. So what's the government got to say about this?
Well, U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services, Maurice, told us that it's really the legal responsibility of businesses to check employee documents and ensure they appear to be legitimate and genuine. So they're actually throwing the onus back on business owners like Gary Rower.
Yeah, right. So, okay, Rower hires more people, uses E-Verify. What would happen to him?
John, the answer is the same thing. I mean, Rower says he'll rely on that E-Verify system in order to rehire because it's the U.S. government's only compliance system. And he tells us that without a permanent fix, he is terrified this could happen to him and his business all over again.
70 people.
And to many others, too. Nicole Skanka, thanks so much.
Now, it's one thing to allow 3-4 workers, you know, they got past it, but damn, 70. And they said which one of these folks in that photo are no longer. They said half across of them. So he allowed
fearful about whether they'll be rounded up in the next wave from immigration.
So he allowed half of his employees. Come on, man. To sneak through the system, stop it. Obama knew what he was doing.
Fly. It's not gonna fly over here. I'm gonna be real
fast.
All right. Well, I mean, we disagree. We disagree. I hear you. I hear you, but we disagree.
When you say North America,
I hear you, but I disagree. I hear you, but I disagree.
That's why we
Oh,
like the
I
term.
knew it. I told you. I was trying to find out. I wasn't looking at the screen. So that was him talking. Joy. I knew it. So this dude came on here like a scholar, like he has all the answers. We're all crazy and wrong. And then his own definition of trying to identify the lineage, it debunked him. My God, we gotta stop.
We disagree. I hear you. I hear you, but we
Oh yeah,
disagree.
that is. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need. What's this? An hour? Yeah, I'm gonna come back and clip that in case I ever talk to him later in life. Cause I'm sure that he's gonna try to hop on my panel eventually.
I hear you, but I disagree. I hear you.
Yeah,
but
and that's why we like the term FBA. You say that we need this.
Well, tell me why you like the term FDA.
Well, if
FBA doesn't work either.
Yeah, goddamn, bro.
He is one of the biggest haters of FBA, and definitely the biggest Latino hater for FBA.
I was quiet. I was the most quietest one when
everybody that's the dude that was debating. That's the dude that was debating the Saints. Okay, I got it now.
Just control yourself.
I'm with you.
We're all adults here. We're all adults. Let's not dissolve the conversation into something else. Because it's foundational. We are here at the foundation of America, beginning of America. Black, that was our marker. Black right there. You also said that we needed a DNA marker earlier. We said,
I didn't say that.
You said that you said a DNA marker should.
No, I never used the word DNA marker.
Yes, you did about an hour ago.
I never said DNA.
Well, we don't know
marker.
Because you made a big mistake earlier, where you got this North American name for us, and then you said Canadians were included, and then you said, oh, my fault, they're not included. Yo, when you making mistakes like that, man, go sit down. Stop trying to make something yourself. That's not gonna catch. Just go sit down, man.
DNA should be included in the reparations.
I said DNA research should be included in reparations.
It's totally unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary because our marker is this. It's quite simple. It's easy to prove, and it's hard to fake. If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, and it says Black or Negro, you're not a foundational Black American. That should be very easy. Why is that very easy?
To the 1870 census, you mean? I'm asking. I'm not cutting you off. Yeah, the 1870 census is called the Great Wall because we can't go beyond that. But DNA allows for us. Let me finish.
No, you cut him off. He wasn't even done.
So you can get where I'm coming from. DNA research allows you to go back almost to your kingdom in Africa. Like
okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so now I understand. Now I knew he sounded funny when he hopped on, he snuck in. And what about colored? I knew something was off about him the whole time. He's probably Canadian, the way he caping for Canada.
Those kingdoms don't even exist anymore.
Ancient American.
It all feeds into identity, to know your actual identity as an individual who's part of this greater group.
If I could, I wish I could just get them along.
But you asked me a question, I'm answering you.
No, I'm saying like I got other. Listen, we have our identity here. This vague African identity of this vague country. Now you said you went back to your kingdom. Where is your kingdom?
As Prince Dinah said at the beginning, the kingdom of Alada in Benin, West Africa.
Okay. How long has that been around? How did you trace your lineage back there?
The king of Alada put his DNA online to try to find descendants of the people that were lost in the slave trade.
So it's just a DNA marker.
I'm answering your question. Benin is strategically important in the whole transatlantic slave trade because 20% in my kingdom was at the earlier stages of that. 20% of all the people that were put on slave ships to be enslaved came through the port of Ouidah, Benin. 20%. And so that's why they have this big connection. My king wanted to do that.
Okay, that's your king.
Don't forget his king. This is literally some Wakanda shit. Get your shoes, Yugi. Get your shoes. Huh? Where your shoes? Go get it. Midget.
Hold on, wait. Yeah. Now, what's the percentage of your DNA that goes back there?
Right.
30%. I mean, I'm sorry.
You see where that's the problem?
29%. 29%.
29%. That's even.
Yeah. So that means you're not that, my boy. Like you're not that. The majority of you isn't that. This is like he got him good, dude. That's a small minority. That means you're not that.
Problem at?
Yeah. How can something be 29% zebra, but we call it a zebra? I mean, come on, people. How can something be 29% an apple, but we call it an apple? If you make up 29% of ownership, if you make up 29% of ownership of 100%, that means you are a minority owner. You're not a majority owner. I mean, come on, like we gotta stop just being stupid, really. Well,
You don't see the
It's
problem with that?
it's the largest
That's
chunk
fine.
of my DNA.
That's confusing. That's confusing.
Not
That's why.
confusing for me.
Well, I mean, yeah, you know, you take whatever you want, but that's why I'm trying to tell you about that.
How's that confusing? It's not
Because
confusing
only
to me.
29%, only 29%.
You're the whole thing.
Most African Americans have a very highly mixed let me finish. DNA profile.
Okay, yeah, I knew it. This guy came on his, and where's the tether that ran this? Because he's the other prince, and he basically ain't say shit. So they invited the wrong brother on here. This brother knows something. And he's out here flaming the hell out of him. I wouldn't be surprised they kick him off.
20% here, 30%, but most of us are about 20 to 25% European. So when you look at it that way, 29% of my total DNA is a large chunk. So I'm identifying with the largest single chunk of my DNA. But that's not part of the discussion here. We're talking about an identifier that we can all buy into. And
I just gave you one. I just gave you one. If I could just finish.
I have yet to hear it.
If I could just finish.
Can you say it again, because you keep getting interrupted? Say it one more time so I'm clear. You said FD what? Just so I'm clear. What do the words stand for, and what how does that give us an identifier?
Well, let's say this. Okay, now
you said it goes back. You said it goes back to the founding of America.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm talking about.
Nah, Jay, we're doing a reaction, but I could send you the phone number. You could give your 2 cents if you want to do that on the reaction, the reaction video. So this is a video I'm reacting on, and yeah, if you want to call in just to give your 2 cents, you could do that.
16 generations is 400 years ago.
Okay.
Oh man.
Well, hold on, wait. Now, let me just, because y'all all over the place. Listen, this is what we're saying. If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census and it says black or Negro, that's the identifier, not some vague 30% of my DNA goes back to Mars, and then that's.
And again, he contradicting
that's not included. That's not included in what I'm saying. You took that in a direction. You took that in a direction to try to diffuse. That's not part of this.
Yes, it is. That's our marker right there. If you can't take the lineage,
if you say so. If you say so, I hear you. I'm not going to say it's wrong.
Yeah, but Jay, he'll also.
Wait, did he say I'm not going to stay here for long? Did he say that? Yeah, he looks tight. He looks tight.
That's our marker right there. If you can't take the lineage,
if you say so. If you say so, I hear you. I'm not going to say it's wrong.
Yeah, but
yeah, he's going to flee. So that old North African stuff didn't stand up to the test of critique, and he's going to flee.
But Jay, he'll also qualify when it comes to the 1870 census as well. So
exactly. Yeah.
Cool. Well then, what more do you need? 30% of my DNA is over here, so now I'm these people. No, that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense
to you.
Hey, Cuddy, I see your face, Cuddy. Cuddy, I see your face.
Y'all trolling me now. Now y'all trolling me. I'm the only one that can't finish. Out of every y'all that got
you messed up, fam. You messed up.
Nobody here on this panel.
Oh, you're too long-winded.
Hey, because Jay, he came up with some garbage. We're the North African Canadians of America, some bullshit like that he came up with. And the dude that's cutting them up had cooked them in that. And it turned out that old boy, with his made up identification of our lineage, like it contradicted him, like his position, his definition contradicted his position on the panel. So that's why he's tight. He's like, oh yeah, I made a mistake. Like, dude, how you come up with a term for us and then make a mistake in front of everybody and then got to make a correction right on the fly? All right. Let me give Jay a lineage wrench. Jay, I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench. Yeah, so just a reaction. I got a brother who's supposed to have been on. He's supposed to have been hopped on the panel because he represents African Americans, a proper term and better term for us. I'm trying to wait for him to get on here.
no one here on this panel has told another person that their idea didn't make sense. This is a dialogue. This is a dialogue.
Can I finish, sir? Maybe it'll make sense.
Well, this is a dialogue that's you've had enough time to make it make sense.
I haven't.
This is a dialogue that's inclusive of everybody.
I haven't. Y'all been trolling me the whole time. If I could just, Donis, if I get like another minute.
No, Bobo, you got 30 seconds, bro. I got past the Maximilian.
Damn,
Bobo,
y'all,
Bobo,
I know I won because he stayed quiet for everybody else.
No, Bobo, you haven't won.
Bobo, you haven't won, bro.
You haven't won.
Listen, he ran away. That's my whole reason for coming up here. If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, that's all right.
Okay, Bobo, here's my challenge.
Take the Harlem.
Why is the 1870 census important? Why is the 1870 census important?
I didn't run away. I got
Why is the 1870 census important?
Okay.
That tells you that
it is important.
It
is important.
You were here
but it's important to go beyond the 1870 census. Let me say, it's part of the identity crisis
we don't need
for
some
African
weird
Americans.
Spirituality. We're Southern Baptists. We're Southern Baptists. That's our spirituality.
Good for you.
I agree with you that you have to go beyond.
Go ahead.
Part of the identity census is important because we were considered chattel back then.
Does anybody? So I see the poll. I'm going to close the poll. I'll leave it there. So I see that 11% of the pollers said we are African American. If you guys would like to call in and explain why you believe that could be cool. That could be cool for dialogue. Let me know. I'll provide the phone number.
And we have no idea of where we came from. We were on a plantation system. We don't know what ships we came over on. We don't know what countries we came over on.
All right.
So excuse me for 1 minute. I'm getting up to get a battery. You're saying nothing that makes me want to run away, sir.
Right, but
I gotta pass the mic. Maximilian, go ahead.
You don't know what ship you came over on, but you did a DNA with 30% of your DNA, and now this is your king.
Yeah, so anytime you want to talk, Mr. West, let us know.
No, I'm listening.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so let me
you know where I'm at. You already know where I'm at.
Yeah. With the chat want to hear you out because I did a poll. And the poll is, are we African American? And 89% said no, and 11% said yes. So I was asking the 11% that said yes if they want to explain, why they believe that, to ask for the phone number and link. Like, we want to hear, because the majority of the chat, a large majority, said no. So they would like to hear anybody who can explain why we're African American.
I mean, yeah, that's the audience. So of course the audience, that's the audience who's streaming. If you didn't have that, then you'd be a bad stream. Yeah, I mean, I stream to atheist audience, Joe. They say, hey, what's your stance on believing in God? And they say, we believe in it, and that means I'll be a horrible stream. Feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So why you think you FBA though?
Okay. Well, so here's the stance.
Yeah. What is that?
For me, Friedman is fitting. For me, Adolf is fitting, and for me, Foundation Black American is fitting. Right. So let me explain FBA. So we're Black, right? That says it all. We're American. And we were here since the foundation. Matter of fact, we helped lay the foundation. So that terminology to us blocks any other Blacks in the world that claim that maybe naturalized become American, because they're going to be Black American, they're going to be African American, but they can never say that they're FBA American or Adolf American, Freedman, because of that foundational word right there. So it's more fitting, it's more exclusive, and not all inclusive like African American.
So you don't think when it comes to billions of dollars in money, they're not going to be able to make that determination? Because last time I checked, nobody gives away billions of dollars.
No.
And little recent immigrant. Hold on, let me make my point. Just little recent immigrant you know what I'm saying, get that money like that. That's not how that's gonna work. Nobody's giving away money, especially with me and you. Me and you right in this conversation, we can clearly determine who was actually on the slave trade, who got put on the slave trade, and who recently came over, yo. That ain't even hard to do that, yo.
Yeah,
So you don't think $1 billion on the line is gonna be different?
Nah. And let me answer. Because a lot of them come over here scamming, period. So we want to discourage. I got to reply now. So we
no, go ahead.
Okay.
I say them.
And a lot of them come with their hand out. Are you familiar with Cobra website, Cobra and their movement?
Yeah, I heard of it. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, but no, you're familiar with it. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
So if you read their website, you see why they never did nothing. They are literally passing out reparations to every black that entered the country. And so we even heard Lord Jamore. So yes, a lot of people are confused with that. Even a lot of people, second generation, first generation, even they're confused. Like they believe, and I'm sure you heard them before make an argument for why they deserve reparations from our American government. So what you do is you don't leave it up to people to determine who's qualified for what's owed to you. You come up just like the ADL, right? That's their thing. Nobody made the ADL for them. They come up with their own thing and set the standard of what's anti-defamation and what's anti-Semitic. So we're doing the same thing. We're smart enough to not let folks decide for us. No, we're gonna tell you who is inclusive and who is exclusive. So that's why you got terms like freedmen. Like that's their attempt to do it. That's their attempt to tell and dictate and gatekeep. ADOS is their attempt, and FBA is another attempt.
No, I like that, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's clear that colonialism affected indigenous African people, and if you come over here and scam and get some money, I ain't tripping. You see what I'm saying? I ain't tripping.
I am.
I know
you can't have my money.
But let me finish my point.
They can have your money though. Yeah.
But I ain't tripping. They got plenty of money. Now that's not gonna stop our money. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't tripping. Like seriously, like how can we really trip? The colonialism was why, bro. The colonial powers came in and colonized indigenous people. And so African Americans come from an indigenous people. So I ain't never tripping, dog. Like if you scammed them, you scammed them. That's not you. Y'all make it seem like it's gonna get money.
No.
Now
I'm talking about scamming reparations money.
Hold on, you cut me off.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but reparation money, yo, it is what it is, bro. I ain't tripping.
Oh nah.
I'm saying is African American had their stuff together. I'm saying as an African American, you gotta have your thing together, bro. When you got your thing together, you're gonna get what you're supposed to get. If that thing gets sent out like that proper. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but so let's deal with the FBA. So the FBA is clearly coming out of the mouth of Tariq. There's no separating that. And I'm saying is he explained what that was. And I'm saying African Americans or Africans that came to America by way of slave trade was never indigenous black people in America. That's what that man said. So y'all got to fix that. Fix that.
No.
And then maybe we can listen. Gotta fix that. Gotta fix that.
Right, okay. No, we don't. Okay, so it's my turn
yes,
now, right? Are we taking turns? Okay, so Tariq is
I'm quiet. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, cool. So Tariq Nasheed is one individual out of 43 million foundation Black Americans. He had a clever term to call the lineage. Like Yvette had a clever term, American descendant slaves. That's very clever and it's very exclusive. So if Tariq believes in aliens, that's personal. But if he has a clever term to name our lineage that's exclusive to other people across the world, even in this country, that's okay. So Jesse Jackson made the term African American popular. That term was very seldomly ever used in our country, ever. It gained the same way. See, the difference is Tariq came up with FBA and Jesse Jackson just introduced it to a new audience, right? To an audience that's more receptive than the Frederick Douglass class. All right, that was definitely not calling himself nothing African. All right, so then guess what? Nobody agreed to that. Hold on.
Yeah, that's not true. I'm here.
Go ahead, Cook. I'm gonna go mute 1 second.
Okay, yeah, that's not true. We absolutely agreed for. We didn't want to be called Negro or colored. Black American is always in the thing, because Black American and African American, those things are synonymous. And he not only came up with a clever term, he actually was the one to define what the parameters were. Now, if you're saying we're willing to change the parameters of what FBA is, then I don't mind having an intelligent conversation around that. But I'm not sitting here thinking that Black Americans was indigenous to the Americas. I'm not doing that. That's straight pseudoscience, and it is not historical, and it's wild. So I'm never doing that. So as long as the person that coined the term, and as long as the person that coined the parameters, as long as that's still in play, yo, I'm never doing that. Never. It makes no sense. Black Americans, African Americans, was not indigenous to America. Never was, never will be. That's just not what it is, yo. And that's what FBA promotes. That's not say everybody. I'm saying that the person that started the leadership, right? Matter of fact, is a war in between that right there. With people's FBA. Matter of fact, FBA tried to ignore that Tariq Nasheed said those things right there, right? He played the game and said, well, I'm really not the leader, whatever. We heard you, we heard the parameters, and I'm never doing that. Like, that doesn't make no sense. So, gotta get that straight. Definitions are very important. How you define yourself is essential. So, for right now, for the moment in time, African American is a legal term of citizenship in North America. Black American, African American. So if you FBA, you shouldn't be going to war against the African. We talking terms here. And we're saying, as intelligent people, we can actually sit down, have a great discussion, but get that scholarship right on that. The scholarship on African American is proper. The scholarship on FBA is very, very sketchy, yo. I just want to say that, make that point.
All right.
That's all I'm saying, but that ain't hard. That ain't a hard sell. Yeah. Could you hear me?
Did you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I heard loud and clear. That's all I'm saying.
I was just trying. All right, so hear what I'm saying. All right.
Go ahead.
So we understand that African American was instituted by Jesse Jackson in 1980. So now here's the problem with that. It don't matter what they make legal. Right? What does that mean? Like, you can't force something on You can't force something on us and make it legal and say take it or leave it. That's not how that works, buddy. We are a people. We are a body politic, and we could determine. Matter of fact, black is still more accepted than African American, and black was never in the books. Black Americans, like, we made that poppin'. At the same time, Jesse Jackson talked about African Americans. Ain't nobody ever, old niggas, ain't nobody my age in my group ever said African American. We only check the box. There's Black Power, Black Panthers, and shit like that. Ain't no African American power, African American powers, none of that shit. Now watch this. Now, the reason why we ran from that term historically. So now I'm gonna bring you to our early ancestors that fought in the Civil War for citizenship in America. Okay, the term African. The term African. Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna catch you up now. So we rather took on the word terms Negro and color, because we felt like African can get us. It implies immigration. It implies foreigner. So we always reject that. Frederick Douglass never took on that term. None of our great leaders at that time didn't take on no African American. That was a term that was hardly ever circulated. Even the founder of the AME Church, the person who came after him, I think it's a woman. They resented the term. They wanted to take the word African out of that. Go Google that. They want to get rid of that because, again, they looked at that as a trick bag, a deportation term. So they took on Negro, they took on color, and none of them ever been to Africa, no relations. So good try. We're not going to send us over there. So that was always a term that was put on us. Go ahead.
No, I was laughing.
Okay. Yeah. So we ran from that term. And none of our greats called themselves African American. Matter of fact, like Negro and color was more of a popular term. I think color was a political term, like African American, and Negro was a term that people just took like more because it felt better, like black and like FBA. Yeah, so that denotes Africa, which Italian American, immigrant, Mexican American, immigrant, Jamaican American, immigrant, African American immigrant, German American immigrant. See, those terminologies are very important, and so we're wise today. We like, hold up, that was a little slick trick back, and like I said, it didn't really catch fire. Nobody. You got more first generation, second generation immigrants who call themselves African American more than we do.
So let me say something real fast. Great conversation, bro. And I just want to just shout out to you on your platform. Man. I like to see successful people, man, be successful and come from the ground up, yo. So let me make this point. Black is also a trick bag, because even if you looked up the definition, you would have to include people from Oceania in that definition. And so the term black in unto itself, yo, is a descriptor, right? And definitely was a racialized term. Black people, that's a racialized term, meaning before the 1700s, there was no white people. And without white people, there was no black people. And so that was part of the colonial trick to racialize us and put us at the bottom of the hierarchy, bro. So white was at the top, the white angel food cake and the black devil food cake. Remember all that? Remember how white is purity and God, and black is dirty, filthy, and evil, right? And demonic. And so they racialized it. So I ain't tripping. We black powered. I'm black African power. We did that in the 60s, right? Because we was trying to gain our identity. That's fine, right? But black doesn't denote where you come from. Where the hell do black people reside? Hell, the majority of the planet are people of color. They live in the temperate zones, right? So in reality, the reason African American was used because it denotes where your ancestry came from, right? And since we do not have the technology yet to say what tribe we came from, that's lost. We just wanted to identify with the continent in general so that people would know. If you just say you black people, then everybody could be black people. They had the racist one drop rule, right? Pseudoscientific rule. You know what I'm saying? So I don't actually have a whole lot of problem with the FBA. I told you what the problem was. You probably was off mute. Let me say it again.
But yeah, I was on mute. But before you go there, let me just real quickly respond to the white and black thing. So in the 1700s, the word white was introduced, but not black, because they created white to distinguish us from them, right? But there was no black at the same time. Black came from us, Elijah Muhammad, okay? And it wasn't about a skin color. Elijah Muhammad introduced it as an experience, okay? This is why when Obama ran for presidency in 2004, everybody said he wasn't black. But he's obviously, a lot of politicians said people are activists said he wasn't black. Now, he was obviously black in color. See, but it was more than that. It's an experience, and they tie it to a slave legacy. So that's why we were the only people called black at the time. Nobody else was called black. Everybody was like Nigerian, Igbo, whatever they were, Haitian. We were the only black people in the world at the time. We were saying I'm black and I'm proud. Right. This is a new term that they embraced when they came to America, or when they exchanged in conversation with us. Some of them that was down with us became activists with us, took on the term black, but that was never theirs. You know, the universal Negro thing is, it's Negro there. It's not black, not African American. You got the word Negro there, and NAACP got color there. It's no black. So we know it was always black. I mean, it was always colored, Negro, and then the 60s brought in black, and then Jesse Jackson came, we believe, to undermine the black thing and say African American. But this last thing, you said black don't tell you where you come from. Exactly. That's why we say American. We say foundational. Right. You're right. So that black is your experience. And because some of us are light as, snow, so it's not about a color thing. So black is your experience, and America is the land that you're from, where you were born, all of your ancestry, the generation, things like that, your ancestors. And foundational just tell you what you did for this country, how it came to be, that you were here in the beginning, you built it in the beginning, and you got 50% ownership. So,
okay, so let me respond. So no, the word was Negro, Negro, Portuguese, right? French.
Now, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, Negro means black. What
it comes from Greek. Okay, don't.
Let me finish. Don't cut me off.
No, dude. The term comes from. I was going to correct you, Fat. Don't embarrass you. It comes from Greek.
Okay, you going back far. I'm saying the Portuguese said Negro. Come on, your French word.
Did they say black or Negro?
No, because they speaking in Portuguese and they speaking in French, bro. The colonial powers wasn't speaking English.
So why did English people in America say Negro and not black?
No, you gotta let me talk, yo. They did.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, I heard people argue this. It's not good.
It's a great argument. I'm saying that white people, like I said Negro. In English, it's black. So since we was in America, we said black. They called us nigga, and then we was like, we don't want to hear Negro. The Negro college fund.
What about color then?
The black college fund. No. So I'm saying
what color is colored?
That's even wilder. All of it is wild. Listen, I'm not tripping off the next iteration of black people or African American people. I'm not opposed to FBA. What I'm opposed to is people claiming FBA and spit at their damn ancestors like they ain't got no damn sense. The shit is retarded. Like, I'm not sitting here. First of all, I recognize that African Americans aren't indigenous Africans. That's bullshit. We have our own unique ethnogenesis right here in America. We're whole. We not indigenous Africans. We don't even practice African culture. We practice African American culture. We're a brand new tribe. We're brand new clan, brand new tribe that was part of the largest forced migration on planet Earth. Yo, I'm saying no more different than ancient times when the clan and the tribe get snatched somewhere and they grow and they do. Yo, that's part of the thing. Migration, forced migration. So I'm never saying that we goddamn Africans. I'm saying we Africans in fucking America, thus African Americans, black Americans, right? I understand it. I'm not an indigenous African. Okay. My point is, I don't have a problem with us segue into FBA because maybe it may be a more technical term and knocks down some of the things you're talking about. I ain't opposed that. I'm saying, but get that goddamn history straight. I'm saying, historically speaking, FBA, right? We do have an ethnogenesis with Native American tribes and European tribes in America. We do, but we're not the indigenous people in America. You can look in your chat right now. I ain't even looking at it. I bet you somebody talking crazy about Africans and how we's the first black. No, get that straight, bro. So it has to be tight. It can't just be loose. You can't brush it away. Come on, yo, we got tight. Come on, yo, there's no pseudo around here, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, now you kind of mixing it up, like you said, the thing about God thing, that's people's personal opinions.
I ain't say God.
Right. So now
God.
No. I'm getting early. You get the analogy earlier. All right. Okay. So now watch this. So I'm not gonna respond because we'll go back and forth. I'm gonna move forward to your next.
All right, good.
Point. Okay. You said African American. Okay. So now,
right.
When somebody calls themselves Jamaican, right? Right. You were Jamaica. Do they just say that now? Aren't they from Africa the same way you say we from Africa, the same type of, and they left Africa the same way we left Africa?
Yeah,
right.
Facts.
DNA and everything. Okay. Do you have a problem with them not calling themselves African Jamaican? Just Jamaican, African Haitian, African Dominican Republic.
Yeah. If they chose, if they choose, I don't got a problem with it.
Right, and we chose right, and we spoke because the census spoke over here. Now hold on. So now number two is isn't Jamaica, right? Jamaican isn't Trinidad and Tobago. Aren't these exclusive terms for those people that have roots and history in that country, that region? Okay, is African American all exclusive to us?
Yeah. Until a person come over here, they will classify a person coming from Africa.
That's what I mean. I'm saying, am I speaking about?
No, your statement was exclusive of us, and I'm saying, if need be, it can be. If it needs to be brought forth when dealing with reparations, you can clearly distinguish on who migrated later on, yo. No, your phone stopped. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Aren't they tagged into the African American culture and experience with no distinction, right?
Yep, it's tagged in. Absolutely. Next generation.
Right. We have issue with that.
I know.
Yeah, we have issue with that. And then that blurs the line. And then that blurs the lines when things like reparations, redlining, Jim Crow, and things like that pop up. Convict leasing, sharecropping, the peanut system, the coal mines. When that stuff come up, these people are also Black American, African American, and they're going to be in line looking for a check. And not just that, other assistance that was for us, like that.
But why would you care? Why would you actually care if people who've been who've been actually marginalized, whether you was African.
They got to handle that with their government.
But they're not. They
like we did with ours.
They in this government now. They in this
Yeah,
government now.
they willingly. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
that's the problem.
But you get my point, though. I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying I'm not
I
opposed.
got you, and
that's all.
And nobody agree with that shit. Like that's a total. Even Africans and Jamaicans believe like CARICOM is for them, and they believe whatever fight they got with the Belgium, every African, Rwandan got issue with. Like they understand they got to go after their own government. And even the N-Cobra thing was kind of like that. Like everybody fight their own government for systemic oppression, things like that.
No,
but
I agree.
What
I'm saying is I agree. I think Nigerians who have been oppressed, right? Central African, West Africans, right? I think they should have a legal case with their government. It just makes sense, bro. So that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying I don't have a problem with a person whose ancestors been through oppression, hustling the #1 hustler. That's all I was saying, bro. Whether that's realistic
so now,
or not.
Let's talk about CARICOM. Do you think CARICOM got an issue? Yeah, so CARICOM is I got you. So CARICOM for the chat. Yeah, CARICOM is the reparations movement. Like that's their version of ADOS for the West Indies, right? So now CARICOM ain't gonna say what you're saying. Like, and no Jamaican gonna say what you're saying, and no West Indian gonna say what you're saying. Yeah, blacks come over here and hustle some of this money, but it's a limited amount of money. There's 43 million of us, bro. Like so whatever they hand out to, I'm not hand out, but whatever we're owed and they cut the check, that might not be enough. That might just be for generations. So you can't scrape off nothing. You dig? It's like whatever we're getting. Okay, whatever's owed to us might not be enough. They might do the flim flam and say, hey, we'll give you this for now, just to hold you over and give you something later. Say, but that something for now will be divvied up to people who don't have the same experience. And guess what? When you don't have the same experience, you don't have the same trauma. So you're in this country thriving, Nigerians. You're in this country thriving, other black people, because systemic oppression. Like, you don't know anything about that. All you know is colonization, and you know how to fight your tribe. So our experience here, they look at us like we're just failures. Like, what the fuck? Like Myron Gaines says, there's no excuse for a black person to be failing or to come up short. Like that's kind of like a lot of their mentalities, because they don't understand systemic oppression. They never had that, dude. Like black folks governed them, and they was always the majority.
So you kind of skipped the part about the FBA and its origins and how it was pseudo information around that. And what I said while you was gone, I was like, so basically, why not just fix that? But you got people in the chat actually think we are the indigenous people in America. This is the most ridiculous shit ever, yo. Like, we're not doing that. How is that making sense?
Hey, let me respond to that.
Yeah, respond.
So, okay, cool. Here we go again. Listen.
Yeah, you gotta respond.
People at the end of the day, people can call it ADOS, they can call it Foundation Black American, they can call it Freedmen. I just say the lineage, because it comes down to you got to prove your lineage. You dig? So if you say you're a Native American, you're the black ones, that don't bother me, because you still got to show your paperwork. So you can say you're the grassroots. You can say I'm the GRBA. I'm the grassroots Black American. It don't matter. You still got to prove you're of the lineage. And that's all that matters to me. You call yourself whatever you want. Once you show and prove you're part of the lineage, then you're my family.
So immigrants can't prove they're part of the lineage, though? What immigrant coming from Nigeria in 2005 can prove that his ancestors was brought to America? They couldn't do it neither, bro. So African Americans across the board can prove that.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you kind of miss what I'm saying.
You got to prove your lineage. I didn't miss that. You say you have to prove your lineage.
Right.
Don't care.
I'm saying,
so why would
when I say lineage, listen, when I say lineage, I'm saying, well, we don't. You see, because we never embraced that term. So that don't mean nothing.
Do you get my point though?
But
I know you hear my point.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, by the way, look.
Is
the issue we got with that, we don't. No. What I'm saying is, you got to hear the counter argument. We don't have an issue with that. Y'all got an issue with ours. So if somebody said African American, we don't. Look, let me just. I said, yeah, okay. Everybody but you, right? But the one I'm saying, everybody who calls themselves African American but you. What I'm saying is, we never had a problem with them saying they're African American. We're saying don't force that on us. And guess what? If you want to be called FBA, you ain't FBA. You whatever. You African American. But we are.
I agree.
But we are foundation Black American, and so we don't mind because the African American thing had been in existence since like the late '80s. Yeah, it's like a 30-year run, like on a 4-year run. And it's a nothing burger. You got to admit, like that ain't go nowhere. Ain't nobody got AA tattooed on their arm. People got black. People like all our businesses and Black Wall Street, Little Haiti, Black Wall. Ain't no goddamn African American Wall Street. So that never resonated with the average Black person in America. So it's to us, it's a nothing burger. So we don't go around, tripping. You did because we know the average person don't even call themselves that. It's only in the application.
Can I ask you where you get that from? Like there was no groundswell until Tariq split the daggone ADOS shit. Wasn't no groundswell for nobody changing anything. Like, come on, bro. We're not gonna sit here and do that, yo. But let me say,
don't make me share my screen now.
No, I was quiet, bro.
Okay. Now,
I don't care about you screaming no screen. I ain't making no claim. I'm making a point here. Your point was that at the end of the day, we should be able to verify our lineage. Okay, well, no matter what you called yourself, the booty boo from the booty boo, once you prove your lineage, it's going to take you back to them slave ships and being brought to the Americans. So whoever don't qualify at that notion, you dropped off anyway, regardless of what you called yourself, bro. So I'm just saying, people that's going to give you billions of dollars is smart enough not to allow people in that don't supposed to be in that motherfucker. Now, that's not going to always stop the scammers or the people trying to get the money. Oh, I get that. But what I'm saying is you have not addressed the point of, which is essential, right? Like when you say African American, we can verify that we was on those slave ships and came to America, thus Americans. And we built this motherfucker.
Not all African Americans.
Okay, no, the ones that don't have a lineage,
See,
but they have become
confusing.
Let me finish. It's actually not. Let me finish my point. It's actually not. Because like you said, we have to prove our lineage. But a FBA ain't no such thing as an FBA based off of the misinformation around it. There is no historical documentation that says that there was an indigenous Black people in America that mixed with Africans from Africa to form that. There's no such thing as that, bro. That's a made-up pseudo-scientific nonsense, and it's not religious. It's part of the quote-unquote foundation history of what y'all trying to do with the FBA. Y'all gotta change that, bro. You might get a few more people.
No, we don't.
But until y'all don't address
no,
that,
that's
pseudo.
Wait, few more people. Few more people. Ain't nobody got more numbers than us.
You made that up. You definitely made that up. You had to prove that.
Okay.
Yeah, you made that up.
Okay, watch this.
Yeah, you made that up. Yeah, you made that up.
Okay, relax. Okay, for one, let's go with Tariq Nasheed. So we got him pushing FBA, reaching probably 1 million people. Who you got pushing whatever agenda? Like who is behind the microphone pushing your mission and your statement and what you got going on? Who?
You don't got to push nothing. We already know
nobody.
No, we already there.
Okay, yeah, actually,
we don't gotta do that. We don't gotta do that.
You know, crazy. A lot of our talking points.
It's a fringe movement,
bro. A lot of our talking points have made it to politics on the biggest.
I got you. It's a fringe pseudo-scientific movement, yo. You know it like I
got
do.
you.
We're not gonna play
but
that.
FBA,
address that though.
I got you. But FBA, I am. I'm just with this. FBA, our talking points made the biggest stages in America. Okay, so it was Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders debating systemic racism after Tariq Nasheed put him on notice going to Breakfast Club, and Charlemagne was using he does Umar now, but he was using Tariq talking points to ask questions for everybody that was a liberal candidate. Kamala, Biden, Bernie Sanders, all of them. He was asking all about reparations, and they was forced to talk about systemic racism for the first time on the largest stage in this country. Then you got Donald Trump all of a sudden talking about 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. That's our talking points.
Man,
nobody ever said that before us.
That's all. You made that up, man. You sound like Lord Avenue. Man, get out of here with that. That's nonsense. I'm not getting into the nonsense. So let's get back to fix the history. Indigenous Black people in America.
So now let's get
with African Americans and Europeans. Let's deal with that, bro. That's the foundation of what we're talking about. Let's deal with the foundation of it. Let's tear it down and fix it and then you may have more people that will listen.
Nah, we good. It's nothing to fix. It's perfect.
Okay, all right.
Like when we say FBA, you could call it pseudo whatever, but you know what's funny? When we say FBA, and it's definitely in our spaces. When you say FBA, they know exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I didn't know it was such a people. I had no idea.
Shit. Hell no.
Yeah, I didn't know.
We got way more people on board. Okay, so Phil Scott, does Phil Scott believe like Tariq Nasheed? He got 400,000 on all his platforms, about 400,000 subscribers. Does he believe like Tariq Nasheed?
I mean, anybody get tricked. Malachi, you're a trick nigga, so I don't know about getting tricked, yo.
No.
You get tricked. It's called a trick, yo.
Okay, but what's the trick though? But what's the trick?
Trick is why you holler FBA when your ass go get a job or do something. You don't put that on that motherfucker. Right. It's just like people talking crazy when they leave America.
We put black ink by itself.
Let me finish, yo. When you put that shit on the passport, yo, you don't put FBA. Your passport don't say that. So I'm saying
it's a grassroots movement.
No. Thank you. So let's act like it. Let's don't act like it's an overwhelming movement. It's grassroots because it's in the grass. It's at the roots.
It's still small. It's still small compared to.
Thank you.
No, but it's growing though. Okay, can we agree? Can we?
Hold on. You say who promote our voice?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Right. Every time a person step into that mic and fight for the rights of African Americans and Black Americans, right? That's our voice, bro. Come on, man.
Black American. Yeah, Black American. And just put an F there and that's us. See, ain't nothing even changed. We just said foundational.
Look, I just wanted to
ain't nothing even changed.
Listen, I'm out of here, bro.
I appreciate
the serious conversation.
Hopefully
we can get Lord Ab on here. That'll be an even better conversation.
Oh yeah. So that's gonna be the longer conversation.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good conversation.
We get Laura. As a matter of fact, I went back and started looking at your dialogue because Laura, I don't think he might say some pseudo shit. So I'm back here fact checking what he said. So I'm preparing for him to get on here.
No, you mean y'all gonna have.
Well, he said a lot of shit. That's supposed to be like lawful. He said a lot of stuff that's supposed to be lawful, and I don't know, man. Look a little sketchy.
Well, he only know what you are.
I'm just gonna put it, and I'm gonna say, bro, is this true or false? That's all. With the receipts.
Yeah, you definitely gonna get him. Though. That's a good one. That's gonna be a good show. But I appreciate it. I told you I was gonna come through.
Yeah, I'm glad you called in, bro. Look, I say a lot just for you. I also have been off.
Yeah, I know. I'm coming. Big up to your audience, bro. I appreciate your audience, man. They're a rough crowd, yo. Appreciate them supporting supporting them and what they're actually trying to do, man. So big up to the African Americans and the FBA. And we just got to struggle in America, yo. We just got to make sure not to eat ourselves up, making ourselves weaker against the real colonial powers. Yo, appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you for popping up.
All right, peace.
All right, let me change my audio. I had to. There's a lot of long. I was on mute because I heard him. I couldn't respond because somebody was cutting the yard next to us. Couldn't hear anything. All right. Let me see if I can get it back though. Let me make sure. Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, I'm back. All right. So that was a good build. So this is why I believe they believe it's important to make Tariq Nasheed the leader. See, because his personal opinions about how he feel about himself and certain things, they'll try to pin it on all of us because that's quote unquote our leader. I forgot to ask him about that. Like, how is he our leader? Because he's about to make something up. But yeah, so that's why they have to make him a leader because they think if they take him down, they take FBA down. But I do a great job of separating FBA from a person, not just him, a person. FBA is his own entity. It's like we are our own entity. FBA is its own entity. It's the label name. It's the most lit label name, the most popular label name growing for our lineage. And that's all. But you can't make us African American, right? And you can't make somebody FBA. Like they either gonna embrace that or they're not. But MAGA isn't on it. MAGA ain't a real thing either. You could say that's pseudo, but and guess what? Everybody know what MAGA is. The entire world know what MAGA is. And like in 1, 2, 3 years, everybody know what MAGA is. No. Yeah. The first 2, 3 years. Yeah. Matter of fact, his first year, So it only took 1 year, or you could say his first term 4 years, and the entire world in 4 years, the entire world knew what MAGA was. When you said MAGA, they even knew what type of white person it was. You did. They even knew what type of white person, because all white folks don't say MAGA. Definitely liberals don't. Maybe in the closet, but not openly. But MAGA became so world known and well recognized and popular that we even know which white people specifically it's referring to. And that's so FBA didn't grow on that note because we didn't have a president to speak on our behalf. But all it takes is for Donald Trump just to say Foundation Black Americans just one time. He did say Adolf just one time. Well, he already said Friedman. So, but it didn't really hit like that. Let's be honest. But Adolf, I think if he says Adolf or Foundation Black American, that's gonna go crazy, just like MAGA. Yeah. So there you have it, man. There you have it. And then history will repeat. I don't know about that. Indigenous Indian Heritage Vineyard said, we're not black either. Like I said, you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. Like, that's your personal choice. And that's why I just say the lineage, right? Because I'm not going to get to like the Civil War, the in-house fake Civil War. It's like, yo, can you trace your lineage? That's the bottom line. That's what we all care about anyway. Hey, man, where your family from? Don't we always say that? We don't be like, hey, are you FBA or are you ADO? Hey, man, where your family from? You did, because that right there now, where your family from? Okay, you one of us. And you could call yourself Planet Risk. We like, all right, I don't give a damn. You could say Bigfoot is alive and well, and he's your leader. We like, okay. Because we know your family, you just need some help. You did some medication. So it's that simple for me. So I don't get caught up in like all the label, back and forth. Are you like, let's just agree on one thing for right now. Are you from the lineage? Okay, cool. And that's why I just say the lineage. I say, I give you guys the lineage wrench. I say, won't you give my video a lineage like and a lineage subscription? Right. Okay. All right. So let me just read some of the chat. Who is MC Fact Professor? Copper color. I see. Y'all got your little thing. I'm late, so I'm not gonna enter. I'm not gonna even try to. Y'all got your own dialogue. I don't know what y'all talking about. The context by hour. So Quam said Ruach Quam said full-blooded Belizean Mayans were kidnapped from British Honduras and sold as Negro in Georgia NCSC. Wow. VA document, like I said. He said, what's a pretendian? Heather Bushmeat. He's trying to catch up. Jay says Shashan gets on my yeah, well, man, we 43 million. Don't forget. Just because that's your cousin doesn't mean that's your best friend. Just because that's your brother, uncle, aunt doesn't mean I get along. We got hella relatives we don't speak to, or we speak to less than other relatives. So everybody ain't gonna be for you. They just gotta stay on code, you dig, and that's it. So Kaya says FBA's all day, Indigenous Black Americans all day. Kaya, I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench. You dig? I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench. Give the channel a lineage like and subscription. So subscribe to it. Okay, so yeah, I'm not. Yeah, already. So I almost feel like a trapped animal. T3 says, T3, where are you from? Are you part of the lineage? New Orleans born, but my fam is from Donaldsville. But Judah, we just want to know, are you with the lineage? Are you of the lineage? Because there's a lot of, a Mexican could be born in New Orleans, an African could be born in New Orleans. Like, that don't mean you're of the lineage. We want to know, are you of the lineage? Right, that's all. Okay, Sarah Gwendon says, just an African just an American instead of African. You're not living in Africa. Right, you're not right. Just American, right? Let me get Sarah. Sarah sounds like she's of the lineage. We'll find out. Just confirm that. Muck says, Ron, you need to script Shashan of his wrench. He's an yeah. So Shashan, why everybody don't compromise with people pushing misinformation? Wait, no. Before I kick them off, let me allow, because I always allow people to hop on. Like you see Unc, he hopped on. So how about I just give Shashun the link to come on and Shashu can, explain themselves, where they coming from. So we be all clear. So Shash son ain't misrepresented. Okay. Yeah. Terry got him triggered. I kind of said over 1 billion Africans and most are useless. Most are useless. You brought up somebody that don't even deny you see it. Okay. So Indians in the state were never called black until they started mixing. We know who we are and we know everybody that's against us. I'm just reading Shah-Sun stuff. Africans were called black and Negro before anybody. Africans? Okay. Shah-Sun, why y'all using that black term? All right, Shah-Sun. Yeah, Shah-Sun, I got to take the wrench from you. You dig? Because your own words, from your own comments, you don't believe you're like us. So so your wrench is gone. You dig? From your own comments, you said, why are we using black? Like that type of talk, dude. Yeah, you got to explain yourself. If it makes sense, give your wrench back. We could agree, disagree. I'm not trying to force nothing on anybody. Okay, Shabazz, what's going on? Are you shy, son? From the chat. Shabazz, you can unmute yourself. Because once you come in, it automatically mutes you. I got the option there in case a video is being played. Or
okay, there you go. Hey, what's going on, man?
All right. Are you Shy Son from the chat?
Absolutely not Shy Son. I'm
okay.
the guy that's got a big bone to pick with Shy Son.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Jamoit Shabazz, and I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm a foundational black American. Family goes back, many centuries here in the United States or this landmass. And
right.
it's a lot of bones that I had to pick with, this guy Shah Sun. He seems to be very adamant on Africanizing all of us over here in this United States. And
really,
and also he seems to have wants to, everything is about tying us into the personal views of Tariq Nasheed. He
right. Like the same thing Unc did, Bob West.
Yeah, and it's not just him, not just Shah Sun, but it's a lot of people who can't separate their emotions and feelings from, their disenchantment with Tariq Nasheed from the fact that
which is really their leader, like that, as he's really their leader, and they're upset that he ain't agreeing with them no more. But go ahead.
Absolutely, and I think it's just, but I want to make somebody like Shah Sun aware that it's not just because they think that this movement, that just a movement, that it just started, back when ADOS and FBA were coined as terms, but they don't realize that it's been a lot of us over here for many decades that have self-identified and that we love our lineage, that we know our rich history and that we cherish it. But it was always something that was pushed to the side and they almost tried to erase us. So it's a lot of people from outside with immigrants and people from the inside who don't understand that a lot of us take our lineage very seriously and that we, respect, we want to command and demand the same respect for our lineage that everybody else does around the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't see what's so hard to understand about that,
All right, so Shah Sun is in the building. So Shah Sun, did you want to say something?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, you said I was trying to figure out what you said. You took my wrench because of what? I didn't hear that part.
Oh, I mean, because first of all, are you of the lineage?
Of the lineage? What you mean by of the lineage?
Can you trace your lineage back to slavery?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, okay, cool. So now what's your issue? Because I read something about black. What's your issue with black?
My issue with black?
Yeah.
All right. So my issue is black is a title that was used for a particular group. And I feel
what
like
group?
Yeah, most of the FBAs are saying that, right? They're saying that they family been here. They're saying that their family is these said indigenous people. So wouldn't the term be foundational Indian American? Because why wouldn't it be?
Because everybody don't have that history. Everybody don't have that lineage.
So you're not Indian. So you're indigenous, but you're not Indian.
Why are you saying
the people that's referred to as Indians are not in? But Shasan, the people that are referred to as Indians are not even Indians.
No,
that's a misnomer. That's a misnomer. That's a no. They actually don't claim to be indigenous. They were just mislabeled as Indians. And so we're dealing with a lot of semantics here. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so let's throw the semantics away. We could throw the semantics away. Those tribes still existed here. They still were the people here when the colonizers got here. Right.
Okay, let me do this one for you, Shasan. No, you're right. You're right. No, let me just do this. I'm gonna bomb you real quick because I just want to make something clear. I'm not coming at you. I'm actually just trying to correct where I think we might be going on our fork in the road. Let's look at like the 5 so-called civilized tribes.
No, we don't got. We could go brother.
But let's because here in the United because here why don't you see where I'm going with this, right?
We got tribes here dated and mentioned in the 1700s, but we don't got to deal with no 5 civilized tribes.
But I'm just trying to make it simple. No, I'm just trying to make it simple. We can deal, but let's just deal with the 5 civilized.
You run it right now.
Damn. Okay, I'm gonna let you. Damn. All I need is 30 seconds, bro. I was just gonna go to the fact that if you look at the freedmen, you know what happened with the Dawes rolls and how
Indians, brother.
But I know. But look. But here's the thing. That's what I want to get to. A lot of when you think about the Dawes rolls on those 5 civilized tribes, we do agree that a lot of those quote unquote Indian tribes owned Africans, right? Or so-called.
You got to
they did own. That. They did own what we now call blacks or Black Americans, people of African descent. Right. Exactly. So, but at this, not only did they own people of African descent, but they also became mixed tribes with these people of African descent, intermarried and had offspring, a lot of which now today we call ourselves African or Black American. That's all I'm trying to say is that even if you wanted to just go right there, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying,
listen. Who has the from what I'm saying? What I'm saying is these FBA niggas is saying they ain't got no time. When you say you ain't got no ties to Africa, you saying you're not of African descent. You that's what you saying and you standing on. You cannot say that and then turn around and say, well, I'm not tied to no Indian tribe or no indigenous tribes. I don't want to use no words to trigger these goofy niggas, but they'll say, oh, well, I ain't tied to no, there's no way you indigenous, but you're not tied to no specific tribe that was here when the colonizers got here. So how are you using foundational Black American? The indigenous people weren't called Black in the States. You can't find that nowhere. These niggas is running the Walter Plecker in 1924. You can't show me no Indians prior to that being called Black without there being some mixture insinuated. So for niggas to be running around saying they Black, that's why I said these FBA niggas is scared to be Indian. They scared to be indigenous. You niggas is scared to be what you claiming you are.
No, brother Shashan, look, what we're implying is a lot of us, okay, so you have different lineages here in America. Some of us might, you might have a great grandfather that was part of the Cherokee Nation or part of the, Choctaw, but some of us might not. But what we're saying is that, okay, so would you agree or disagree that there were blacks who, were in America before Christopher Columbus and before the slave ships landed? Okay, then that's where the disconnect is coming in at. That's where the disconnect. It's fine.
Wait. I just addressed that. You just said it was blacks here in America. 2 things. You niggas ain't no explorer describe no Black people what we know as Negroes. Y'all see brown and just assume that all brown people is the same. That's one thing. 2 things. If you was here, how are you here and you were not Arawak, Taino, or whatever tribe that they bumped into? I just addressed that.
Well, because there was a paper genocide, and also that's what I'm saying. There was a lot of tribes over here in this landmass the hundreds, but only 5 of them got recognized. So how are we supposed to trace it all the way back? That's where we go back. That's why we go back to the Freedmen's. That's why we go back to the Freedmen's.
About 30 tribes that ain't 5 civilized. Nigga, I don't know who you think you talking to.
I said there was a lot more. I said there was a lot more that wasn't recognized, bro. I'm not saying that
don't mean that they were not mentioned, brother. We know about them. Like I said,
yeah, but the recognition, yes, brother, but the recognition deals with the technology. The recognition deals with the erasure on the paperwork.
The fact that they existed, brother. You talking about?
I'm not saying they didn't exist.
The Tainos are not a 5 civilized tribe. The Arabs
I know that.
5 civilized tribe.
We're not saying we're that.
What you say?
Oh, I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying. You saying again? I just addressed what you just said. These dudes. You just asked me that was it black people here before Columbus? If I grant, even if I that's a lie. But if I granted you that, what tribe was these people from?
Okay.
You tried to say paper genocide as if they were not documented. That's what you tried to insinuate because they're not recognized. That's what you said. All tribes ain't recognized. The 5 civilized tribes don't got nothing to do with no Pequot or no Narragansett or no Mohegans. I'll be here all day naming tribes, nigga. I know about
Okay, brother Shah-Sun. Brother Shah-Sun. Okay.
Hold on. All I'm telling you is if you've been here, be indigenous. Go stand on that and be wholeheartedly indigenous. Express this tribe that you from. You claim your family been from Mississippi or Florida, or go find a tribe that your family was from in the area and express that. Be foundational Indian American. Don't be
okay.
black.
But here's what I want to explain to you. Because the indigenous part really is something you're focusing on. That's your bone to pick and your historical thing that you seem to. That's something that you no, but brother, this is what I'm saying. That's really not really. We can care less. That's not really. That's really not important. Because what we're really talking about here is an identity. That's really not the most important when it comes to this here argument, my brother. No, I'm not. What's the most importance to us is that when you draw the line back to the 44, whatever so-called black African Americans now, all we're saying is that when you go back and trace the line, you go back to a certain time in this landmass that our people were the foundation to everything you're looking at. So even if you was this all African, let's say if you just come from a family that just got off straight off the slave ship, right? That makes you a foundational black American because you are part of you built the foundation. Even if you come from a family that was mixed with Africans and some of the natives, that still makes you foundational. So that's really what the focus, not the whole part about what, the whole part about what went on 16,000 years ago here in the, Turtle Island. That's really not of the utmost importance to us. It's about, because what we really want to get to the point of is, land rights, ownership, tax-free. Shouldn't you be tax-free? Why should you be paying taxes, Shah? Why should you when your family built this damn place? That's what we really getting at. It's about, and it's not just about the land rights and the ownership and the tax exemption. Yeah, don't you think your family deserves some casinos? That's what this is really all about. It's about being able to distinguish ourselves and not other ourselves. That's what it really is. It's like, look, we are distinct people who have a very rich history over here. Look, man, we not. Yeah, some people might want to go with the whole thing about, hey, I don't have no. That's not even what we tripping. A lot of us not even tripping on that, because the reality is a lot of us are a mixture of Africans that got straight off the ship, or however you want to mix it up. I know.
What's your name, brother? I need to promote you on other YouTube channels because you're the first FBA. You gonna be my FBA brother that I like talking about.
Definitely, we could. Man, I'm trying to bring some sense to the room.
Breakdown. I like how you broke it down just now.
Man, look. Likewise, bro. See, we don't have to be at each other's throats. It's all about making sense. It's a lot of FBAs who just. I think what has happened is because don't get it twisted. Tariq, that's my guy. I like a lot of what he's put out. I even met him in person on a few occasions. But I think that because it's some of the rhetoric has gotten so toxic between, it's become a pissing match sometimes between, the Jamaican, the Haitian, the FBA. And I ain't with all that. I'm just saying, look, it's been a lot of us. Tariq just kind of came along and was able to put his finger on the pulse of a lot of us that was feeling a certain way here in the United States. Like I'm originally from Milwaukee, but I lived in Florida and California. I lived in Florida and California for many years. And so I've had my problems with a lot of these immigrant groups, especially in Florida, Miami and Orlando. Like I've dealt with Haitians, man, I've dealt with so many anti-Black American people down in Florida that it's like once Tariq came, that's what you need to understand. It's not that he necessarily created this lineage. He just
right.
Once he came with the FBA and put his finger on that post, it was like, hold on, where does all these FBA people? It's like, hold on, we've been waiting for somebody with a voice to come along and speak. So that's kind of all that's happening here. It's not like Tariq is I feel like as much as I call myself FBA for lack of a better term, I don't feel like Tariq is. Hell, I tell Tariq right now, you're not the arbiter of all things FBA, even though there's some, there's a little trickery there, like you say, with I'm not the leader, I am the leader, I'm not the leader, but I'm speaking for it. No, nobody can speak for this. There's not one voice that speaks for FBA. And
nobody can really speak for me, like, because I'm a trust my research. I'm gonna trust what I know, and I'm gonna stand on that.
Okay, Shah Son, your people is okay, you don't like the term FBA, but
no,
what would
I never
you?
Said, all right, so let's be clear. Because when I'm on Q Butter in them channel, I always say, like, I'm FBA, I'm African American, I'm Black. Because you could be FBA, African American, Black American. I feel like FBA, like, to me, what's understood didn't need to be said. I'm a little confused on why this is the conversation, because I always thought we knew as a whole what you just broke down. Like, yo, we the foundation. Like, we're not trying to be Africans from the continent. We have our own unique history. I thought that was understood amongst Black Americans.
No, it's not understood by a lot of us. It's not, because that's what my brother, that's the host, is saying, is that we just wanted to make something that's where Tariq's brilliance came in at, is when he created that non-remixable term. It's like, damn, okay, it might not be the best, because we can come up with something better later.
Yeah, I always say that.
It's just for lack of a better term.
No, I'm cool with that. No,
we just don't want nobody coming in that we don't want no outsiders. Okay, let me give you an example of why we don't want it to be remixed, or there to be no African American or no
wait,
none
of
that. African American. Yeah, because let me give you an example, brother Sean.
African American thing. First all right, because that's another thing too. You could dislike the term. You could say I don't like it, but I think people are missing the fact of why the elders decided to stand on that at a time.
Okay,
they're ignoring the pride that people are trying to establish with that, and that's why we having these conversations, these little smaller conversations about lineage and the slave trade and stuff like that. I think that everybody should have some respect for why the elders chose that term during that time period. You don't.
Hey, Shot. Let me bomb you real quick, Shot. I got you.
Yeah, what elder are we talking about?
No, I'm just saying FBAs are attacking the term. I think it's coonish to me, in my opinion, to attack the term, ignoring the context and the time period that our elders chose.
So what's the time period? So let's talk about that. Well, what's the time period you're talking about?
All right, so people say, first of all, the term was used long before Jesse Jackson.
No, wait. Hold on, because now you're in my area, but small, like 2 people use that goddamn term. Everybody's saying color and Negro.
But you not understand. That's what I'm saying, brother. Which again, in a time period where, that's what I'm saying, y'all niggas be ignoring history. We looking at a time where white people, people of European descent are ruling this country, and they're pushing a certain agenda. That term didn't just raise up because niggas was just bored one day. Niggas was going through a lot, and whether y'all did agree with it or not, a lot of our ancestors come from of African descent. You cannot deny that.
I'm not denying that.
No, but that's kind of different from a label, though. But nobody was African at the time.
It don't matter, brother.
When I was circulating, nobody was African.
No, wait. Whether you like it or not, whether you can't be mad at somebody for using the ancestors, a term that referred to the ancestors or where the ancestors come from. That's why I said you don't have to like the term, but the pride.
Yeah, but you're saying ancestors, and I don't recall. Wait, the ancestors were. All right, look.
At that time, hold on, brother. At that time, those people understood that where the ancestors came from.
Wait, you're saying. Wait. Hold on.
You niggas are in retrospect.
No. Hold on. No, you're going on 3 people.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. Wait, let me just get out for it. Because the chat might not know this. Okay, I can pull up.
You talking through me, and that's why this again. What I'm saying is,
actually, I didn't get no. Actually, we've been patient with you.
I'm dialoguing with the other brother, and I said, "Can I address this?"
Yeah, but you was even talking over. But you was even talking over. You was even talking to Shabazz too, and he kind of like let you step in front of him. But just hold on for a second.
I let him talk.
Okay, just hold on.
Hey, brother Shah, I just want to say, can I say one thing?
I'm just saying. No, all right, go ahead.
Let me just say one thing. No, brother Shot, no, because we brothers, right? No, bro, look, that's all I want to say. Because I now know that you are like, you come from the lineage, right? So the reason why we want to delineate from like the terminology, like of African American and this and that, is because
that, brother.
No, it's because of like, you have like certain people like politicians now who come over, like certain people that might be from the Caribbean or get on the panels and they say, oh no, we blacks don't need no reparations. It's like, hold on, this is like, now that's a major insult, and it's like almost like an act of war. Like, hold on, all the people that shot, all of the
that's some white supremacy stuff.
All of the stuff that Shah Son's family fought, bled, and died for, that should be a unique marker, man. There should be nobody. That should be like the best signal for shining over the whole planet Earth, and nobody else could claim that. That's what we saying. It's like, no, some of us have a very, very passionate connection to our lineage. We just don't want nobody to come in and like camouflage amongst us and be able to undermine us by using terminology and get in where they fit in and then get out. It's like, nah, man, we checking everybody now. That's what this is all about. But
no, I don't. All I'm saying, saying is we don't.
Let Lex say something after you, sure.
Yeah. All I'm saying is we don't have to shit on the past to establish that. That's just like now. Let's just say 50 years from now, you got a group of youth like, oh, why did they choose FBA? Da 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 da. I understand.
I hear what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying? We don't have to.
I hear what you're saying.
The youth 20 years from now don't have to shit on FBA in the sake of trying to establish something new. That's all.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
and I want you to know, as an FBA, I'm not shitting on it. You're right. We have to be.
They are.
But that's because you got see because it's.
Listen, brother, they are shitting on it because they're not understanding the energy behind it and why it was pushed. You don't have to like it. That's just like somebody saying, oh, we don't like when the Black Panthers came about. You didn't just have the Panthers, you had multiple different groups because people probably didn't like the black term, but the nature of it is still the same. It's a fight for us. So you don't gotta like the term.
Can I make you privy to something, my brother Shah? I think that's what the brothers his poll in the beginning spoke to. A lot of us, I'm 46 years old, man. I have never liked that term African American. I've been before Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell ever existed. I used to, back in the 90s, I'm like, man, I don't like that, man. I don't, because it always.
What I'm saying is, brother, whether you like it or not is irrelevant. This is a fight for us. So whether the term it satisfies you or not, this ain't about like, brother. And at that time that they chose that, in the midst of this American country who was worse than y'all niggas is arguing and crying on YouTube. Now, them niggas was fighting and arguing then off YouTube. For y'all to be shitting on that term and not ignoring the fight that they had. That's why I said.
I hear what you're saying.
That's
I'm gonna show you respect. Look, I'm gonna show you respect, bro. Because like I say, you FBA, so you can speak on this. See, if you was an FBA, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So you have a right.
I'm listening. He wanted everybody to respond, but I'm listening.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Let the whole
sound like a Caribbean to me.
All right, so let Lex respond. I'm gonna pass my go because y'all had a good moment. All right, go ahead, Lex.
Hey man, I want to say that we got a lot of people that come in and try to act like, yeah, I'm FBA and I'm really with it, but they always come with the side thing. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I think it's emotional because I was a Pan-African. People know me around for years, and they're really religiously emotional about the term and not logical. It has nothing to do. Yeah, we're going to stomp all over African American. Why? Because we have evolved politically, economically. We understand the world better. So a lot of things our ancestors did, we don't just do because they did it. We improve upon it.
Is this
what I'm saying? So these dudes that's talking about
Lex,
African.
Come on, Lex, stop playing. Lex, you know why?
But let them go though. But you gotta let them go.
So a lot of these dudes, and that's why we talk about the Majora spirit, because dudes they don't have it obviously, because it's more than just a title. Because if you're really with the FBA and they act like they understand, they'll say, yeah, we understand the tethering, we understand how people, but then they'll go, but why would you try to throw a monkey wrench in something that's moving and that's accepted from the grassroots over your emotional connection to the word African, knowing today that Africans are undermined us? And you know what's really crazy, Ron? whenever you bring up the other
Lex,
side,
my homie, he not talking to me, to be
like
clear.
whenever you bring up the other side of like, what about the Jamaicans? The whole conversation changes because there are Jamaicans who claim they're indigenous to Jamaica. No one goes, oh, what are you talking about? There are people in the islands. So I don't listen, when it comes to the Indian thing, it is a fact. And that I'll debate anybody. Black people were here before Columbus. I don't know why they keep saying that. The records are very clear. The faces are very clear. The code, the statues are very clear. And then on top of that, you know, if we look at someone like Crispus Attucks, what is he? African American? His mother's Indian. His father, I think, was a FBA. So who decides what I get to call myself? So when we talk about ethnogenesis, Dr. Clyde went this put this well. We are not just Africans. So why would we use the term African to describe us? And I know why. Here is what it is. We are emotional. I was emotionally attached to the word African for a long time because Pan-African was being pushed so much and it had but when does evolution come? Now, another question I ask is, they want to fight for the term African American out of emotionalism and political ignorance. How long is someone? That's good. This is the FBA platform, brother. So how long is it before someone is out of Africa before they can stop being African? Because the Australians come out of Africa, right? Everybody comes out of Africa. How long before? Why don't nobody else have to keep the African term? And so what they want to promote it as we got some type of self-hate, but what they are is politically ignorant and emotionally tied to something that's old and worn out. Foundational Black American, no, it ain't gonna change. You know why? And I know I'm being long-winded, Ron, but rest with me for 2 more minutes.
Ron,
listen, if Tariq was broke, busted, and disgusted, these dudes will have no problem. These dudes are jealous of Tariq, y'all. Don't let them bait you into trying to talk against Tariq. I know he's not our leader or whatever, but they hate Tariq and they try to make FBA an organization or a movement. That's agent talk. And then so they can put Tariq up there. That's some agent like trying to set us up like we're like the NOI or something. FBA is a lineage. And if Tariq wasn't as successful as he was, no one would be paying attention. And why is it that everyone is concerned about what we call ourselves and nobody else? It's because either they're politically ignorant, emotionally tied to Pan-Africanism, or straight up working for COINTELPRO, bro. FBA is what it is. We're foundation. It's a perfect term. Foundational Black. James Brown wasn't saying I'm African American and proud. He said I'm Black and proud. So these dudes are capping and gaslighting because they wanna, because they're emotionally tied to Pan-Africanism, which is not even a reality, and it's less of a reality today. So kick rocks with all the other stuff. And if you don't like it, then don't just go hang out with the African Americans. I don't understand. Like, you don't see these dudes in Jamaican panels and trying like arguing with y'all. Y'all are not Jamaicans. You're Africans. You're not indigenous. When it comes to foundational
it
Black
can't
America,
be one-sided.
Because either they're tether or they got a tether spirit. I land my plane.
That was a book, Lex. All right, 2 things. Let me respond to the only thing I don't like about some of the FBAs, not all, Lex, and you went on a good little, decent rant just now. It opens the door for niggas to push certain misinformation about history. And what else you said? Again, nobody cares about the term. I don't really care about the term that we call ourselves. Like I said,
so why don't you just acknowledge yourself in FBA and just call it a day then? Why is there all the pushback?
My issue ain't FBA.
Your issue is with the Aboriginals, and you're bringing it to FBA, bro. I know you, Shaw, son. You're over here arguing Aboriginal talking points.
You just went on a long rant. My issue is niggas pushing misinformation. You've been on panels with me multiple times. I don't care what the Aboriginals.
They're Black Indians, bro.
Yo,
What's
bro,
the
let me
big
finish
deal?
my statement, Lex. We done had wars with them niggas together. Don't do this, because I don't want to jump on your ass. Pause. What I'm saying is
the only thing I disagree with the Abels about is denying their Africanism.
Like fuck them. Pardon my language. We'll forget them. I'm not. Again, you know me. I don't care about what they identify as. That's not my issue. I don't care what you call yourself. That's never been.
So then, why don't you just join us and rock
my
FBA
plight,
and stop fighting us?
I told you,
right.
I'm FBA, African American. I say that on Q Butter channel. I say that on the Abos channel. I am FBA. I am African. I'm all of that.
Q Butter is a tether. He's Jamaican. It don't matter
what
you say
what
on
I'm
his
saying,
channel.
No. What I'm saying is like I've been claiming FBA. What I'm telling you is when we having these identity wars. Sometimes people in the FBA, not all of y'all, Lex, I don't hear you. I mean, sometimes you be trying to slide in little fake information. But what I'm saying is a lot of these guys are opening, this FBA thing's open the door for dudes to slide in things that's not true about history. And that's my issue.
That's your opinion. Some of it is ridiculous. I agree.
Yeah, that's all.
But your opinion, hold on. You are very white. You have a very European whitewashed view of history. Yes, you do. Because you want to say there was no black Indian. That's a lie, bro.
No, because I'm saying that in the let me break down that context. Again, when I'm reading certain things, Barazano saying people dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopian, I don't just assume because I see brown or somebody describing brown people that they're just black people. That might, if you want to be that ignorant.
No, what about the natives? What about the natives who described the black tribes other than to Verrazano? What about the natives who told Verrazano there's these black people over there that we're at war with?
Yo, Lex, they were not describing no black people. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, yes, they were. I can show you it, bro.
Bro, if you want
to, what are they called?
Right here on this channel.
You said what?
What's the name of them again, Lex?
On this channel?
Wait, I can't hear you, Lex.
Do you want to debate whether black
Lex,
people
I'm not
was
debating
here?
you over no brown people.
No,
you can have that ignorant.
They were described as black. The Indians told Verrazano. I'm not talking about what he said. I'm talking about the tribe that told him. There's these niggas.
Verrazano, they saying black people.
They told him, not with Verrazano. The Indians told him there's some black people over. Listen, bro. He said they were black and that they had wars with them, and then he goes on to say that they were making.
That's a lie. You talking about Balboa. You're not even talking about Verrazano.
I might have
Lex, stop playing
whatever.
Here,
so and also said that they were traveling from the port of Guinea to the Americas for trade, right in the same thing, bro. So and then y'all try to deny Abu Bakr II. All the evidence that's there that shows we was here, you deny, and y'all get those talking points from white people. I know it because I look at their blogs, and anything that's black, you cannot have. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you why you're being. Let me tell you why, because I need to be long-winded, because you're being bamboozled.
Hey, Shashan, you was long-winded too, though.
White people, listen, bro. But this is what you're doing. You're contributing to European racism and shit, because black people listen to what I'm saying to you. Black people are not allowed to get on a goddamn boat and travel nowhere. And you niggas push that same narrative. How the hell did you ever read the book Africans and Native Americans by Jack D. Forbes?
Bro, I don't run, Lex.
That book shows, his point of him writing the book was to write history from a non-European eye vision of the relationship between, listen, bro, you don't listen. That's why y'all niggas don't learn. He documents that many Indians, and you said no Indians were called black. That's a lie. They were calling Indians Negroes. They were calling them, they was called, hey, answer this. What is a jumbo? What's a jumbo?
Bro, you again.
It's a mixture of Indian. They had names like Jumbo.
Look. He's proving my point, y'all. He's proving my point. I said
and so that's the ethnogenesis why we can claim Indian, because we have, just like we have African ancestors. Listen, bro. It's all right. I know, because I got a lot to get out. If we have African ancestry, hey, bro, just calm down for a second. I'm almost done, Shah, son. I'm almost done. 30 seconds. If we have African lineage, we could claim African. if we have Indian lineage, we can claim Indian, bro.
You can.
So what is the, so why would you let, so that lets me know you have a different alternative, because you have no reason to fight against FBA just because some people say I have. For those who say they have, no African lineage, nigga, I'm not fighting with them. They know their family better than me.
So
and
if they don't have African
hold up, bro.
lineage,
And even if they're lying, listen. Even if they're lying, they're
foundational Indian Americans.
No, they're not.
Yes,
No goddamn. They're
They're
foundational
not black,
because they, bro. So my point is,
so
even if they're lying, even if they're, listen, bro.
America?
This is what I'm saying. Even if they're lying, even if you don't believe them,
let me finish my
what
statement.
does that give you? Why would you act like an agent and get on these panels and speak against FBA and what we pushing and what we trying to do just because you would disagree with some black people who say they're Indians? What's the big deal?
I just told you.
How many white Indian panels do you go on? There's more white people claim. Bro, there's more white people claiming Indian than black people. If you go to the goddamn reservations, it's straight up blonde-haired, blue-eyed people claiming Indian. Why don't you go to their panels and tell them you ain't no goddamn Indians? You only concerned about black people. Bro, it's obvious, bro.
He's long-winded on purpose. He's making claims that I never said. I just told you. I'm not taking that away. My issue is niggas pushing misinformation. You just admitted that. You done been on panels with me. I don't give a fuck about what you call yourself. You can self-identify as whatever you want. That's not the problem. But when we talking about our history, I don't think none of y'all, me, you, anybody should be allowing anybody to just get on the internet or TikTok or anywhere pushing misinformation. In the sake of, I'm FBA, so now I can say this, I can say that. You gotta regulate. I don't care who you are. You have to regulate whatever.
No, you got to regulate those other people. Go regulate those.
Who? Regulate who?
Regulate the white people that are claiming to be Jews.
Why am I regulating white people?
Because why are you regulating us? We ain't hurting nobody. The black Indians. Hold up, listen. I'm gonna answer your question. You said why am I? The people that are claiming to be Indians that are black, are they robbing, stealing, undermining people politically? Are they taking people's land? They're not harming nobody. Who you need to go talk to are the small hats and those white people in the Indian reservations that are kicking our brothers and sisters out of those tribes. You got your priorities fucked up, bro.
No, I don't got my priorities fucked up. I don't condone niggas that's acting like they black or people that's of African descent getting online lying, because you can do that. You could put
anyway, peace, Ron. Peace to y'all.
Hey, peace. Thank you for calling in.
Hey, you know, we cool, but brother, I just think you're wrong. You need to reassess some things. Pan-Africanism is dead, and the African American term needs to be buried in the ground, never to rise again, bro.
You emotional right now. You emotional.
No, I'm not. I'm not emotional. I'm passionate, bro. I'm not emotional.
Right, well, whatever. What I'm
because you know I was a Pan-African for years, bro.
Listen. Like, I'm trying to give you a pass because me and you, like I said,
a pass on what?
You one of the comrades in a fight with information. I'm not arguing no terms. That's bozo behavior. That's childish. I don't care. My issue is niggas not regulate. If you're gonna be FBA, you better regulate these niggas. Because if not, I'm gonna regulate them. I don't care who you think you are.
What do you need to regulate, nigga? What are you a police? What are you, an overseer? What do you need, bro? You sound like an overseer. What do you need to regulate us for?
Because you letting niggas. Why would you be around niggas pushing misinformation? You cool with that in the sake of FBA?
No, if someone's pushing misinformation, I will have a conversation if they're around them. But what you deem as misinformation, everyone doesn't agree with your white lens that black people were not black people everywhere but the Americas. Bro, that's crazy. The Yamasee were black. The Yamasee were black people, bro. That is a fact.
Information shit. You do not qualify to be talking about no history. You just quoted Barazano. And you ain't know that you was talking about Balboa. You don't qualify, nigga.
Man, that's stupid. Because I mispronounced
it. You don't know what you're talking about, and they don't either.
Now I don't know what I'm talking. Okay, nigga. See, now your true feelings are coming out, bro. I don't believe your FBA. I don't believe your FBA, bro. I don't.
How? You ain't
because
FBA.
you sound like a Caribbean tether from Trinidad or something. Because listen, let me tell you why, Shaw son. Let me tell you why.
Land we got after the Civil War, you stupid nigga. How am I not FBA?
I'm gonna tell you how. You don't have the majority spirit. Let me tell you how. Hold on, Shaw son. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, bro, if you're a Lakers fan, hold up, bro. When you're a fan of a team, you are biased. You have no.
About y'all lost land.
Yeah, you're getting emotional, bro. I'm about to explain to you. Let me explain to you clearly.
1800s.
But see, that's where you're messing up.
Online every day crying about losing land.
Bro, hold on. I hear you. You say your family go back. But FBA has a certain.
Is still on
bro,
land.
wait a minute, bro.
My cousin died.
Listen,
my
I don't
little
care. Listen,
are on the land that we got.
There's something in your lineage that is not FBA. You know why? Because let me tell you, every time I say it, you interrupt. If you're a Lakers fan, you're biased toward that team. Everybody who loves their people is culturally biased, meaning that. Yeah, they're gonna get more of the benefit of the doubt. Like if I'm watching the Celtics and somebody says it's a foul, it might be a foul, man. But I'm gonna say no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. They need to send them to the line because I'm biased. And anybody who loves their people, everybody on earth is culturally biased. So what makes you not culturally biased? Because you got some type of other spirit in you, brother. You don't have the majority spirit. That's why you're not culturally biased.
No, Lex. I don't, Lil Lex, even if we was enemies, and I knew the truth about your past, whether I knew you or not, I'm not gonna let nobody. That's
where you're politically ignorant.
Can I speak? Lex, you fighting today, right now, right? You fighting today at this current time. If I was alive 50 years from now, I would not be letting those little kids misinterpret or misrepresent what the fuck you saying or your premise. That's what I'm saying. That's my spirit, and I don't understand why you niggas.
I get that. So when is that? How is that an FBA problem, though?
Yo, bro, I don't understand how you niggas is okay with these niggas getting online, disrespecting the elders and what they fight.
Like who?
You don't have to like.
Yeah, who are the elders?
Like who's being disrespected? I don't let nobody.
I
wrote a whole book honoring the elders, bro.
Lex, when they say they don't like the African American turn, I'm cool with that. But that shit start turning into niggas calling them niggas boule. They all this like niggas is being disrespectful towards the elders.
There was some boule niggas. Some of them niggas was boule, bro.
Yo, bro, that might not be you, Lex, but it's niggas that's FBA using that as a crutch to disrespect what niggas is fighting for. You would not be talking today if it wasn't for them niggas back then. That's the point.
I don't believe in disrespecting the elders, and some of them dudes go. And some of them dudes go too far. I've heard some abos called John Henry Clark of CIA.
I ain't talking about the abos, bro.
I heard them called. I know, but I'm trying to agree. Let me just agree with you for a second, bro. I've heard some of these dudes called Dr. John Henry Clark, a CIA agent.
All of them agents, bro.
Now that type of shit.
You're gonna be an agent 30 years from now. You're gonna be an agent. Watch.
Yeah, no, but
this guy crazy.
Watch. And then it's gonna be a nigga like me trying to fight for your name.
Explain something to you.
A nigga like me trying to fight for your name. It's gonna be a weirdo.
All right, bro, but this is what I'm saying to you. This is the minority. You have you talking about the extreme abos in that little Chief Holiday circle. But most FBA, even the ones that claim they're not African, they're still repping FBA with other people who saying that they have African descent. So they don't have a problem with it. When you start going, you hang around Chief Holiday and Sister Becky too much, bro. You see what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, like, the FBAs be pushing misinformation too. Like, if you want to be FBA, I'm with that. I understand. I wholeheartedly understand FBA.
No, you can't be FBA. Either you're not. It's not. You can't make a decision to be FBA.
No, I said I wholeheartedly understand it. What are you talking about? I never said I.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm saying that because of these new identities, niggas start using it as an avenue to start saying anything, and that's my problem. I don't care about what you call it. I don't get into these.
Yeah, but I never hear you just repping FBA. I never hear you repping the
I thought again.
See that? But hold up. See that's
wait. Did you hear what I just said? I said that I thought that was understood around. I'm a 90s baby. I thought we already understood that.
Well, it's 225, baby.
Yo, brother, can I speak? I thought we already understood that we ain't continental Africans. We unique. I ain't know that we even had to have this conversation. That says a lot about you niggas.
Nigga,
that
was
says a lot
yo,
about you niggas.
That's what Pan-African has kind of been pushing on us.
I'm
That's
not
why
a Pan-African,
hold
so
on,
why would I know
brother,
that?
listen. You said that I think we understood that. Where'd you get
Lex,
that notion from?
Hold
on,
on, Lex,
bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
No, bro,
That's why I'm about to break something
heard none
down
of my
for you.
elders act like they was from Africa.
Hold
None
up,
of my
listen,
elders
bro.
were.
What I'm telling you
is
the
talking about?
reason people have a problem with the delineation. They wouldn't have a problem if they all, bro. Listen, if they already, God damn, bro. If they
I never said I
already
had a problem with the delineation. That's not
but
my
what I'm
issue.
saying, I'm trying to address one thing you said like 3 minutes ago. If they already had an understanding of that, like you say, then they wouldn't have no problem when it got more specific and the word delineation was used. They would have been like, well, we just need to get on the more delineation board.
But
no,
again,
they're having a hissy fit. Bro, listen, they're having a hissy fit because they see black people.
Misinformation.
No, bro, damn, wait. Because they see us detaching from Africa. And that emotional attachment.
Are pushing misinformation with it. That's why. It has nothing to do with the delineation.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with the delineation, bro.
We're not stupid. Niggas, that's the problem. Niggas ain't stupid. Niggas is trying to do this FBA.
So then delineate with your tribe and stop fighting us. Delineate, nigga. That's all you gotta do.
You said what?
Delineate. Why aren't you delineating?
No, listen. I'm not throwing that jacket on you. You can delineate. But like I said.
Why aren't you delineating?
When am I delineating from?
See, there it is. And I'm done, y'all. Yo, Ron, I'm hollering. Hey, Sean, son, peace to you, bro. Peace to everybody. FBA all day, stand up. We the greatest people on the planet.
Can I speak? You a coward.
Ahead,
Don't make me jump on your ass. I'll go get YK. Do not make us jump on your ass. You will be a victim. We'll treat you like an abo, nigga. Stop playing on the internet. What I'm telling you is this. Nobody's delineating. I'm going to be clear again. FBA could be whatever they want. Why? I don't understand how you, who've been on the internet longer than me, you've been in every community, you was a more African. I don't understand how you okay with niggas because they in the nature of FBA pushing misinformation. That's why the Pan-Africans be jumping on y'all ass, nigga.
Yes.
Because niggas is using it as a crutch to start lying and rewriting history.
It's y'all son. When you say Pan-Africans, ain't not one ever walked over here and left alive. As a matter of fact,
care. I ain't no Pan-African. I'm just saying that's why he's trying to make it seem like niggas is mad because they disattaching from Africa. That's not the problem.
Yeah, but that's just an opinion.
You said what?
I just like how he see it. That's all. It's like how you see it, the way you see it, he see it that way.
Lex knows better though. But see, my problem with Lex is Lex smart enough. He trolling. Lex know that that's not the issue. Lex know. Yep. He know that it's because dudes are trying to rewrite and tell his history that we can't find, or they try. That's what it is. That's my issue. I don't have a problem. I'm with the
have a great day
on that.
Yeah, you too.
Once you start saying, yo, this one was a boule, or this one was, that's the issue, bro. We don't have to erase our history to be something new. That's what I'm saying. We don't have to do that.
So okay, let me address that. So now, you were saying we don't have to shit on African American. So here's the thing. Do you think that we should shit on Negro or colored?
Shit on it?
Yeah.
You can't. That's what I'm. No, because I mean. The reason why I'm saying no, hold on, brother. Hold on. Again, I understand what they went through at that time. That's just like me right now. I used to, as a child, I used to be like, damn, them niggas was slaves, they allowed. But again, the paradigm was different. I can't compare that paradigm to all the freedom I have today with certain things. I could leave a job. Ain't no slave catchers coming to get me if I quit. Ain't gonna be no slave ass.
We got you, but
hold on, brother.
But
I can't judge people for their paradigm. That's just like saying you broke, I'm not. Oh, that nigga crazy. He did this. I don't know what.
I got you.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
we don't gotta.
Now listen to what I'm saying. I got what you're saying.
I'm saying.
All right, now listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying when people call shit on, like, see, that is subjective and stuff. Like, when people say, "Hey, you shitting on me," or no, or you disrespect me, like that. That's somebody. Sometimes it's true, but sometimes it's my personal opinion. Like, for example, the term African American really offends me. Like, it offends my ancestors.
It don't offend everybody though.
But it offended. But hold on, it offended the majority of black.
That's folks. A lie. That's a lie.
Okay. It definitely offends me.
That's a lie. You know how I know that's a lie? You know how I know that's a lie?
Okay.
If it offended everybody, you know how I know that's a lie? Because when you look state to state, watch this. You niggas, listen, I deal with statistics.
No, I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about the
right
18.
If you
I'm
look
talking about 1800s, right?
If you look statistically through the 90s and the early 2000s and the late 80s, niggas is checking that willingly. They still checking it. You niggas is lying on the internet like niggas
bro, you need to stop. Hey, listen.
Niggas are lying, bro. I'm not gonna
I
let
just
niggas
said,
lie like that.
all right, hold on. Well, you're the one not even listening to my line.
No, you lying about niggas not liking it. You just said majority of people didn't like it. You're lying.
Stop. Well, we didn't, but I wasn't talking about that time frame.
Nigga, speak for yourself.
I clearly I clearly said 18.
You lying.
Okay, cool. I clearly said 1800s, and this dude said 1990s. You're not listening. You're too emotional.
Everybody didn't disagree with it either. I can show you.
Bro, ain't nobody called himself that shit. Bro.
Okay. People were saying
and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna
when they was asking him about the term.
Right.
You never seen it.
Yeah, but I got a survey too, and like 2%. Yeah. No. Well, hey, listen, man. I don't give a damn.
I'm not a Pan-African.
Okay. Hey, Shah, how do you? What about? Hey, Shah, can we commission the government and get FBA put on those? Can we start signing FBA from here on out? What about you? What you mean, y'all? I thought you was us, bro. What you mean, y'all? I'm talking about you.
I'm talking
about you.
Lex might be right about it.
You niggas are crying and acting like y'all broke and y'all need.
Ain't anybody crying.
You niggas
what
are
you
crying.
Mean, y'all, bro?
I'm not crying about titles.
Yo, Shah, well, hold on. I thought you was us, bro. We're not. I'm not making a distinction between me and you.
50 and 40 years old crying about.
Yeah, he included you just now.
I'm in my 30s.
And you said you gonna y'all us. You said y'all.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I thought we was family, Shah.
Oh, nah, I guess we're not.
No, I'm just
no. What you mean, y'all? I thought we was from the lineage, bro.
Y'all crying about it. I'm not. You crying about
that's your opinion.
What somebody called you. I'm not.
No, we're not crying about it. We're trying to make the proper.
That's an emotional plea.
I just asked you if you down with us making the proper correction, so we don't have to quote unquote cry about it. Damn, but you don't want to help. You don't want to help us get that popping too. Like, I mean, damn, like it's like you want us to do all the heavy lifting, bro. Like, damn, that's all.
And he coming in the back.
Look, watch this. This is how I know you niggas is stuck, and you niggas ain't really on a higher plane because you niggas think that a title was gonna save y'all. You niggas think a title was gonna make somebody.
No, bro. It's not just a title. It's a lot of things that need to be corrected.
Yeah, you can tell he in the chat not listening at all. He's just in the chat arguing.
It's a lot of things that need to be corrected.
No, listen.
We have to do it. I can't get your paycheck at the end of the week.
No. Nah. You so stuck that you think a white man gonna give a fuck.
You're stuck on African American.
Mind you, he been thinking you was black
that thing
for the past.
RIP.
He been thinking you was black for the past thousand years, and you think that if you relabel yourself, he gonna look at you even different, nigga.
Who is the he? Wait.
Hey, hold on. Shah, that's where you're wrong at. It's not so the white man sees us differently. It's so that we see ourselves for who we truly are.
Watch this. Watch how goofy you is.
Who is the white man?
Wait. Watch how goofy you is. When have black people ever been on one accord? When? You sound dumb even suggesting that so we can look. Even the FBA shit right now, niggas ain't jacking that. There's a bunch of niggas that don't care about that FBA shit. They saying we African American, we black American. You niggas is bozos.
But we don't have any self-determination to name and like claim who we are.
According to Shah, no.
I thought powerful people named themselves.
I thought so too.
You said what?
You know what I mean? I thought
the same thing.
Named who they are, gave stake their own claim and didn't wait for somebody else to label
but what I'm saying is the name game is pointless because everybody not gonna be on that one accord, so it's pointless to even have that to try to do that. Y'all saying, "Oh, we want to be FBA." It's a ton.
Okay. Forget about FBA. What's the better term? Because the term is not really what's important.
I'm not a term.
The term is not what's really important. It's what comes with lineage.
So what should we call
it? I can't inherit if your father or mother passed down land and property to you. I just can't
come in and say gonna block you out.
In y'all world, y'all think that a person that's not the same as y'all gives a fuck what you call yourself. Y'all think that. I don't think that way. I think that they don't give a fuck. But
who is they?
That was the case.
Wait, who are the theys? Because he's saying they, but you giving pronouns now.
He just said that he was mentioning that my family who fought for this and fought for that should get reparations, based on us being called FBA. So he's talking about what the government could do for us based on.
But Shah, I didn't just say yo because we just
he said
it's not just about
two of y'all talking versus
is long-winded.
He said that.
Dude, take a breath, take a
bro.
sip.
He did not just say that. Yo, we just want to call ourselves FBA because we just want to call ourselves that.
Okay,
he made
so
it
calm down. The same way you listen to
me,
I said 1800s. He said 1990, and I was saying 1800s. He said 1990.
He said 1800s about what?
No, but you're not. Listen, the fact that you thought I said 1990.
Calling ourselves that in the 1800s, African American. That's what you said.
The fact, yeah, and not
pause,
small minority, 2, 3, 4 people.
Who gives a fuck what they was calling themselves? If
okay,
they wasn't
no, but the point,
that.
no, but the
that
point is,
mean that those
okay,
people
dude,
wasn't,
okay,
no, wait,
all right, now, look, I don't have to keep talking over you.
This is what I mean.
Okay, stop.
Y'all niggas try to slide in these stupid comments.
Right.
Oh, we wasn't calling ourselves African American in the 1800s. It's a.
Dude, I gotta mute you, dude. Like you just too disrespectful. Now I can see why you got your brother thing.
Can I just say
y'all
something
just
real
yell at
quick?
each other all day long. Yeah.
Hey,
yo, bro, he's talking over me. I can hear both of y'all talking.
Shot.
Don't mute me.
Damn,
Mute
Shot.
him.
You won't let anybody talk. I gotta mute you, bro.
Yo, Shot.
Talking about.
Yo, Shot. All I'm saying is this, bro. Listen, all I'm saying.
This dude
This
crazy.
all I'm saying, Shot. This
You
all I'm
wanted to
saying.
chat with anybody.
Damn, Shot.
Okay, we don't know what we're talking about. All right, dude. I got put in the back room. Yeah,
Yo, Shot. All I'm saying.
Purpose.
I'm not saying that because you just made my whole thing or FBA all about what we want the government to recognize us as, or the benefits. That's part of it, but you skipped over the whole part where I said that a lot of us have we're very passionate and we cherish our sacred lineage. That's what's most important in our identity. I mean, you come from a family. Should we all call ourselves the same name, first and last name? Should we all be
like
Shah Son? Like you've done special things in the world, Shah Son. Like I don't want to get your credit, so I gotta name myself something different.
Trying to conglomerate what we call as black people, if that's the case. Why you even on this panel? Go be you from your family. If we gonna be that deep, nigga, we all ain't the same thing.
Yeah,
I've been had this conversation with the FBAs. If it's that deep.
Yeah, he said the FBA is like one person represents every. This guy's crazy.
Why you trying to conglomerate?
Because a lot of people have came over and tried to dilute that which we hold
sacred.
You're
different from everybody.
Yeah, we are, and that's why we make.
So
that's why we're making a
from
distinction.
The other FBAs?
Yeah, we're different.
Yeah, but we
share one thing in common.
We all tied to the same. Yeah, we are. No, I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. I'm different from. Yeah, I'm not. I don't. But we're all the same ethnicity. We might have different families, but we all are. We're all one ethnicity. I just explained it to you. I just explained it to you, bro. I just explained it to you.
Because FBA not ethnicity. What is it?
Yes, it is.
It is an ethnicity.
No, it ain't.
It is an ethnicity. It is.
Nigga, what are you talking about?
I gotta meet you, dude. Like
dog, Shot, but we can go get it popping. Let's go do it.
I gotta meet you, dude.
Yo, Shot, what's the name then? Forget about fuck FBA. What's the name then, bro? What is Shot? Let's just all call ourselves the tribe of Shah Son. How about that? I don't give a shit about the name. The name FBA, the name itself don't matter, but it's a term. Look, it's something that gave us that a lot more people can identify with. That's like, yo, let's roll with it. Like it's not really the FBA terminology. Let's not get caught up on that. We can call it Shah Son next week.
I told you I'm not a name junkie. I could care less.
I ain't think that's not what you are, but I am. That matters to me. Okay, I'm careful. You care less. I'm careful.
Yeah.
You asked what's the ethnicity of FBA? It's descendants of freedmen. We all got pushed through that funnel. When we all got denationalized and put into slavery, whether we was mixed in with the natives or not.
Again?
The people that got put on those rolls after,
and what did the 1866 treaty say, except for the Cherokee one?
What did they say?
Oh, you don't know?
No, you tell me. I'm asking.
Oh, you don't know what the articles say about
He just said no 3 times.
No, tell me. You bomb me, school me.
All of them except for the Cherokee treaty say those people were of African descent. You didn't know that?
But here's the well, here's the thing. On the Dawes rolls, you had people that had mothers that could have been from a tribe and then a father that could have been African, but due to the fact they had one parent that was African, they got listed as freedmen. Then they knew this. A lot of us. Nigga. That's what I'm trying to say. So a lot of us to this day have that.
They're not free if that tribe didn't own those people of African descent. What I'm saying
but you still descended from it. So let's just say if you or me descended from.
I'm not denying the Indian part, but what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. You niggas are ignoring what people went back then. Why would those people be proudly walking around wanting to be claiming this Indian shit, knowing they folks was owned?
Because first of all, because lineage is lineage. It's not.
You try to slander those black people. Why they chose African American? Why did they chose? Like, y'all niggas is weird. Y'all weird. Y'all mad
because
they didn't kiss the
you have some blacks, you have some
weird.
some of us black Americans now come from either straight off the slave ships, either mixed in with the indigenous, with the natives, or as you say, there were some that was always here, but you say they never existed. We could talk about that on a later date. So you do agree that some of us came straight off the ships and we don't have no mixture. Some of us have mixtures with the natives or whatever. I mean, but like I say, the indigenous part, that's not important.
Wait. Those people that never mixed with the Indians, you want them to be called FBAs? Because I'm with you on that. I don't have a problem with that.
The people, they all got funneled and pushed and just called treatment. After most of us just got pushed.
Like if a black person came here and they don't, because I don't suggest that all black people.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That's a good question. Okay,
yeah. I'm saying, if you want to say those people FBA, because again, I'm cool with that. They FBA.
You talking about the black Africans that never mixed in with no tribes. That you talking about those people, right?
Yeah, they FBA.
They are because at one point it just became a classification thing because everybody just got lumped in as freedmen. So that's where we going back to the part where the bullshit, where the trick bag came in at. It's like, okay, so whether you straight up African, let's say you just 100% African, or you mixed in with a little native and you mixed in with African, we all FBA. Why? Because at the end of the day, we all was the foundation, and that's the point we trying to get at, bro. That's it. That's all we saying, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm cool with that. Like I said, I don't have a problem with that. Only time I get on the FBAs is because, again, I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna leave. I just don't like people pushing misinformation. I think we should tell the whole story. It's cool. We can say, yo, I didn't like the African American term, but I know what they was going through at that time. I know why you got niggas saying Harriet Tubman didn't exist. It's just weird.
Okay,
weird.
You know what, Sean? I want to say this before you go, because I don't want you to go before hearing this.
It is too, bro. Before you leave.
No. Hey, Sean, check this out. I do want to say this. We do have to be careful. You do have a point. There is a lot of FBAs or people. We have a lot of people among us that are immature,
bro,
some are ignorant, but let's talk to the grown up. But let's talk to the grown ups in the room. You got the grown ups in the room right now.
That's why I said I need your name. That's why I said I need your name so I
can absolutely.
My name unbiased Ron. Everybody.
That's Ron. I know Ron.
Well, my YouTube is Expressor J or J Shot. You can
on
Instagram.
When the Pan-Africans and the Abos start calling your name out, you start catching slander, they start putting your name in the title. It's probably my fault. Because I'm gonna be like Expressor J said.
Yeah, so I don't know. Don't get it twisted. You're gonna come across some FBAs later that's probably gonna rub you the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like I say, we have a lot of people amongst us that's ignorant, that just like throwing mud. But we want to make it clear, some of us just want to set the record straight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and my thing is I want the agenda to be cool. I just want everything to, and that's the thing. I'm sounding like a hypocrite. We ain't gonna never be on one accord, but I feel look. If we got a protocol, we gotta stick to the protocol. I just told the Aboriginals that, y'all gotta get y'all protocol together. It's not the same story. Y'all pushing as a unit, but it's different stories. And
absolutely.
I don't see how, because when you push it, if the story different, then that's setting us back another 10 years. Because now we gotta argue amongst ourselves. Like that's all I'm saying. I don't think the FBA story is.
I don't. There's really no argument because the argument is clear. It started everything with the reparations argument, and then after that was tangibles and certain set asides or assistance or certain equities, and then just delineate. Hey, we are this, you're that, cool. And that's why that's why it doesn't matter what the label is, but you have to identify something exclusive to everybody else. That's a fact. Everybody else has that. You need it too.
Now they feel like African American and Black American was exclusive though.
No, because wait. Hey, Shabazz, he just said that other folks click it too, and they're not us. So no, it's very inclusive, man. Matter of fact, Myron Gaines, Elon Musk might come over here to do the same thing. Yes, that's very inclusive.
Now he can't check African American because it's in the same category as Black, or it says Black or African American. You can't check that.
Can other Black people around the world who are not like Myron Gaines, can he select African American?
What is Myron Gaines? Is he white? I don't know what he look like.
He's Sudanese. He's Sudanese.
He's Sudanese?
American. He's Sudanese American.
Yeah, he could probably check it because of the Black part. But that's we don't know. Wait, hold the thing, Ron. I don't know what they're checking. I would assume that they checking other. I don't know.
No. They tell you. They're checking. They tell you when it's there. They're not checking other. They're because they're Black and they're from Africa.
Wait. Could it be that some of them are checking Black because of the racist people who think certain ways. They may see them and just be like, well, he black just cause. And
okay,
they feel,
but that may be true. But the fact they can identify as us and they're not us, that's a problem. That's what we're saying.
But that's not their fault, though, Ron. Hold
no,
on,
it don't have to be their fault. But I'm saying, look, wait. I'm
Ron.
responding to you. I'm saying that the option to be one of us should not even be there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I feel like, all right, so what's the overall effect? Because I don't see how they affect us. I don't see how they affect us when it comes to them identifying as such. Like,
wait, I gotta ask you. Wait. Wait, Shabazz, hold on, because I don't want to jump somewhere different. I gotta ask Shot Son this question. Do you think Marcus Garvey was a great leader in America?
Again, this goes back to what he was trying to do at that time period.
Okay, I
do think that at that time, what he was trying to do, I understand it. Again,
no, but I'm asking, was it good for Black people at that time?
Yeah.
So how is scamming ever good for us?
How do you know he was again? That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not gonna have that conversation with you.
Yeah,
because you already made up your mind that he was scamming.
No. Because before Shabazz, you talking about sources and
yeah, I'm not gonna beat you up on Marcus Garvey.
Okay,
because that's a perspective.
Dude,
that's
no.
perspective.
No.
You already got your mind made up that he was.
No. I don't have my mind made up. What was he licensed to sell stocks? Yes or no?
Licensed to sell? No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He know.
All right.
Listen.
All right.
Listen,
did he lie
again? You delineate.
Did he? Okay. No. Wait. Because you said he was a great leader. You said he was a great. You said he was. No. You're doing exactly
at that time.
Yeah, I knew you were Pan-Africanist. That's why I
today's time.
That's why I stopped you and asked that question.
That's corny. You might as well
Marcus Garvey's one of the worst Black leaders to ever. No. Marcus Garvey. No, he was actually scanned. No, it's not. Okay, so we can't read about it. So you weren't there in 1800s, but you know about African Americans.
No. What I'm saying
is, stop. You make yourself look crazy right now.
Listen.
No, it's scamming. Scamming is never good for Black people.
Bro,
so be with the KKK.
He scammed a bunch of Black people?
Yes, he scammed everybody. He was advertising shit he never owned. You didn't know that?
Everybody knows that.
Okay, is that scamming?
Why are you bringing up Marcus Garvey?
Okay, because I wanted to see if you were genuine. I wanted to see you was built on integrity. And you show you're not.
Certain things, you still gonna run to him being a scammer. Again, you ignoring the plight of Black people.
I wanted to see if you had any integrity, dude. You don't.
He on the panel right now of talking, trying to talk as if you advocating for Black people, but then you going in the past to slander people that was doing the same shit you was doing. How I know you ain't scamming, nigga?
Oh yeah. Oh, now it's the peekaboo. What everybody doing?
Saying,
if I don't know what you're doing,
you on the internet every day. How I know you ain't getting super chats for just crying about FBA.
But you,
what are you doing?
But you don't know. Okay, but you don't know, right?
Watch this.
Wait. No. I gotta mute you.
I'm not calling you a scammer. I'm just saying.
I know you're not. But hold on. Let me mute you fast.
What I qualify?
Wait. Because you just said you don't know. So when does don't know equals you know? Okay, so you don't. Okay. No. I don't want a crazy example. You just
bro, you're not doing anything for Black.
Okay. What you want me to do? Look,
you're not doing shit for Black people. You're on YouTube. How I know you ain't scared.
Okay. All right. So look. Have a good day. I don't want to,
Yeah, you running that.
Have a good day. No, because you don't let nobody talk, man. Damn, bro.
Yo, bring Shot Son back. Bring him back.
No. Hey, bro. How do we go from? Now, once you remove small Zoom, you can't come back. Like Zoom won't let you back. They won't let you back.
Okay,
now, but what I'm saying is, I don't want to talk in circles. And I want to pinpoint who's a Pan-Africanist. That's why I asked that question. And then I want to pinpoint was he going to be honest about Marcus Garvey, because none of them are. They never admit to do the scam.
Man, I don't like my man that came on before. It's like, man, where's that spirit at? Like, it's like you saying y'all, and like I thought you was FBA. Like, come on, Shot Son. Hey, are you getting feedback on there, bro? Driving in my semi truck. I don't want to mess up the the flow here. Can you hear? I'm on my Bluetooth, but can you hear me clearly?
Wait, I can't hear you. Hold on.
Hello. Hello.
Give me a second. I can't hear. I'm away from the computer. Go.
Oh, okay. What about now?
Let me get it. Wait 1 second. I can't even hear you. Come. Yeah, 1 second. I cannot hear you.
Okay.
You want to eat
I'm
your
driving in my
waffles?
semi truck, so I don't know.
All right, no, it was me. I walked my son
Okay.
to the bathroom.
Okay. I didn't know if
Okay,
you
so
could hear
now,
it. I got on my Bluetooth, but I don't know if it's giving
now I
feedback or
can
if
hear
you
you.
can hear the engine.
So what were you
Okay,
saying?
cool.
You want your waffles?
No, I was just saying, like, I thought, Shy Son, it's like, damn, bro, like you FBA, but you keep saying y'all and you keep othering us. It's like,
Yeah.
man, it's a million and one reasons. It's blatantly obvious why we need to get away from the term African. First of all, your poll, that should have said it all. The people spoke right there. Like it shows that a lot of us we don't like it. We have never liked it. It was something that was, I don't know, forced upon us. As I read here, Jesse Jackson made it popular. I think around 1989, he made it popular. I didn't ask Jesse Jackson for that.
Right. Nobody was asking for, because we were all satisfied with black, bro. Ain't nobody was asking for something new.
Man, look, we didn't land on the African rock. The African rock landed on us.
So that is funny. But look, let me say this about Shy Son. Okay, first of all, he'll let nobody talk. All right. And look, and today I'm having a nice day. I don't feel like, screaming over somebody. But there's a couple things stood out about him. There's red flags. Now he might be FBA, fine, but he's clearly Pan-Africanist, or he's a Pan-Africanist whisperer. Either one. He's like a Pan-Africanist. He's just like Unc was here, Bob was there. They're stuck on the term African American. They don't let it go. They can't even defend it. Oh,
I don't understand why they're so hell bent on it though. Like, why they don't want to let that? Because I notice a lot of Pan-Africanists. It's like they'll fight you to the death over that term.
It's their religion, bro. It's their religion.
Okay, I get it.
Okay, Garvey, Umar, these are their gods, but Jesus and the Most High. So like, but they don't know nothing about Pan-Africanism. That's the crazy. Like, they only stuck on certain individuals, because we start bringing up the fact the forefounders, and the ACS is one of their forefounders. The ACS is the American Colonization Society, a white racist group, and they are probably some of the first well-known Pan-Africanists in the country.
Okay,
and I guarantee you, my man don't know about ACS. So, but he doesn't listen. His mind is made up. I was referencing African American in the 1800s. He was using it in the 1900s. And I'm not speaking about us. Because we didn't use it, but I'm saying they damn sure ain't use it, because they didn't want to be deported, bro. They didn't want to have no citizenship for nobody. Even Frederick Douglass, they was all against anything African, anything tied to Africa.
Okay. So where did the mix-up come in at? Was it Garvey and right there?
No, because Garvey used wait between me and him.
No, I'm saying back in the day. Where did the whole there was
never a
mix-up.
Okay, it was Jesse Jackson, because Marcus Garvey even called it universal Negro something. You dig?
Okay.
So nobody was using African nothing. He said Negro. The NAACP is advanced colored people. You see, nobody was using African. Jesse Jackson brought that back up.
Man, that was a horrible Jesse Jackson, man. I want to bring that dude up for war crimes. Yeah, that's Jesse Jackson has committed a war crime against my people here in the United States.
And people looking at Jesse Jackson really funny for that. And then he just disappeared. He say that and just disappeared. It just become irrelevant.
I mean, and plus we have to look back and think about how a lot of our forefathers and our ancestors and great grandparents and stuff, they was just trying to do the best they could. A lot of them, some of them was coons and sellouts, but some of them just was working with whatever they had, and they just didn't know.
Right. And guess what? And we're not going to judge them to that. See, but we're not going to lie either. They would call themselves Negro and colored. There was a whole movement, the NAACP.
There you go.
Yeah, colored people, advancement for colored people, man.
Wow. So hey man, thanks for enlightening me on the fact that it's a religion. Now I get it.
Yeah, it's a religion, bro.
It's like, but here's the problem. It's like, why do these Pan-Africanists feel the need to like de-indigenize and declassify us from who we are? Like, it's like, dude, like, okay, Umar, go to Africa and be a Pan-Africanist. And they don't understand that.
Oh, they're never gonna leave back.
Just because I'm FBA, it doesn't mean that I can't work, in harmony with other blacks throughout the diaspora. But But they have like you say, it's a religion, it's a cult. I don't know. It sounds like a cult. Like, damn, bro, if you don't identify as this, then just go die somewhere is what they sound like.
And then he don't want no labels. So basically he's saying, screw that. And like, and both of us made a complete great analogy that, hey, we need something exclusive. They said, hell no, there's nothing wrong with somebody tagging along. And even Bob West said there's nothing wrong with them tagging on our reparations. Now that was crazy, bro. That was crazy.
Man, that's the dude that really rubbed me the wrong way. That's why I called up to your show. I'm like, dude, nah, we're not gonna do that. Like you said, we can't go to CARICOM and all these other places.
He said they could siphon our reparations and it's all good.
Man, that's what made me call in right there.
That was
when
crazy.
I heard that. and I just stumbled upon your channel. You know, glad to be a new subscriber.
Oh yeah,
I'm like, man,
definitely.
this is what I'm talking about. But when I heard that, I was like,
Rod,
oh, let me.
I gave Rod's son back his wrench. He did. He's FBA, but
okay,
I'm sure he in the chat messing with people. But it's like,
well, I just got one question to all my Pan-Africanists of the world. How is it? Trust me, if I thought it could work or if it could, we've been on this planet for how many millions of years, right? Why has Pan-Africanism not worked up until now?
They
and
had
also,
100
and also, why does the? I mean, I would join Pan-Africanism or the ideology of it. I'm still going to work with. What's the difference in me working with my people in harmony than me calling myself a Pan-Africanist? It's like, damn, just because I don't wear the colors, we can't work together.
Oh, you better have that flag in your house.
Damn, see, man. Well, it's not. Well, who's the one that's causing the division? Who's really xenophobic? Is it? They try to say FBA is xenophobic, but it sounds like they're the ones that's xenophobic.
Nah.
Yeah, and on top of that, one last thing. How can we expect to have a global one nation under a Pan-Africanist flag when there's not one nation under an African continental flag? I don't get it.
Yeah, right.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the West Indies tried it. It flopped in 4 years, bro. They start backbiting, arguing each other. It never went nowhere. 4 years, and they gave up with this unity thing.
I think Umar Johnson just uses it because it's like, hey, I could just keep on. If it's never gonna get nowhere, that means I can keep on making money in I can keep on making money in perpetuity off of something that's never gonna go nowhere. This ideology that he knows he's gonna die. Umar Johnson is very well aware that he's going to die, and Pan-Africanism is never going to be a reality at the point where
it won't move one decimal, bro. It won't move 1 inch.
And he would have it no other way. Just keep on paying me to give you lectures on some shit that's never going to come to reality.
I'm the most requested black scholar.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Anyway, man, that's all I got to say, man. I mean,
right, man, I appreciate
hope to
you,
come
bro.
back and chop it up again, man.
Yeah,
Shot son, man. We still brothers, man. We
yeah. I gotta.
Yeah,
next time, look, I should have did this next time, so he don't say we cutting him off. I gotta do him like do DJ Focus. I gotta get a guy 3 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes and then stop and be quiet.
Okay.
And then 3 minutes again. Yeah, because he ain't gonna stop.
Okay. Hey, like I say, it's all love, man. Hey, no love lost.
Hey, bro. Yes, sir. Nah, it's all good.
I'm gonna mute myself, I guess, for right now.
I'm gonna go ahead and share the video that I was sharing with the FBA cooking. Yeah, so look, it's okay to be a Pan-Africanist FBA. It's whatever. But when you try to hide it and come on a panel and act like you're like pro FBA, but you're really not, we don't care if you're not. Like the dude earlier Bobby was kind of not really pro, but whatever. They seem like they just don't come out and just admit it. It's always like they're with us, but they're not. So we try to figure them out. So I knew what to ask them. You ask about Garvey, you're gonna always smoke them out, because they're gonna turn on their God. They call him Mosiah. What do they call Marcus Mosiah Garvey? Okay, they ain't gonna go against their God. So
hey, man, damn, it's a religion. Hey,
yeah, what I know what to ask them. I know what to ask. Dude was straight scamming. That's why I said register stock. Like everything about his thing was garbage. And dude, you don't take donations. That's what Umar got the scam from, bro. You don't take donations to like do a global thing. You dig? Look, it's something simple, family, and this is for Shabazz too. When you're in business, there's something called proof of concepts, right? You start who did Microsoft start large? Did Amazon start large? So why is Garvey starting large, and why did he start large, and why is Umar starting large? Why he want a university? So you don't want to ask. Look, even churches, bro, they start in library, they start in somebody's basement, and then as the membership grows, the donations grow, the church grows. So you can see the progress. You can see why it became a mega church. You see the membership grew and grew and grew. Why these guys want to go from the stars right away? Because they know it's bullshit. They know it's not gonna last. So they just jump for the heavens. Hey, I'm gonna bring you guys back to Africa. I mean, don't you want to first fight against Jim Crow and get some rights passed like A. Philip Randolph? You want to? It's a wild mission, and then get boats, ships that nobody can even drive the damn thing, man. They can't fix it or drive it.
Wow.
Nobody was. He hired me and you, bro. No lie. He hired me and you to perform maintenance on the ship, bro. Read it. He even admitted it did. Even John Henry Clark said that. But anyway, so when I give John Henry Clark criticism, is due. That's another thing. Like people try to hold these guys in like they critique Tariq Nasheed and can realize he's a man. But when it comes to their elders, they're not men. Like they're mortals. They're immortals. It's like, yo, they're above critique. Like he said, hey man, you can't critique them for doing what's right. But then he'll critique somebody. He'll critique me and you.
Like, they no different than some Islamic extremists, man.
Right. And then they're like 10 deep. Like the Pan-African movement is so small, bro. It's so broken up, fringe. So it's like a little jealousy. Like they see Black people are coming together under a code, which is called the lineage. They are so mad that it wasn't their code, which is Pan-Africanism, that got us together. So now people are abandoning.
Just get with it, man. Don't everybody that ego. They got to get out of that ego, man. It's not about who took the term first and none of that, man. It's about winning.
Yeah,
Let's win
love
with the code.
they love critiquing Tariq. Oh, he's a leader. No, he's not. He came up with it. Okay, so Jesse Jackson leader. He brought it to our attention. How about the guy who mentioned that first? Is he the leader? That's just stupid. So the person who came up with cap, no cap, that's cap. Is he the leader of slang? Like, come on, man. Like, yo, we're very innovative. We're very creative. We make up shit all the time. And sometimes, bro, we hop on it. Yo, how many dances missed? Shabazz, how many dances people made up in videos or in their neighborhood and it missed? It didn't hit. But other dances hit. Right, and everybody doing it.
Exactly.
So are they the leader of dancing?
No. But you know what I think it is, man? Tariq Nasheed, he's a polarizing figure. And the fact that the FBA terminology, the coinage came through his mouth.
Oh yeah, they hate that.
They just it's almost like how some Tariq has the same effect on like Pan-Africanists and some other people as Donald Trump has on like the worldwide the world at large. It's like I don't care what he's saying. I don't care what
garbage.
If he want to bring me $1 billion, I don't care. I hate him. You know, it's that type of thing, you know, and that's just what it is. Like you say, that's why they want to tie him and make him the leader. But I'll tell Tariq to his face, you are not the arbiter of nothing or all things FBA. Right. All of us are. And if he don't want to deal with that,
he'll have clever ideas here and there.
Shit, you know
yeah, facts. Because it's real simple. Move out the way and keep it moving, bro.
Yeah, and we'll put him and hold him to his word. Hey, when he says I'm not the leader, hey, Tariq, because don't get it twisted. Tariq, since he has a very broad audience, and he's global and has a loud voice. I mean, a lot of people are going to take what he says as the gospel of FBA when it's not. Yeah. They're going to have to learn how to separate the personality from the lineage. It's like, but one thing they're not going to be able to retract back is that he came up with the term and just live with it. I mean, you might not like the guy, but hey, he came up with it. I mean, hell, let's roll with it.
Oh, so who's making it personal then? See, because they're contradicting themselves. Like all of them, they actually like the term FBA. They just hate who it came from.
Man, well, if that's the case, then we never gonna get nowhere because they always gonna be stuck on the gangbanger. You know what I'm saying? One of them is Grape Street, the other one is Hoover. You know what I'm saying? Like what?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
But you pretty much said what I said. Like, dude, we're giving it a name just so people can associate us different from everybody else. But the name really doesn't matter. It's the lineage that really matters. It's who can tie themselves to slavery and who can't.
There you go. That's the part that I'm kind of like baffled that Shah Sun doesn't seem to get. Like, it's like, dude, yes, it's a political aspect to why we say FBA, tying back to the freedmen and tying back to all of the disenfranchisement and all of what's owed to us. That's one part, but a lot of people just don't seem to get the fact that a lot of us are very proud of our lineage and our culture, our great history here on this landmass. Like, dude, like, yeah, we put ourselves in a very high regard, and we're not gonna let nobody come in and dilute that. And by putting African in front of what you identify us as, that's othering us. You're not about to other me on my homeland. No, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I'll stop calling myself an FBA when Jamaicans and Haitians and Dominicans and everybody stop calling themselves that. Like, we don't go. Why don't everybody go around the world and say, hey, why don't you Brazilians call yourself African Brazilians?
Yeah, nobody does
it. You Jamaicans, African.
Here's the thing.
So why is everybody so focused on us? I don't get it. Like, why is everybody in our sauce all the time for?
Yeah, here's the thing that's troubling, and it's going to be shocking to hear, bro. There's another revelation that I came to. Bro, I don't know, let me put in good words. I want to say cherish, but that's the wrong words. They kind of rather have a relationship with the diaspora over us.
They rather have
they put it second to the diaspora. Like they'd rather build a connection with Africa and the diaspora than their own people in America.
Why is that?
Self-hate, man.
Yeah, obviously, and they obviously don't view us as having a rich history here. It's like, dude,
like they don't value us at all, man.
But dude, okay, so you want to throw out jazz, you want to throw out the blues, you want to throw out rock and roll, you want to throw out hip hop, you want to throw out all of the inventions,
drums, man.
Yeah, like I mean, it's like, dude, like what are you talking about? Like, no, I'm not giving. No, nobody can claim that. Hell, I felt like
they want to eat bushmeat.
This a long time ago. Man, they crazy, man.
Yeah, they want to eat bushmeat. Like they're trying to bring bushmeat to the States.
They don't want to eat bushmeat. If they did, they'd be over in Africa somewhere. You know what I mean? Not over
here
do their own Chicago.
Form of it. They're gonna do deer and raccoon and a whole bunch of shit that we don't eat. Yes.
Yeah,
armadillo.
It's time to let it go. Just let it go. Let go of the Pan. Just let it go. Just call yourself FBA and make that.
Right.
Be
move
proud
on,
of that. You know, let that flag shine brighter in the sky than the Pan-Africanist flag because it had its time. It had its time. We're not dissing it. It just, it had its time, and now we have to metamorphosize and reiterate and iterate into this new, this new era. That's all.
And look, the same way that, because they like to say, well, who is gravitating towards FBA? Like they're trying to, there's a lot of more work to do because 43 million of us. It's gonna take a long time to get there. Okay. And plus, like we don't have no Donald Trump influence. We could speak for the American public. You know what I mean? We don't have that type of influence. But like if like LeBron James could probably, be that catalyst. But FBA hits way more than Pan-Africanism and African American.
Absolutely.
And them, that's the problem.
And what they need to understand is that Tariq, he brought the term, but a lot of us have been living with an FBA mentality for a very long time. Yep. Like I said, I live in Florida. I've been living in Florida on and off since 1990. I've been dealing with these other groups of people, and they have let it be known to me and my brothers, my sisters, family members that, hey, we view ourselves as different from y'all. A lot of times they have expressed how they look down on us. Let me give you just a sneak peek, right? Into I have 5 sisters. Yeah. A couple of them are, had kids with guys that was not from the United States. One of them had a kid with a guy that's from Jamaica.
Okay.
Now, when my nephew was born, that family, we're cool now, but back then, they wasn't really cool with my sister. They had a thing about, why are you getting with that American woman? They don't know how to this, they don't know how to that, blah, blah, blah. I had another sister who, my niece, she had maybe 20-something, about 23 years ago, with a guy from, I think it's Ethiopia, Sudan, somewhere around there. And at the time when my niece was born, his family was on the same thing. They told my sister to give my niece over to them so that they could raise her, so that they could raise her. Otherwise, they don't want to have nothing to do with her because she's going to be raised basically by some Akatas, you know what I mean, for lack of a better term.
Wow.
I know that's not what they said over in Sudan, or Somalia or Ethiopia. I forget where, my niece's father is from, but he's from one of them, and that's what they was on. They was like, look, and they were true to their word. They have not had nothing to do with her since she was born. Her father don't want to have nothing to do with her grandmother, or none of that. And they was like, yeah, if you don't give that baby to us, we don't want her to have nothing to do with those Black Americans.
Wow.
Yeah, so these people can't tell me nothing. I got a master's degree in tethers. Like I say, I don't live in places where they all for some reason I've lived in places where they all seem to come to, Florida, Orlando, Miami. I lived in Los Angeles for many years. Same thing, it's a different type of thing going on out there, but nevertheless, I've dealt with, these outsiders who come in and have anti-Black American sentiments. So don't try to make it. So don't take it personal when we delineate. Hell, because they've been doing it for a long time, and Tariq is he's a Johnny come lately, really. I'm pretty sure you've been aware of this too. Like a lot of these people think that Tariq is the originator of this. It's like, nah,
I got videos on the origins of FBA, bro. I got hell of it. I did like 3-4 times. I got one recent one I did. And I show how he came about. Like, how did he end up playing his part. But bro, this thing was going on. Like I'm talking about the delineation thing started popping around 2004 to 2007. So 2007 is like, well, first of all, Obama sparked it off. The whole thing when he went to ran for president, we started to say, so I got a boy named DJ Focus, right? Come over here.
Okay.
His dad in Nation of Islam, his dad, well, first of all, the Nation of Islam has always maintained that they're not black.
Okay.
Over there in Africa, not really the island, but the continent. The Nation of Islam always maintained they're not black. So they're really the first people to pop that off like that, to delineate and say Africans aren't us.
Okay. Okay. Man, I gotta check out some of your videos on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Check out the video I got that's called the latest one is good, of the origins of FBA.
And if I'm not mistaken, at one point Tariq he was gonna like and here's the thing, people, that's what I'm saying, they hate Tariq so much that they keep shooting themselves in the foot. Even when, because I used to follow Tariq and Yvette Carnell religiously. Like so when that ADOS came on the scene, and Tariq actually before ADOS became a term, Tariq and Yvette Carnell had, bad blood. Well, they bumped heads a few times with each other.
Yeah.
But when Tariq, because he was always in support of us having our own delineation through somebody like Dr. Claude Anderson, he hadn't come up with the term yet. But once ADOS came onto the scene, once again, we got to get out of our own way. Because when Tariq saw that, he said, yeah, okay, me and Yvette Carnell, we might have had beef in the past, but I'm going to put that to the side and support it. But what did a lot of people say? What did a lot of ADOS, our own FBA, say? Oh, no, hell no, we don't. No, he just want to steal it. It's like, okay, I'm trying to put differences to the side so we could all delineate. But when I do that, people still, it's that they can't take away, they can't separate their dislike and hatred for Tariq Nasheed.
Their beef,
from, they just can't separate it,
And that's why I call myself unbiased. One of the main reasons why I call myself unbiased, unbiased, period, because I think I'm fair. And then I'm not respecting persons like that don't, like, I could be beefing when you see Rod's son. I kicked him off this live. That don't mean he can't come back. Another one, and I gave him his wrench back. Like, he's not blocked or timed out. I said I didn't take it personal. I said, okay, I disagree with him. Right. I think I understand him better by that Garvey question. And I think I know how to address him going forward. Like, I know not to go back and forth with him because I already believe I know where he stands. It ain't gonna go nowhere. Like, as far as the nitpicking.
Hey man, do me a favor. Put your Cash App in there so I can send you. Man, we need, come on, man. Let's make it real live.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's how I get down. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't
I got
free,
the Cash App.
I
mean, let me close the poll. I got the Cash App actually.
I just came on your thing, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know exactly. Let me see here. Yeah, put that up in there.
Let me end the poll. Yes, the Cash App, because actually, like, it could be $1, $2. It don't matter because I'm about to, and if once the sun go down, I'm gonna walk to Walmart. So your Cash App is pretty much just going to cover what I was going to get at Walmart.
Is it? I don't see it. Hold on. Let me go back to the. Damn,
it's there now. I had the poll blocking it.
Okay, you had the poll blocking it. Okay, what, you can't put it in the Zoom thing here? No.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Shit. Yeah, this son is a beast, bro. Yeah,
where you at, kid? Like, if you don't mind me asking, what part of Georgia? Okay, I'm headed to Georgia right now in my rig, man. I'm headed to I think Conyers. Yeah, Conyers, Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never. I only been 3 months, but I'm out of here next. I'm back in Jersey next month.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm driving my big rig as we speak right now.
Hey, let me see. What the heck? And this Georgia sun is a beast, bro. And the glare. I mean, bro, you can't hide from the sun. So I said, but my Northerners never complain about it ever being hot again, because now I understand Las Vegas and Arizona get worse, but this sun is definitely worse than anything that Jersey
if you think
ever
that's
produced.
something, you should be in Florida. Florida is probably a little bit worse.
All right. Let me see.
How do I see that? Or you could just, I don't know how to see it.
I'm gonna just directly
let me see.
You on the Zoom. I'm putting it right now.
Direct message it. Yeah.
Hey, it's unbiased Ron's right there. $sign unbiased. Yeah.
Okay, let me see. All right, unbiased. All right, let me see what I can do right now. Let me see if I can get it right.
Yeah, I was letting Rod's son just understand, like, dude, you can't, like, this ain't the other panel, because I understand. I've been there before. The panels where we just yell over each other And I realized, bro, my channels never grew because of that. And I had like 90 folks, like you put 90 folks on the panel. That don't work, bro. People like order. They don't like chaos.
Right.
Like, but they want to hear a good conversation. They want to hear him out. They want to hear his rebuttal. They want to hear his argument. But they want to hear ours too.
Let me see. Pass balance. Let me see.
Yeah, but you can't sit there and just bogart the live. And I'm not even trying to pull rank. I'm not even trying to say, hey, I'm the host. I ain't do none of that. I'm just like, bro, let us talk, man. I'm treating like an equal brother. Now listen, a tether could have never got that far.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I would have been cussed them out, kicked them off.
Okay, I see Mr. H, right? That's you, Mr. H? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. H,
okay,
my last name. It should be.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying. Why the hell did I change it to that?
Okay, no. It says it's just showing your name like behind it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Okay. Matter of fact, we do it like this. Boom.
Yeah, it was Mr. Harrison. Yeah, it is.
All right, what's the name of the show? I'm gonna put it in the notes here. How you put
okay,
it in
FBA News. You can say news. It's
okay,
FBA News.
Yeah, man.
FBA News Updates. It's FBA News.
Oh man, hey, I love that I came across your channel. You gave me a chance to come in and express.
Oh yeah, I'm glad. But when you called in,
because as obviously you can see, I feel very passionate about this FBA lineage. You know, so all I was trying to get across to my man Ron, like, hey man, some of us take this very seriously. You know. Let me see. Okay.
And he kept saying, "You're a liar." See, I don't do that. Just because I disagree with you, it doesn't make you a liar. Like just because your recollection of history might be like, again, when he said African American was more used, I don't think he's a liar. I just think he's wrong. Right? A liar is when you're purposely giving us misinformation. And I didn't think he was doing that right off the bat. But to call us liars, it's like, dude, lying means we got intent.
Okay, it's in there right now.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I appreciate it.
No doubt.
It's definitely gonna add to my Walmart shopping.
Yeah, man. Hey, FBA, we gotta look out for each other. That's what I'm saying, man. We family. Hey, Ron, join the family, man. We look out for each other.
And I tell the chat all the time, like don't be like, okay. So when it comes to tethers, like Math Hoffa, Kai Sinat, DJ Academics, we make them rich. You dig?
Right.
But when it come to us, bro, we're struggling streamers with our own folks. It's like, damn, why I can't get the success that they disrespectful too. Y'all got no culture. You got no culture. And DJ Academics with Chicago, that's wild. Math Hoffa and getting Fat Joe in there.
I take our lineage so serious, man. I've had a few, people that I know that was, I guess you could say, quote unquote, friends of mine that come from different, parts of the Caribbean and stuff that didn't want to, get right. And didn't want to respect the architects, and I had to let them know, man, we can't be friends actually. Like, nah, like just you not understanding like how deep this is. Like, you have to respect the architects,
right?
And I think that when these immigrants come over here, I think when they come over here, we should make it to where they actually have to take a class on and be educated on who we really are, the good and the bad, the bad, and the ugly, so that they know, hey, look, okay. So the number one thing that you do when you come to America, your goal is not to assimilate into your little comfortable spot, your little comfortable shoebox in the pyramid of white supremacy. Your goal is to respect the FBA architects. That's what your goal is. Everything else, after that, you can do whatever you want. I mean,
you could, because they still gonna go to White Zaddy, but it's like, but you don't gotta attack us. Like you could let White Zaddy attack us. Don't be their pit bull. You can say, nah, you don't like them. Hey, that's on you. But I'm neutral.
Man, look. Okay, one more story, right? About these people that come over. They say, oh, FBA is just hallucinating. They like to make it as if we're hallucinating about being delineated against, right? Yeah. My father, back in the early 2000s, we both worked for a lady that was from Jamaica. Her name was Rosine. I worked for her at a hotel. Then a couple of years later, my father ended up working with her just on a humble, it was just, by coincidence. And Pops told me, he said, yeah, one day I was sitting in a ballroom with Rosine and this Hispanic guy, and she said that Rosine, she asked my father, hey, what are you? Basically trying to figure out what was his, are you Jamaican? Are you Haitian? Are you Black American?
Yeah. They want to know, delineate, right.
Right. So my father, while he's in the ballroom sitting there with her and this Spanish, this Latino guy. He says, yeah. He says, I'm Black American. She said, and she said, oh, I hope I didn't hear what I just. I hope you're not a Black American because that's the worst thing in the world that anybody could ever want to be.
Damn.
Like, yeah, I mean,
something you're born into is the worst thing. Wow.
But you over here in America, you saying that against us. That
right.
I'm just letting it be known why.
Totally disrespectful.
Hey, if people don't understand why a lot of us feel some kind of way, they need to understand. Look, man, no, this has been going on for a long time. So us delineating this, it's been long overdue. The jig is up.
Time.
The jig is up, man. The jig is up.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, let me say this. I remember in my city in New Jersey, they had like the CAD company before like Latinos took over. It was all Jamaican ran, bro. I can just call people like on the next live, like back to back to back to back, and they'll tell you how rude and disrespectful they were, man. Now, our city always been like it's like being gentrified now, so it's like 50-50 Latino, probably more Latinos now finally. But all of my growing up there has always been majority Black, you know. But yeah, I'm so FBA Black. Few Jamaicans here and there, a few Latinos here and there, like zero, like basically no whites. A little bit, little tiny bit of Asians, Indians, and they were so, bro. You call in, hello, can I have a cab to let's say 211 North Street? Okay, where you going? I'm going to let's say Walgreens. 5 minutes, bye. Click. Just like that, bro. 5 minutes, click, bye. I mean, and then like don't be outside exactly when they get there because you waited for like 20 goddamn minutes. They call you, where you at? You're outside now. You gonna leave? I mean, just yeah, that I could call anybody. They'll tell you, yo, they were horrible, bro. And like, tell me I could do that. Call them up. Like, yeah, how was those Jamaicans when you called for a cab? Were they nice or decent or disrespectful? I mean, they were
now,
horrible.
Let me ask you this:
man.
Did they sound the same way when Caucasians called them up and asked them for a ride? I'm just curious.
I don't know because there was like probably no because there's like no Caucasians in our city at that time.
Okay.
But I can say they got ran out by Latinos. You dig? Because now we call a competing company. Hey, where you going? 211 North Drive, City, whatever. Where you going? Walgreens. Okay, be there in 5 minutes. Like just like that. Click. Like just like so like okay. So people like to be treated better. Like yo, they're Black, they're Latino, but I'd rather call it a Latino company. And that's what happened. Like we put our money over there and phased them, rude motherfuckers out.
Oh shit! Hey man, you say hey, you see where the money went? Yeah,
it's crazy, man.
Man, so but hey man, you're doing the right work, man.
Like that. I appreciate it, man. Yep.
What part of Newark? Newark or New Jersey City?
No. I was from Plainfield. Like Newark's probably like 25 minutes away. Jersey's probably 30-40 minutes away.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man, it's a pleasure to know you, man. Pleasure to be acquainted with the channel. Like I said, I'm just glad I stumbled across, man. And when I came on, as soon as I heard my man saying, no, everybody, it don't matter. They all could get it. I was stumbling. I kept putting it in the chat, that. Like, yo, how do I get on? I was like, yo, who is this guy? Who is this guy speaking? What is he? You know?
Yeah. You know? What is he?
Like, yeah, like my man that came on earlier. He's like, at the question, Shy, like, yo, man, what are you, bro? Like, that spirit seemed to be coming through kind of faulty, man.
Yeah, not really, man. Like they don't understand. They get offended when you ask them. It's like, dude, like you're saying undermining, tether, you know, treasonry type shit, man. You don't get it because you're stuck in your religion.
Wow. Okay. Oh man. Do you think that there's any way around that we don't ever be able to show them the light, or they gonna just
it's over. Look.
The fanaticism is never going to die.
Hey, brother, let me say it like this: White America, when they want to push a gay agenda or like women's lib agenda, they don't waste time trying to convince Black folks living. They wait till die off and they teach our kids, and they teach those kids, and they're just born into it. They're born into accepting it. So same thing with them. We're not teaching them. They're gonna die off, and their kids are gonna embrace it, and that's all that matters.
Okay.
But it's nothing wrong with trying, though. Nothing wrong with trying, because every so often I might want to spar and work on some new research, try it on one of these guys as lab rats, and see how it goes.
Well, just for the record, just so they know, FBA like me is willing to be in harmony with all my brothers and sisters worldwide. But if y'all feel otherwise about us, just because I'm not holding up the same color flag as you, then that's on you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's absolutely crazy. Yes, I might shut it down. What time is it? Because this sun is bliss. You know what? I might as well stay live because I got to go to Walmart in about an hour anyway. Yeah, so I'm gonna stay live. I'm gonna play some more of the video. It's a 5-hour video. I'm gonna play
Okay,
like
okay. I'm gonna fall back.
minutes
I'm
of
gonna
it.
stay. I want to stay on, but I just
Yeah.
mute myself until further notice. All right.
Yeah, because my son missed his nap. He playing with his next door neighbor, his best friend, whatever.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So,
I'll stay on. I just fall into the background right now.
all right. Okay.
All
I'm
right.
trying to get this. Okay, I got it. Okay, cool. I got it. All right. So let me sit over here because when this sun come, man, the shade just goes away, man. It's like just no shade. Oh my God. Okay. And then out here keep teasing you. Now, one thing I noticed about this Georgia stuff that I have never witnessed, this like Jersey, the sun stays in the clouds sometimes for a long time. You'd be like, yo, where the sun at? Because I'm a sun guy. Like, I love to like be in the sun. You dig? 9 degrees walking and Jersey playing basketball, 95-degree weather. That's how I love to get like a nice tan. And I'm tan like a mother right now. Facing everything. But in Jersey, sometimes the sun goes in the clouds for so long. You're like, man, come on. That gets annoying in Jersey. I haven't experienced that out here yet. I wish that shit go in the clouds sometimes. It's like this sun is like these clouds, I look in the sky, they just moving fast as hell. Like I never seen this before. The clouds be moving. So the sun, when it tries to hide, the cloud gonna move and expose it to me again. So, like the screen, it come like a laptop all. That's why I think slow and acting crazy. The sun got the damn thing burning up. I'm trying to think what I need from Walmart when I go. I need forks. I need plastic forks. All right. What else? I gotta get them turkey sauces. He ran out. Some pizza bites. And some lunch meat. I gotta talk myself through because I would get there and go blank. And don't say write down the list. Don't say write down the list because I will write down the list and guess what I do? I will leave the list on the table. So the list ain't good enough. If I don't put it in my pocket, and guess what? How about this? I'm so bad. I would have the list in my pocket and forget this in my pocket and be dumbfounded again, not knowing while I'm there. Now I'm just picking up any old thing just because I came here for something. I ain't trying to walk out with nothing. Looking like one of those folks that be on those police cam things stealing from Walmart. So I'm one of those guys. I hate to go in the store and I can't remember what I want, or I left my wallet home or something like that. It's like shit. I hate to walk out because it look like I came in to do something nefarious. All right. Okay. So let me just share the screen on the vote. The vote. Rock the vote. Okay. So where is my screen? Record. Here we are. Yeah, so we were trying to tell Ra's son, like, stop trying to make it like he's like gaslighting us. He's telling us that we're the one dividing, and he's the one dividing. Like he's dividing against us. He said, "Don't divide against African American and ancestors," but he's on the live calling us N-words and we're liars. It's like, wait a minute, you're saying so now that ain't called shitting on us? Like he just said, his opinion. Because we're critical over the term African American, he calls that we're shitting on ancestors. Meanwhile, he's calling us liars and niggas to our face, but that ain't called shitting on us though. So it's like then it gets to the elder thing. It's like only elders, quote unquote, gets respect. Everybody else just ain't shit. Just the elders. It's like, okay, dude, can I be an elder so you guys can worship me and I can be infallible? So there we are. Out of 247 folks, that's really good. 247 people voted. So you guys, like Shabazz said, first time watcher today, it's because of the likes. That's why the likes are so important. And even Ra's son at some point joined either this week or last week, and we appreciate him. He just like, dude, like Lex said, hey, I'll debate you right then and there. I'll do the same. I'm sure Shabazz would. So it's like, but are we going to debate every time I go live? It's like, nah. Like I don't even like to debate Kwame American Dream like that. Because
you asked who I was in the chat. I'm Jay Shaw. That's me down there. It's Jay Shaw in there. Yeah.
Wait. Let me see.
Yeah, but I haven't posted nothing like no comments lately. But when you asked earlier, yeah, that's who I am down there, Jay Shaw.
I don't remember that name.
Yeah, because I just
time.
came in. I had just came in. That's why.
Okay.
You know, earlier when I first came in. Yeah, right here. Let me put something right now.
Mr. AMG,
right
peace. Shot
Legacy. Yeah, that's me right
Don't
there.
confuse Shot Legacy with Shot Son.
Yeah, there you go. Jay
okay,
Shaw,
right there. Okay, I see. Yo, my screen is so. Yeah, I tried to go to the Walmart and buy a computer screen like wiper cloth, and they don't have none. They ran out. Like this Walmart is just the worst, man. This Walmart ain't got shit. I tried to buy because my laptop janky as hell. I tried to buy a laptop, bro. I think they said because of the China tariffs, you know, when that first happened, folks bought the laptops, and they don't plan on getting none. They probably got some now, but I didn't spend the damn money. But I was trying to get a new laptop so it could stop being janky. Because this laptop, I can't unplug it. So that's why sometimes I go on mute, like when it's loud noise, because this got to stay where it is. If I unplug it, it's going to die. I mean, you know, the live going to end. So I got to just go on mute. Oh, but what I did was I called it from my phone. And when it was cutting a yard next door, I just walked like a block away. And I was on the phone the whole time. So I was on mute, family. That's why. Because the shit was so loud. I couldn't, he couldn't get it. It was just too much.
And I just dropped some more on that Cash App too, man.
Oh, all right. I appreciate it. This is my phone thing. You know, it's funny, yo, like people be supporting me, like putting, you know, send like $5, $10 here and there. And bro, I don't even be knowing. Like I just happen like to look one day, like, oh shit. So family, if you ever send a Cash App, I don't respond right away. That's because I'm not money hungry. I'm not chasing. I'm not looking every second. Who sent something? Nah, like I go about my day. And if I see something, then I would send, you know, a little heart or thumbs up, you know, the Jay-Z rock thing, something like that. But that's tough. You don't get a right away, you know, acknowledgement. That's because I don't even know it's there. Somebody had to put in the chat, like, hey, did you get the Cash App? I'm like, oh, really? And I looked and it was there. Yeah, so what I mean is like it's good to debate, right? I'm a debater. I love to debate. Dude said I gotta look them up. It's like, no, I don't gotta look nobody up because I don't think nobody better than me, so I don't gotta look nobody up. You dig? But because I'm an unbiased researcher. I don't put feelings into it. I just research, and whatever is true is true. Like he asked you a question about something, and you didn't know, and he asked you again. It's like, dude, are you serious? Does he have to know that?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yo, enlighten me. You know, enlighten me if you know.
Yeah, so somebody called in. Did they call in yesterday or today? I forgot. But they called in and asked me about immigration. Immigration. He said, "Is that a felony or a misdemeanor?" I'm like, I don't know. It's a crime. He said, "Oh, you don't know that?" I said, "Nah." He said, "It's a misdemeanor." You know that? I said, "Nah, they know that." Yeah, I said, "Bro, why the hell would I know that? Am I a goddamn illegal alien? Why would I know if it's a felony or a goddamn misdemeanor?" I don't know. But is it a crime? But I said, is it a crime? He would not admit it was a crime. And then he finally did, and I kicked him off. Like, dude, see, I was honest, I didn't know, but you can't be honest to admit either way, it's a crime.
Exactly.
Dudes be having see, I don't have a different agenda. Like, yeah, my thing is get to the truth. If I'm wrong. Like one guy, Kwame, corrected me. I thought for some reason, I thought the Dred Scott case was 1854. I challenged him because he said 1857. I said, you sure? It ain't 1854? And I kind of like challenged him. So when I looked it up, he was right by 3 years. It was 1857. I said, all right, you got it. I'm wrong. Simple as that. And then we just moved on.
There you go, man. Shaw know his stuff. We gotta bring him back, man. I want to know.
Yeah,
man.
On another live, but listen, we gotta give him a time frame. He can't.
I got you.
Yeah, because again,
I just want Shaw to know, hey man,
I'm
still got love for him. You know what I mean?
Nah, he knows he rock with him. He just, just checks and balances. Now, one thing I don't ever do either. I give a lot of my lineage, a lot of leniency. When I call in you guys, when you guys invite me to your platform, and you say, "Hey man, stop," I'm gonna stop. Hey man, look, go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute. So I'm gonna show you how to behave with somebody's podcast as a guest. They come over here, they overtalk me. Like, oh my, here we go. But on their podcast, like if I join Unc panel, like Unc was even with me. He's like, yo, let me talk, let me finish. But when I'm on Unc panel, it ain't even. He does more to talk. Like when like people be entitled, they come over here and be like, yo, we're even. And I could easily be like, pull rank and say, nah, we're not even, be quiet. But I don't do that. But on their panels, Unk panel, I gotta be quiet. He does most of the talking. I gotta wait my turn. Ain't no going back and forth. So, but, if I start sipping some wine, if I start sipping some wine, family, you're gonna see the other side come out. The Jekyll. All right, the Jekyll. So certain tethers that call in, I gotta drink wine, so I don't be too nice. Because I let one tether run over me, and I had some folks call me like, "Yo, why you ain't do this? Why you ain't do that? Why ain't?" I said, "Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, we need you on that wine, bro. When them tethers come, we need you on that fine wine. Get that best wine. Get that fine wine and go to work."
Yeah, because I be letting them slide a little too much. But yeah, so I don't want to debate every time. Now, I read up on what they were talking about. Okay, Lex and so you guys can kind of see it right here. Lex and Rod's son about the possibilities of they trying to figure out what I asked. So they said the Giovanni da Verrazzano. It said Giovanni da Verrazzano was an Italian explorer in the 1500s who mapped parts of the North American East Coast. His voyages describe indigenous people, including difference in skin tone and behavior. In a 1524 letter, Verrazzano describes encountering two different groups of Native Americans. You guys can see it. One group was more welcoming and lighter in complexion. Another was described as dark-skinned, more wary and hostile. Darker skin. Now, what does that mean? You dig? So when somebody say, "Hey, they're black," and you say they're not, and they reference this, like, how do you say, like, okay, darker skin could be slightly darker. It could be absolutely darker. So if one person say, "Hey, I think that darker skin means dark skin," like, how do you know enough to say, no, it didn't mean that? You dig? It's like kind of weird. So but there you go. It said this doesn't reflect tribal names, but more subjective European descriptions. Right. So it's just talking about this guy's account. When he came across these native tribes, he's saying some were lighter and more recipient, and the darker ones were like they wanted some smoke. They was curious, like, why you here? Why you here, white man? You speak with a forked tongue. You dig? So yeah, so darker is darker. Right. So now is it jet black? Is it brown? Is it Arab? I don't know. Couldn't tell you, but it definitely say darker skin here. And I was waiting for that census that he had where we were clamoring to African American. That's a complete bold-faced lie. I know that for a fact. He know he can't come on here and source that up. I said, bro, send that link. He gonna make up some shit. And I forgot to ask him two more questions. This is another thing that they do. They read, when he come back on here. Matter of fact, see, but he ain't gonna let us talk. He can't click the Zoom link, kind of kick him off, but he could call in though. Now, I would love to ask him about the events that happened in Africa that led to the diaspora, right? The slavery in the diaspora. Like, I would like to ask a question because what I'm saying to you, Shabazz, I already know what he's going to say. Matter of fact, I could message you what he's going to say before he said it, because that is a Pan-Africanist talking point. Yo, y'all just don't know how spot on I am when I know who they are. I know he's a Pan-Africanist. Okay. And that's why I know by his recount of history. They're big on Dr. John Henry Clark, Pan-Africanist. They welcome the term African American Pan-Africanist, and they won't admit Garvey's a scammer. That's just three things. There's a plethora of other things. So I would love to get his account on what transpired that led to the slavery that happened in the diaspora. Okay. I already know what he's going to say as a Pan-Africanist. And it's going to be wrong and a lie. So that's what matters. It's going to be wrong, a lie, and he's embellishing. So that's my prediction. If he prove me wrong, I'll say, okay, maybe he's not a Pan-Africanist. But I bet you, and I forgot to ask Bobby West. He hauled ass pretty fast. But next time he come on, do that. But I'm tired of the let me talk type shit. Like, I ain't done. Let me talk. And he just ramble for 1,000 hours. Okay. Yes, I did look that up in the background.
They also have a vested interest in making sure that, like, I don't know what the big deal is, why they don't want to come to the realization that blacks existed here before Columbus and before the white, slave ships landed. I don't know what's the big deal about that.
Okay, it's mainly because they have an issue. Again, they have an issue with people. So that means they'll compromise history. So there's an issue with Tariq. So they'll act like FBA don't make the most sense and act like African American is just as good. And they have an issue with Dan Calloway. So they're going to deny some of his talking points. We talk about the indigenous folks in America. So they have a people problem, and that's the issue. See, if I got a problem with Dan Calloway, it's just Dan Calloway. I ain't gonna get on the supporters. You dig? Because actually, I'm trying to win the supporters over with my truth. If I was to, that's how I debate. If you got supporters and I think you're lying, I want to debate you with the truth, and these supporters can come to the realization, get a revelation, and come this way. I'm not trying to bash you and the supporters.
Exactly. And also here, I heard them talking DNA earlier, and for the record, none of those tribes that are recognized in the United States, they didn't do blood back in the day, and they don't do it now. And they don't give samples of their blood. You know why they don't do it? Because what would show up is a lot of Europe, the $5 white pretending blood. That's what it really show up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So it's like,
like you're 100% Irish.
Exactly. So we can't talk about DNA. I mean, we can't use them as a reference point. Who took the original DNA samples? They started using DNA to solve crime in 1987. How did they get all of this native blood and just they didn't. They just classified whoever they wanted to based off how they wanted to do it.
Right.
But they seem to be hung up on that too. Like, none of us, every last one of us came on a boat. A lot of us did, but dude, some of us was already over here. That's a fact. Unless they just, like you say, want to go, like my man was saying earlier, stop seeing us through the lens of a white supremacist. Like we was just savages and didn't know how to swim, didn't know how to, how to navigate the seas. We didn't know how to do none of that. So the white man brought us on chains. That's how we got over the water for the first time ever. Come on, man. How did that sound?
Yeah, see, and that's why, and another thing, listen, family, this is what we were trying to say earlier. Even Lex and yourself was saying it. It's like, why are we even arguing this? And if you are truly FBA, this is an unnecessary infight. Like, see, again, they're trying to save tethers and Pan-Africans. That's what they're trying to do. They'd rather fight us and kill us off to preserve Pan-Africanism and tethers. That's wild. And they got no smoke for tethers. They got no smoke for tethers. They never call in when tethers hit American Dream and Kwame talking to anti-FBA hate, anti-Black American, anti-African American hate. They never call in.
Damn, is that right?
Yeah, no, they never call in, bro. Never. They don't call in the tether channels. There's a bunch. I'm playing right now. What the spin I got? Yeah, these guys got panels. Now you see the guy with the black and orange background. He's in there representing FBA cooking them, but they don't call these channels. The Chaotic Truth got a thing. They don't call Myron Gaines and debate Myron Gaines. That's something they're gonna leave to me.
And Myron Gaines, he's a perfect example of why we have to make a distinction. Like that dude there, he's just a dark-skinned, black, white supremacist. So I mean, so we have to make a distinction between
that dude
people
like
Jared
Taylor, dark-skinned Jared Taylor.
Yeah, he worse, man. He worse. He like Jared Taylor and David Duke all mixed into one, bro. With skin that look like ours. Come on, man.
Richard Spencer, yeah. And that's the deceptive part. That's the deceptive part. Okay, so I'm gonna play a little of the video, a little more, because I want to see because I know they're gonna kick the black orange guy off. He's just making too much sense as the FBA. Let's see.
What are you talking about? What are you?
I just find it.
What are you talking about?
I find it crazy that he made a group just for North America, but South America has slaves too. Why you X them out?
I got South America. I'm passing the mic.
Story of all Central and South America don't get ignored.
I clearly said a renowned.
Okay, let me just shout out to new bruh hopped in, bruh 45. Donnie came, Carlos came in. Just want to shout them out. Just came in the chat. 2 P's and has. Yeah, I would love for Stu Pease and Haskell to call back in. Like Haskell's more boring because he don't want to get caught. He don't want to be pigeonholed. So he'll talk in a circle, talk. Oh, but he'll keep trying to change the subject, some tether shit. But Stu is highly emotional, and he'll talk over you too. So this is why you gotta say, hey, 3 minutes each person, 2 minutes each person, in 2 minutes, not long. I would love for them to call back in because I know way more now than I knew then. So, so I know they don't even dare to try to call in nowadays. All right. Anyway, let's go. But yeah, so y'all out there, y'all can call in, click the link. But we're not, again, don't forget, you're a caller. You're not even a co-host or a guest. You're just a caller. All right. So if you can't obey no rules like that, you know it's gonna happen to you. Because tethers are disrespectful.
Anthropologists made that term. That's what I said.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
brother. Okay, brother.
It's not a useful term. It's not a useful term.
Yeah, I gotta pass it to Maximilian. Go ahead, Maximilian.
And I'm gonna say my little piece, Dinah's gonna be in and out.
All right, so there's a weird I don't know if I can see my mouse, but there's a weird Latino on the panel. He be in all spaces that have the FBA title, only FBA title. Like he hates us more than ADOS and anybody. He hates folks who can't call themselves FBA. He's in all our spaces, looking weird. I think dude's like disturbed, looking weird as hell. Never on topic, and keep pushing some South American. This guy, you can't really see him. This is name Ditso. He came on my podcast, just confused. Like I ended up cooking him badly, but he confused me because I'm thinking he's gonna speak to this topic. I'm thinking he's gonna get there. He told a long ass story to never get there and try to make it about South and Central reparations should be linked in with FBA. I'm like, what are we doing, man? So, but I entertained the guy for about I gave y'all content. I dealt with him for about 3 hours, whatever. I eventually kicked his ass off. Did so. Yeah, so he found his way. He smuggled his way onto their platform, and I predict they're gonna throw him off really very soon.
And I'm gonna say this, brother. My mama's a Choctaw. My dad is black. I'm a black man. I'm from Africa. I don't care. Don't give a damn about ADS, ABO, all that. I'm an African. My ancestors came from Africa.
Yeah, he just said he's Choctaw and all the other shit. Then he concluded he's African. Then he says ancestors came from Africa. Bro, what part? Like there's 54 countries. Which one? And whatever one you name, you're gonna be the minority if you do it. Show some results. You're gonna be 10% of that country. So how are you? That's the question back to these clowns. If you are 10% Nigerian, how are you Nigerian? If you're 20% Nigerian, newsflash, you're not Nigerian. Nigerians are 80 and over percentage. The average Nigerian, the average Ethiopian, the average continental African is the high 80s, 90s to 99% of that country. They're not 20%, 15%. That's why they say African. They never say, hey, my folks come from Nigeria, so I'm Nigerian, or Ghana. They don't do that because they're going to be 5% of that country. So I asked, if this animal is 10% zebra, if this apple is 20% apple and 80% orange, it's not an apple. So, but only when these confused diaspora blacks get confused on that. They think if they claim 20% of something, then they're all of it. This is bad math. Bad
bothers me
math.
most, Dynasty. Let me cook for a minute. You want to talk about where you're from, what you ain't. What are you doing in life? What are you building? Have you built a business?
Yeah, he even did it. They all make it personal. Dr. Khalid Muhammad said, when a white man can't defeat you, they'll always send some Uncle Tom, African pride, fried, laid to the side, tether. They'll send one of them after you.
That verifies that you be a black man. When your ass is sitting on the couch broke, talking about what you is and who ain't what you is, and you ain't got nothing, you're an embarrassment to whatever culture you from. I'm an African. My people come from Africa. And you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. But are you successful? But if you ain't doing but running your damn mouth, it's a broke ass.
Okay, so that's that Fat Joe shit. So now it's about an individual. So now bro, this is a dumbass argument. We're collectively not successful because of the net of systemic racism. Stupid. That's why we're on the net in person making these arguments, man. That's the only reason why we're not successful. We had success. We had more success than all these tethers combined in a short period of time and under the most extreme circumstances. And they stripped us of it. They undermined it. They always took it from us. Then we get it again. They take it again. Then we get it again, and they take it again. They don't have that history of leveling up, white man take it. They level up, white man take it. They level up, white man destroy it. They don't have that history. Only we do.
Ass Negro, you might as well call yourself a dog, because that's what you are. Because you're not accomplishing anything. Who gives a damn who you are? You think I'm waiting on somebody to give me some reparations? I run an oil company. I started from nothing.
Oh, so here we go. The personal anecdotal stories. He's the king of Zamunda.
That's what you call me. So damn the rest of this, what you from and what you who ain't got the right to be, who should be, who shouldn't be here.
Please ask him where he's from.
If you've been here 400 years and you ain't accomplished a damn thing. So why you tell an African not to come here and you ain't done nothing? Anybody can come that wants to accomplish something that looks like me. That looks like me.
Wait. Run that back. Okay, that's some Myron Gaines shit right there. Say that one more time.
Not to come here, and you ain't done nothing. Anybody can come that wants to accomplish something that looks like me.
Okay, yeah, that's that Myron Gaines shit. There's no way. So two things, family, because I know these type of positions. He's either a black conservative or just 100% tether. That's a black conservative.
That looks like me. All my brothers are my brothers. And Dennis, I appreciate that, man. But stop bullshitting each other.
But he didn't add to the conversation. No, he just ranted.
Somebody else. Somebody
you own an oil company.
Let me finish. Bro, everybody know what I do.
Now he was done, but now let him finish.
With your broke ass. Everybody know what I do. So what my point
is. So you know
is,
he's broke?
Yeah, I know he's broke. But let me get to the point.
Bobo, are you broke?
Okay, I run it.
Yeah, I'm broke. Yeah, I'm broke. Whatever.
I run
an oil company in Atlanta. I'm in the oil industry.
I run it.
Where you getting the oil at in Atlanta?
Okay, stop.
Where oil is?
You know.
Everybody pick up your phone and Google. Stop.
No. Just answer his question, bro. We ain't gonna Google nothing. Just answer his question, bro. Y'all, you said your shit. He challenged you. Just answer the question.
Everybody's broke on this group.
I said, be quiet. Everybody pick up your phone and
Google stay goofy.
Tell me what the fuck I do.
No, Atlanta oil.
Let me
get through the Gulf of
Mexico. So they know that.
Let me land.
Lesotho is not Latin America at all. That's
Stop
Spain.
blaming your own failure on Africans and everybody ain't from here. People.
But who's doing that? Who's blaming?
That's what you all do.
What failure are you talking about?
Nobody's.
My point is.
Okay, so even the dude with glasses that they come in and shut that down. Like, dude, where is this coming from? People just broke and stupid, and where is this coming from?
The point that doesn't
I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of you. I'm an African American. I'm sick of y'all blaming yourself. Your failures on other people. If a Nigerian can come in and make money,
you're part of the problem.
I didn't interrupt y'all.
Dude, you're ranting. You're not even getting to a point. You're just ranting.
Everybody,
hold on.
You're ignorant, sir.
Let me finish the conversation.
You're ignorant.
Let me finish.
You're ignorant.
I have a master's from Jackson State in Texas State.
I have a doctorate. So what?
No, I understand where Max is coming from.
Yo, he just one-upped them. My man said, I got a master's, I got a doctorate. So, he had no words, yo.
I have a doctorate, so ignorant.
Let me finish.
You're ignorant.
I have a master's from Jackson State in Texas State.
I have a doctorate, so what?
No, I understand where Max is coming from.
Yeah. He shut he shut him down, yo. That was a good one. You see what happens when you think all FBAs are just ignorant and we're just stupid and we're just lazy. You see what happens? You get shut down on a live for me to come back and do a reaction and further and remind you of your embarrassing moment.
Let me finish.
Hey, Dinus, I gotta go. I got no time for this, man.
Please.
This is digressing.
He's just ranting. He's ranting. And that's why the owner of this panel not the owner, but the person who runs this show was supposed to stop him and be like, yo, come on, man. Like, just stick to the topic. The topic is FBA ADOS, African North Americans, ANA. What's the Black American identity? This dude don't want to talk about that. So why are you in the panel?
My thing
You
is,
need to go to. You need to learn.
Stop blaming your
Yeah,
shortfalls.
gaslighting
Not one
pinky.
person on this panel has blamed anything.
That's
We
what
are having a scholarly discussion about identity, which is a
We didn't even
problem
talk about
in this
Africa.
country for African
You can't
Americans.
stay on topic. You
FBA,
oil
We ain't even talking about Africa.
Hey,
At
Bubba,
all.
God, hold on. One mic.
Well, Mike, no, stay on
Maximilian, you done,
topic.
Maximilian?
I'm done.
This is what we're talking about. Like, people, that's why, like, this, all these folks in a panel never works. It's just total chaos. Dude, are you on topic? No. Okay, well, this ain't the time to just rant and just disrespect people and look, he's doing what, no, I ain't gonna say it, but he's on the panel disrespecting people and then tell the people who disrespect him to don't disrespect nobody.
All right, let me pass the mic to Audra.
He don't
He was done before he started talking.
Okay, let me pass the mic to Audra. Go ahead, Audra. Let me
Hi, hello everyone. I just want to add, I'm broke.
Okay.
I work two regular jobs. I'm working on a fixture up. I've been working on it for a very long time. But what I'm saying, what I want to add is, this boils down to a lot to deal with money and a lot to deal with respect, how we're treated by not just people from other parts of Africa, the Caribbean, or wherever, right? And by the way, I am FBA.
I thought so.
My family goes back to slavery on both sides, and the rest of my family, cousins, aunties, everybody. Okay, just so you guys know. But when it comes to our taxes, Maximilian, you said that you are in the oil industry. I'm sure if given the opportunity, if given the education, right, we would all be just as successful as you are, right? But there are a lot.
I gotta address this guy who keeps commenting on my reaction videos. He said this. This is the latest one. Now he been said he gonna unsubscribe and not ever come back. He said, "Why are you and your baby talking over the video? This is making your video sound janky." Yo, this dude is blaming a 3-year-old kid. Yo, when the neighbors come over here, because I'm outside, right, and kids, it's a friendly environment, unlike what you got, and unlike the environments you guys provide. So I'm gonna tell my son and a 4-year-old girl to shut up on the line. Shh, be quiet. I mean, we're outside. Shut up. Oh, come over here. Kids, they talk to grown-ups, especially, little kid stuff. They'll find a rock. Look at this. Get out of here. No, I'm not gonna be the old grumpy guy. Say, get out of here. I'm gonna say, hey, yeah, that's a beautiful rock. Wow, where you get it from? And yeah, people, matter of fact, people like that. Because I used to mute. When the kids used to talk to me, I used to mute it and just play the video. And then people in the chat said no. They said no. They want to hear them talk in the background. They say they don't mind it. So, but this guy, his name Golden Goddess 898. It might be a woman, I don't know. But they criticize me every reactionary video, and people also remind them. So supporters and my family of the lineage be like, hey, it's a reaction video. He can't just play the whole video. He gotta pause and talk over. We told him for like 6 months, like, no, bro, it's a reaction. Like, what reaction video you go to and they don't talk over the video all day long? The lead attorney, even DJ Academics, like, he be really, but I think he do a good job. He's a tether, but I think he do a good job when he talks over the video. He's explaining and giving updates and bringing the context together and connecting dots. That's what you're supposed to do. But I had to say that because I keep meaning to say something about him. But she be killing me. Won't you call in? Won't you ask for the link and call in? Damn it. Let me hear you explain why kids talking in the background is horrible and janky.
A lot of us that don't have that same
I might have
opportunity.
called
Just like
the
Michael Jordan, there's a lot of Michael Jordans out
child
here, right? But a lot of
child
people
services on
were
you.
not given that opportunity. Some people got shot. Some people got hooked on drugs. There's a lot of different reasons why. But what I want to touch on is particularly taxes and the foundational, that particular part of FBA, the foundational portion, is we have been paying into this system, right? And I think that if we have the mindset that we are a minority here on this land, you may not understand the amount of money that we have paid in. See, slavery, it didn't end, it got more sophisticated.
Right.
Now, Maximilian, who, you guys got the masters and the bachelors and all that. I don't know if you guys study real estate. I don't know if you study taxes, right? I don't know if you understand where our money actually goes, right? But I do. I study that. I've worked in fields where I had to find out, they gave this person $350,000 to rebuild a house in Fort Myers that's worth over $600,000, $350,000 that they don't have to pay back, all because the house was damaged during a storm. Now, that's just one person. They've done this with countless people. It's a program called Rebuild Florida.
Wow.
Rebuild Florida. But when it comes to the African American neighborhoods, they cap us when it comes to a program to rebuild your house
There's
at
babies in the
about
background. This dude's
30,000,
going
and you
or
got to
whatever
settle
it
on
is
a
going crazy.
2-bedroom, 2-bath, or a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. And in our neighborhoods, we're usually
Yeah, they hate
0.1 of an
children.
acre.
Falling
0.1, a tenth of an
before, let
acre.
me throw a
But
wrench
if you
at
go
you. Just
to
like the
their
video.
neighborhoods,
I'm
they're
gonna give you
usually
a lineage link.
0.20,
Give the video
0.25
a
of an
lineage like
acre
and
or
subscription.
better, larger homes. But in our neighborhoods, we're packed in like sardines, and then you have about 6 different projects, and our households are larger. So when it comes to the census, is the census even right? Are we really the minority? Because our tax dollars are not being reinvested in our neighborhoods. Our tax dollars are going to the prisons
Volvo rants too.
and
Who's
the
Volvo? Is that her?
so-called affordable housing. But who benefits from affordable housing and who
Okay,
benefits
nah,
from
she's
the
not Volvo.
prisons? It's the owner developers.
I only know that one guy from he
One
debated this thing
inmate
with
in
the black and
in
orange
prison,
background.
what they give, like $127,000 per inmate. So one bunk bed makes them about $250,000 a year just from tax dollars. Now remember, slavery never ended. It got more sophisticated. So it benefits them to lock us up. It benefits them to benefit from the grant money to build these affordable houses, because rent for a project was never $4 a month, just like Section 8.
Yo, this son is cooking me right
$850,
now.
$1,800, $2,800 a month. These landlords, these owner developers are giving. But our tax dollars give these owner developers, say, to build a 60-unit apartment building. They'll give them, say, $27 million. You do the math, that's about $358,000 per unit. And these are only 2-bedroom, 1-bath units. And my math may be a little bit off, but it calculate 358,000. There's a I'm here in Florida. There was a video, like a news video, where they're talking about affordable housing and how much grant money is given. So that's where I got that figure from, the actual 358,000. The actual 350,000, I actually spoke to 2 different Caucasian women. Their homes were rebuilt in Fort Myers, Florida. Our government, the program Rebuild Florida, gave it to them. But if you type in Rebuild Florida on YouTube, the only people that are going to come up is like this one black lady out of Jacksonville, Florida. And
Damn.
the builder had taken out about 140 grand from this program, but he needed more money to rebuild her house. So he tried to tap in and get more money from this program, but they wouldn't give it to him. And she wasn't supposed to get 140,000 because they wanted to cap her at like $30,000. But the builder, knowing that, hey, I redid all of these other Caucasian
So
homes.
he knows.
I'm getting 300,000, 400,000.
He knows firsthand
to redo these homes. Why can't I do this for her house? I can get that money for her house. So I'm going to keep tapping into it, right? So our tax dollars are given every day in the form of reparations, but not for us. And that comes in the form of programs like Rebuild Florida, down payment assistance. Yes, they give sometimes $200,000 down payment assistance, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to qualify for these home loans, right, we also need to focus on that FHA, USDA.
Oh yeah, I thought about
Why
that.
is it that you have to be on your job or in that same field for 2 years with no more than a 30-day gap in unemployment?
Damn.
And you got to make a certain amount of money, right? So that's another way how they push us out.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times African Americans,
Hey, sister,
we're
you
hired.
got 30 seconds. I gotta pass the mic. You got 30 seconds.
She cooking though. Now,
We're
hold
hired
on,
on
you
jobs
see?
that don't pay as
Now
much.
she's actually cooking and enlightening us. She got 30 more seconds, but the guy who was calling everybody broke had unlimited time. He only got cut off because people were offended. But if everybody stayed quiet like with her, he'd have been calling everybody names and everybody just broke. And he got a master's.
So you're locked out that way. You're locked out because of lack of knowledge. You're locked out because
Lack of money.
you
Finances.
you're not aware of the system that's in place to keep you trapped, to keep your tax dollars going to them. So whether you make $10 an hour, $1 million an hour, you're still trapped. So that's what I want people to focus on, is the money and then the respect amongst all of us in the diaspora.
Okay, let me pass the mic to. I gotta pass the mic to Sile. Sile 44. Unmute yourself, Sile. Sile 44. Unmute yourself. Sile 44. Unmute yourself. Go ahead, Cuddy.
I just want to say this, Donis. Then I'm out. At the end of the day, I see everybody looking for an identity. At the end of the day, like baby girl said, she's still trying to figure it out, but she don't realize that we all slaves to the system.
Oh shit!
If you in the system over there, you a slave to it.
So he waited all that time to do that to babble about we're all slaves to the system. This white folks like, yeah. This okay, dude. Come on, it's kumbaya. It's the government. You dig? We're the slaves to the powers that be, and we're really all in. We're really in this all together. You dig? It's the powers that be don't discriminate. They want us all down. Oh, he waited all that. He should have been muted right away. Like slave to the system. All right, dude. All right. Next.
They're not gonna respect you, whatever identity you come up with. So if that
Yo, he sounded exactly like, is that Ross' son right there? That's the same argument he made. It don't matter what all this projection, the they, the you, the he, all this pronouns without establishing a noun first. Like all this stupid, improper grammar talk. Where's the they and the he? You didn't even establish the noun first, man. I hate when people do that. The they, that's the Illuminati, the they, the white man. Oh boy.
Your boat, come up with whatever identity you want, because you have
fast forward.
You lost. So at the end of the day, unity the only thing. Only way we're gonna prevail.
Unity. There we go. Okay. All right, man. Thank you.
To get that.
Thank you.
Can I have the floor next real quickly?
Well, let me do this.
I've been quiet for a while.
Sile.
Yeah, the dude this about to say something worse than him.
Are you there, Sile?
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
We hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry about that, bro. I got cut off. I'm on the road right now. I just wanted to say this right here, man. I just want to give, all the praise and strength to my FBA family out there, man. Y'all keep doing what you're doing.
That's right.
And let me try to
Jordy, we ain't gonna stop.
To some of my elders. I'm 59 years old. My mom's 76.
Marcus
right?
G said the young lady was telling some good information. Unfortunately, these guys are not intelligent. Right.
With this.
Right. Let me give Marcus G a lineage rent. Marcus G in return, just give us a lineage like
with Africa
on the video.
Do you know right now in Africa that they're trying to throw Nigerians out of like Ghana, out of South Africa?
Yeah.
They're fighting already themselves.
Stupid and undermining to understand what she was saying. She was really dropping some gems.
We have people that have been in America
they left like links
before Columbus and all
they
this
start
stuff.
doing that.
So those people and those
particular this email right here. I would have loved her to come over here and talk about that.
Go ahead.
And
utter and complete cap.
I'm gonna finish. And those people, no particular slaves, those people right there. And if you can go back to that census that the brother was talking about earlier, those people right there are the ones that will be considered to be able to get those reparations, as far as we're concerned. Now, when you come in here and you start trying to bring everything to get involved in all of this right here, these people was not around. This whole delineation movement is what's making everybody upset. They wasn't upset 5-10 years ago.
Nah.
They're only upset because FBA came and delineated. All the rest of these terms, it was fine.
Right.
You could have been anything under the world. As soon as FBA said, let's delineate, soon as they said, let's delineate,
all hell broke
that's
loose.
when the problem happened. Prior to that right there, everybody was kumbaya, sending money to Africa, sending money to everywhere. We send USAID everywhere. We're sending billions of dollars to Africa. They blowing it. We have paid Africa for about 50 years, man. We sending money to Nigeria. Africa has got countries. That's a continent. And how much money we sent to them? That's the only reason these people are all upset right now.
I think that's a
it's
Biden
because they know
administration.
that this money and this money grab, this freeloading stuff from Africa and the Caribbean and all that stuff right there.
Great point.
People,
because they called what's owed to us a handout. When Biden gave those Africans that joined his meeting, I think in the States, he gave them like a collective like $8 billion, something like that, some billions. They were not owed that. And how come that wasn't seen as a handout? I'm telling you, a lot of these dudes that are Foundation Black American, but they're sticking up for tethers and tethers really. They really have an issue. They have a self-hatred issue. Like they want to be loved by the diaspora and Africa more than us, more than getting loved by us. And they want to give them all the love and zero for us. Like they have an issue with like us. Like just you can call yourself Foundation Black American, you can call yourself a Negro. They don't care. The fact that you have slave lineage, slave ties, they have an issue with you. They want to connect with folks who have no slave ties because they look at slave ties as like a shameful thing or something janky. And they want to be accepted by the Africans that were not so-called tainted with slave ties.
This is why they're so upset. They're sending these black people on here talking about, oh, I'm from Africa and all this stuff. Man, why not go back? If you really think you're from Africa, who's stopping you from going back?
Nobody, themselves.
The African continent right now is in turmoil going against each other.
It could definitely
They're trying to tie us in with anything that they got so that they may be able to get something like they haven't gotten enough. You go back and you check all the billions of dollars that the United States have sent Africa. That's our reparations right there. They want everything. Everybody want everything. As soon as they find out they really might not be from America, here comes the problem. One guy coming on here talking about, well, I'm from Africa. I'm from Africa. I built all, I did all that stuff right there. Dude, you one guy.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you right now, the FBA and what that means to our people, our grandparents and stuff like that right there, that stuff right there is what hit with us. All the rest of this stuff, I'm from North Carolina, B. I got plenty of history. I ain't going to throw mine out there like that right there, but I'm not concerned. This reparation stuff will help a whole lot of people that have been with us since day one. It's for us. But if you don't get in, your neighbor been with you and your neighborhood been with you, and they somewhat may not have rent. That's
it. Stay behind that damn cloud, man.
To give that kind of money to a community, you flip that community overnight. Everybody in that community, not just the African Americans or the black people that gonna get the money. You change everything overnight if you just get 15 or 20 in a neighborhood. Look, we are
89 degrees and it says it's still like
because
97.
We are upsetting people just because we said that we can no longer do this.
Damn, so it's not gonna tone down.
We have been getting the money. We have given them money. They say they created hip hop. They'll mess around and start talking about, no, we created light bulb. No, we created all of this.
They gonna say they created FBA.
And it's like they keep coming around talking about, oh, well, you know, my family may have been this, my family may have been that. That's why we're delineating. We need to delineate just to say that, man, don't you know that we got family? We got ancestors, man. They still here. I mean, what is this? My grandmother's still living. We still got our family here. They looking at people like that dude that jumped on here talking about he from Africa like he's freaking crazy.
So FBA run the USI ID now. They the
That's
ones that passing
Kwame.
out aid.
Listen. They don't run the
Okay,
SAID.
all right. So that's Kwame. Now he is trying to be the arch nemesis Tether. He's like Ditso. Like he's the Jamaican version of Ditso. They just join FBA spaces or join spaces who just talk about FBAs, and they just add to the hate, right? But Rasan wouldn't call that shitting on us. That's all Kwame does, to join spaces that disrespects or talk down or speak against FBA. That's all he does. It could be FBA, Adolf Friedman. He's in all those platforms. A weird dude, bro.
But our tax dollars and everything that we have
we
done
paying for
goes to them.
So you using the same talking points the white man use against y'all that we already gave y'all reparation through Section 8, welfare, and all those type of programs.
So Pacquiao fight tonight.
You don't send anything. It's the white man that send it. Stop taking credit for what the white man does.
Wow.
That was my whole point. Sorry, you guys.
That was a drop mic moment.
That was my whole point regarding the taxes. No, that's where y'all are wrong.
That landed.
Foundational Black Americans have been paying everything. We have been paying.
Y'all only
everything.
contribute. Y'all only contribute to 1% of the total GDP of America.
Man, you don't know what
Do you really think Caucasians are paying for that? Come on,
the U.S. The U.S.
They weren't paying us
GDP
anything.
is 27 trillion.
They figured out a way to
Black
make
Americans
more
only contribute about 1.8 trillion.
No, that's buying power. That's buying power.
Hold on, guys. What guys? Hold on.
They
Let me
pay the
pass it back
highest
to-
in property taxes.
Audra, let me pass it
Go
back
ahead.
to
Sorry.
Prince. Prince, you want to add anything, Prince? Then I'll pass it to Kwame after Prince.
I guess we're coming to a close. I mean, we've heard some good things.
Yeah, I'm a fast forward
everybody's
Kwame.
presented,
Like we already know his hate.
how they feel and what they think about this. I still hear an alphabet soup. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. Anybody's totally right. I think the oil man was wrong in how he just went off on a tangent. But I'll say this, the problem is still identity. We need to agree on an identity. And I think everything builds from there. As far as the 1870 census, that's the Great Wall that people, from a genealogical perspective, cannot permeate. Most of us can't. But it's important. No, I never said, if you were referring to me, I never said I was from Africa. I said I have African legacy. We all do. That's undeniable. And it's important to me, and it should be important to everyone else, to find that ancestral root. Science allows, I'm gonna finish. Science allows for that, and you should do it. And I do think that we should see ourselves as
The
part
flies
of
haven't been that
the
bad.
whole
I guess
diaspora,
they
but have a unique
went to their
identifier
masters.
within that. And to me,
Hey,
and I'm bringing it to a close
you
here,
got your car?
North African legacy, North African
You ready to go to the store?
U.S. born,
You gotta get your cars.
The names is on
How can I get in touch with you and have an intellectual conversation? Like, this ain't really the right space.
Yeah, go get your car.
For that. Like,
come right back.
What kind of intellectual conversation?
You're not letting me finish, bro. You're not letting me finish. You brought the guy up. I'm trying to.
Bobo, you've run from me for a one-on-one. You've never.
All right.
You
Ran
have been too afraid to have a debate one-on-one on me.
I want to speak with him. I'm afraid of you. I'm not on your level yet. I'm trying to talk.
Yes, you're not on my level yet.
Right. I just told you that.
Because you buy into lies. Just like Steele 44 has bought into lies.
This is a black space.
FBA, ADOS, etc.
Hold on, let him finish.
They let white Latinos come up trying to act like just
Jay and I could have a more productive conversation than you could ever have.
You and Jay have that conversation, but don't step on me and Jay's conversation. You want attention. You're attention seeking now.
Oh yeah.
You're
speaking.
But don't you
El
think we're
comal le
having
dice
an
a la olla
intellectual
sucia.
conversation?
Cachicamo le dice a Marcoy.
Y'all letting speaking weird languages
the pod says to the kettle, you're dirty.
That's
all I was saying.
Latinos coming up here.
You are xenophobic MAGA freak. That's all.
Yeah, they are so entitled.
You're from the Costa Rican jungle. Go back to the jungle.
Let Jay finish his point.
Come on, that's digressing. Come on.
Y'all, when he says that to
The
me,
whole purpose of this dialogue
there was
is
no
to have a
purpose for him
higher
to call me out my
dialogue
name.
within
I
our
wasn't even
community.
talking to him. I asked, how can I have a
No, I
conversation
agree
with
with
you?
you. I'm just
Give me a
saying
good
the
story.
whole
Come sit
purpose
down.
of
We're
this
gonna wait till
dialogue
you get a
is to
little
have a higher
cooler outside. It's
dialogue
getting cooler.
about who and what we
Come sit
are,
down and
not
get
to
some.
call each
Let
other.
Jay
thing.
let Jay finish his point. I ain't hear his
I
point.
think
All
you proved
people
your point.
can have that dialogue because
Oh my God, they got Kwame over at dictating order. Oh my God.
And how can I have
he
a
lied.
conversation with him?
Dinus has
in a
my
different state?
information.
And everybody said, everybody came off the mic. We got the Jungle Bunnies coming off the mic to calling names. Don't get mad because my name calling is
Sure,
better.
you might
Yeah,
have
so I'm going to
Sure, you might have
Walmart
Passion
get some
Trick.
turkey
Bunny.
sauces. We get 2 packs
Sure,
of
you white man savior.
pizza
I
bites.
gotta pass the mic. Let me pass
Bobo,
the mic.
you can't have a
I gotta
conversation
pass
because
the
you don't
mic.
got
Pick
the
up
internet.
water.
Pass the mic.
Case of
Bobo,
water.
Bobo, if you want Jay's Prince,
What else?
Jay's phone number.
I was trying to
Yeah,
talk to him
so
about
any
FBA.
donation
He
getting
said never
that's
heard of
what
it.
it's going to.
Y'all won't let me
It's going
finish.
to that.
But he's lying. I've heard of it.
God, hold on. Stop.
Something. What else?
Bobo, I'm gonna give you
What?
Oh, I need
1
more
minute.
apples
Explain
because again, we
FBA.
How
juice.
can I get the
No, I
in
got
1
it
minute?
Let me
now.
just say this: we juice every morning. So I need another clip of. I need another clip of bananas, and I need a bag of apples. Right. So we do apple. We call it apple banana juice. So we make that every morning. I think I'm gonna get some more some of my coffee. I got no coffee. I haven't been drinking coffee like that either. So like for me, it's like mental. Like when people say addicted, I just can't see it because I drink every day. And I just stopped for like a month. Like just stop. Same for like drinking coffee. And now when I drink it, I no longer put I put sugar still, but I leave it black. Leave it black. I did it before, but I was trying to like it. Now I actually like it. It's like palatable to me. Like I actually like coffee black. You dig? And I think the milk was causing me to use the bathroom too often right after I drink it. And I hate that. I'd be live. Hold on, let me go to the bathroom. Be grunt and stuff. So I felt like, let me just drink the coffee. Plus, it stay hotter. And again, it just tastes better to me now. I'm gonna get some coffee. What else? I said lunch meat, right? Yeah, another thing of bread. I need bread. And yeah, I could do some lunch meat. Yeah. So anything people send, it could be $1. It'll just be to me. I look at it as a discount to whatever the total price is going to be.
It
What
cannot
I
take
said
more than 1
was,
minute to
he
explain it.
asked me had I heard
This
of
is
it.
our
I
elder.
said,
I'm trying to
yes,
enlighten him
initially.
to where the younger generation is.
I said, yes, initially
The
from
younger
Dinus.
generation
That's what
ain't
I said.
FBA. The younger generation are Black or African American. They're
You're
not
now
subscribing to no.
So the tether Kwame steps in the building. Hell, twin piece. Let me see who stepped in the building today. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Let me start. Let me go over here real quick. Let's take a break.
Yeah,
matter of fact, I'm gonna do part 2 because I really can't do Kwame right now. I know this son took all the energy from me. I just can't.
It's a part of a federal crackdown on illegal immigration that's targeting criminals with local immigrant communities caught in the crossfire.
Right.
This comes after immigration raids across the state yesterday, leaving dozens behind bars. But many here say they're
really
afraid to even leave their homes.
I'm gonna say like
Fox 54's Caleb
7 to
Aguayo
15.
spoke with members of the Huntsville Hispanic community about how they're getting by.
I'm gonna pack up and.
Immigration enforcement is a
that walk.
top concern among immigrant communities around the Tennessee Valley as part of a daily quota of 3,000 people that ICE has to detain across the country. Alabama was the latest hotspot for those ICE raids and detentions just yesterday. Law enforcement executed 14 search warrants and arrested nearly 50 people across 6 counties. Most of the raids were in Central and South Alabama, with law enforcement searching mainly for criminals involved in drug trafficking, money laundering, and human trafficking. As part of a wider crackdown on illegal immigration across the southern border, with ICE arresting thousands in various raids across several major cities in the U.S., immigration lawyers in North Alabama say the pressure is likely coming here next.
We know that ICE is going to ramp up more arrests, and in light of the raids in South Alabama, I believe we're probably going to see some raids like that here in North Alabama and also Central Alabama.
Gonzalez Dollar says for immigration proceedings, you have to provide your name, address, and phone number, but the strict enforcement creates a situation where people aren't seeking out the processes to stay here legally.
It's actually having the opposite effect of what we would really want for people to become legal that are here in the United States. It's actually doing the opposite, and people are going into hiding, and they probably will stay into hiding until the storm blows over, so to speak.
That also creates an environment where many feel they can't go out in public for fear of being detained. That includes trips to the store, work, doctor's appointments, and even legal immigration check-ins.
Cuando hay redadas nos afecta porque no podemos salir tan confiados, pero también afecta a los lugares como de trabajo, por ejemplo, las colonias donde están iniciando las construcciones de casas. Entonces, hay redadas.
Okay, so basically, for example, the communities where they're starting home construction, then there are raids and the people quit existing in those places. Wait, hold. I thought they were not. Okay, Jasmine Crockett got some explaining to do. I thought they were on the farms picking cotton. Oh, they are taking American jobs. Oh, they are lowering career wages down. All right. Construction, that's a career. So if they're paying people $45 an hour and these guys are there, then you're lowering the wage for the market. These guys working there for like, who knows? I don't know, but it ain't nowhere near what we would ask for. So Jasmine Crockett, you got some explaining to do.
Y la gente deja de trabajar, deja de asistir a esos lugares. Los campos, igual dejamos de ir a los campos. Si sales,
now, no, wait. I was hoping they went there. But the fields, Jasmine Crockett, they're not picking cotton. You know what they're picking? They're picking marijuana. Okay, so that big field raid, that farm raid, if y'all didn't know, that was a marijuana farm. Okay, so we ain't gonna keep lying about what they're doing on farms. That wasn't fruit and vegetables, the so-called hard rock. That was marijuana. If you go out, they can review you, they can stop you, or they can ask you about your migratory status. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Pueden parar o te pueden preguntar sobre tu estatus migratorio.
Several people I talked to today say they're living in fear of being detained, but they're doing everything in their power to abide by the law and go through the right avenues.
When I shared on my poll, my post, the community post, FBA News. I shared where like they flat out a regular American job. They're asking you, do you speak Spanish? I mean, no, you got to speak Spanish. I'll be bilingual. To pump gas, you dig? To pump gas, you got to be bilingual.
Permanent citizenship. In Huntsville, I'm Caleb Aguayo, Fox 54 News.
That fear creating a chilling effect for those seeking to be processed legally.
Go. Okay. You're going to knock the laptop over. You already broke
Speaking
everything else.
of the city of Providence, Rhode Island, the city council ordered an investigation of their own police department because of what you just saw.
Come over here.
Because the police allegedly cooperated with federal law enforcement to arrest an MS-13 gang member. This is what the mayor had to say about his officers' behavior.
I'm interested in making sure that our community knows that Providence police are there to protect them, that they will not cooperate or serve as immigration agents, and preliminarily we believe that policy was followed in that instance,
That's a good one.
although it certainly was jarring video that I saw.
It's becoming increasingly clear sanctuary cities are not a tenable reality. The whole concept of a sanctuary city was that people who were here illegally would be able to come forward about domestic violence and other things without getting deported. Instead, now they are places where police officers get investigated for trying to get hardened criminals off the street. With us now, someone who knows a lot about this case, Democratic State Representative Charlene Lima of Rhode Island.
I think I'm going to go live, but it'd be like a premiere. I want, because since we got more people, family, a lot of the dialogues we had in the beginning stages of growing the channel, you guys, you guys day one, you watched it and you're entertained. But the people that's joining now, they never watched those exchanges. So if y'all see me playing an exchange that already happened and I play it again like 3 months later. That's why it's really, just bear with me. Because they're not really going to look through the archives to watch the back and forth exchanges with tethers and haters. So yeah, so sometimes just bear with me. If you see a live and I'm playing over an exchange that these people, my family currently has never watched, it's for them. It's for them. Just watch it cutting your yard or washing dishes, whatever.
Represents an area just outside.
I'm gonna do that. Just keep the channel
Providence. What I think
busy.
is stunning is how we are at a place, in the words of the mayor, that video was jarring.
Because we're gonna take a walk. It's about 40 minutes up there, 40 minutes back, and so 2 hours basically. We got a shot, whatever. Yeah, so we leave at 7. We'll be back here like, who knows, 9, and probably not going live at 9 because we got not happening.
Because God forbid the Providence police are there when ICE arrests an alleged fentanyl trafficker.
What we should be doing is commending Mr. Holman and ICE for protecting our streets from these vile criminals, these child predators, fentanyl traffickers. These are bad people. And we have Mr. Holman and ICE coming in to protect our streets from these type of people to keep our communities safer. And instead of investigating law enforcement, what we should be doing...
Forgive me for being slack-jawed hearing someone say that, because I think it's obvious that, 80% of Americans want criminal illegal aliens deported.
Right.
But we don't really hear Democrats speaking like that.
No, you don't.
How are you allowed to do that and be part of the Democratic Party?
Like
I'm a common sense, outspoken Democrat, and I have been all 32 years of my life as I've been elected official. And I guess the people like it because they keep electing me. When they don't like it, they won't elect me anymore.
Fair enough. Help us understand, though, is Providence like a communist commune? I don't understand what the mayor wants his police department to do.
I don't get it either. He should be having, if I was mayor or governor, I would be mandating law enforcement must help ICE to keep our communities safer. In fact, there'd be penalties if they didn't help them. That's what our job is, to protect our community and keep our streets safe. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican or a chicken. Our job is to keep our streets safe, not be criticizing the people who are helping us.
Right.
Well, help us understand, though, because you can't be the only common sense Democrat in Rhode Island. Is there any effort to
end
the sanctuary policies in Providence and in other cities in Rhode Island?
Yes, there are other conservative Democrats like myself who want to use common sense. And then there's a very left wing of the party, which seems to be the noisy section that people seem to...
they are really in trouble. Okay. They are really in trouble. A conservative Democrat aligning themselves up with conservative Republicans. Y'all bit the wrong part of the tree on this one. Yeah, this is the last video. Okay.
Fair and to listen to because they're the noisy people. But there are a lot of people, and I would venture to say that the majority of Rhode Islanders want safe communities.
Charlene, I agree with you there. We are glad that you are here. About a week ago, we offered a spot for Rhode Island State Representative Enrique Sanchez. The Nazi Gestapo ICE thugs kidnapped another of our neighbor in Providence this morning. This time on Alverson Street, the ICE thugs demanded a couple of cars that belong to residents as well. They think they are above the law. I strongly condemn this act of terror, and I will be demanding answers and seeking action tomorrow.
Wait till I show the fake kidnapping setup. Oh, it's embarrassing. And she's facing heavy time.
I'm tired of this bleep. Providence doesn't want ICE thugs in our city. Do you know this guy?
I do. I know him very well, and I think that Representative Sanchez is very genuine in his feelings, but he's very misguided in thinking that he's protecting his community by
thank you for 20 in the cash
criminals. He's protecting
Trust me, it's going right to Walmart. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, that's oftentimes how where the road
you covered. I'm really going for
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
Two packs of sausages. bag of apples, lunch meat, and pizza bite, things like that. All right. It's not going to a damn cardinal. Okay. So, family, I'm gonna end it. This is going to be the outro. We were live, long as crap. We're getting more shade from the sun, so I'm gonna make my breakout. Peace, family. B1. Peace. No, literally B1, like BE1, B1 people, B1 lineage. Embrace your lineage. You dig? Yeah, you know, I'm gonna change it. Yo, let's change it up, bro. Okay, look. Let's change it up from B1 to B1. You dig? Delineate from the tethers, but B1 with each other. Yeah, so we could, yo, that's what we do. We switch stuff up. You dig? We do. We're creative. Yeah, so it's the lineage and B1, literally B-E-O-N-E. Or we could say we won, but I like, it's a play on words. You can say we won or B1. I kind of like we won a little better, actually. Yeah, so I'm gonna say we won. That's a play on words. It's like we won, like W-O-N. You know, I'm just, you know, that's just bars. That's bars. Yeah. All right. Enjoy, family. Ice, baby. Yeah, we officially RIP African American. That's done. I'm gonna make a thumbnail right now for like B1. No. Which one is better, B1 or V1? B-E-O-N-E or W-E-O-N-E? You can't divide it, V1 family, something like that. I don't know. It's kind of corny, but I'm trying to make it catchy. Yeah. Kind of like V1. What was the other one? I'm gonna make a thumbnail. That's the next live. We won family. We won. Yeah, we won. I'm gonna say we won family and shortcut is we won. That's yeah. Let's go. Oh, the lineage. Make a thumbnail. I like that. I like B1, V1. Yeah, it could be interchangeable. So we're using interchangeable. Yeah, that's kind of fly, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, so I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna re-air an exchange that we had with Tethers. It's very entertaining. Like it's straight cookout. And I don't believe you guys. If you guys haven't seen it, if you haven't been here for like 5 months, there's no way you've seen it. And it's very entertaining. All right, so I might do back to back. All right. Yep. And y'all know Stu P's got to be featured. I gotta do that one. All right, family. Peace. Peace, Shabazz. How do I end this thing? Can't even see to end it. Okay.
Yeah, peace, man. Peace.
All right.
Great show,
peace,
bro.
Brother. Yes, sir.
Hey, when you going live again, man? I want to tune in again.
Yeah, so I'm normally I try to be live in the mornings, but when I get to Jersey, it's gonna switch. So right now I'm here for another month, so I'm gonna be live every morning. Mainly morning, right? Mainly mornings. And sometimes when I'm morning, he misses nap. But sometimes I'm morning, then I get off around 2 and I go back live like 5, something like that. But always morning.
Okay, I thought
morning
you said you were gonna go live like later on, like in 2 hours.
No. You check it will be live, but I won't be live.
Oh, you won't be live. Okay.
Yeah,
I got
I'm gonna play an exchange that I had with a tether some months ago. It's very entertaining.
Absolutely. I want to get caught up with it. Yeah, hell yeah. I
Oh
want to
yeah,
see all
yeah,
of
yeah.
that.
All right, so I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll start playing. So also that'd be late. So I'll do like 9 o'clock. I'll do 1 a.m. Because
Okay.
believe it or not, there is space for 3 a.m. live, man. Like it used to be, when I debated Chaotic Truth, that was like 2 a.m. and it was litty.
That dude, damn, you debated that guy?
Oh yeah, man, he's done.
What a idiot. I mean, like that dude, man, all right, cool. I know where you at now. Man, that guy
Bro,
there.
he had no words
thinks,
for me, bro. Like he had no.
oh
Ask the
man,
chat.
so you stomped him to the floor, huh?
Yeah, politely, bro. I didn't even stop him. I politely talked to him, bro. I politely talked to him, bro.
Well, I'm just saying he acts like such an agent, damn provocateur. He's such a damn agent of
I don't think
chaos,
he
man.
made a
Like,
video after that about FBA. I don't think he did one after that.
oh man, so you the one? Oh damn, I really got to show you your props now. Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
the
don't
one
think he
that
did a family.
extinguished.
I don't think he did another FBA video after that because I watched his content afterwards. And it was different topics.
Yeah, that dude there, man. That dude there rubbed me the wrong way. Like a few years back, I was like, I don't even want to live. I don't even want to hear him.
Yeah,
Hey man, people like Myron
definitely
Gaines. I'm like,
hit the notification bell. I'm gonna play that over probably maybe 3 a.m. And then you can always catch it after that. Whatever, you're not up.
All right. Okay. Is it in the archives right now? Can I go check it out now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll see it because it's the thumbnail. I got him. It's like a double mirror thumbnail with him in it. And
Because I might be asleep, so I want to check. I think I might check it out now. Yeah, I might check it out now.
You're gonna be surprised. Don't forget his arrogance on his show. You're gonna be surprised how well behaved he was over here, bro.
Man, I'm proud of you, man. I can't wait.
You're gonna be surprised how respectful he was over here, bro. How respectful he was. You're gonna be surprised.
Yeah, because he's a very, very tetherish type of guy. Yeah, arrogant as hell. Yeah.
Yeah, the dude just treated me different. Like the dude was like, all right, shit. And I think personally, he had like the same view as Rod's son. Like he viewed FBAs in one lineage, one box, one big Negro. And when he spoke to me, like most of them do, he speak to me. He's like, wow. So FBAs don't all think like that. You dig?
Okay, yeah, like you said, I'm glad you did that, man, because a lot of them they get so caught up in Tariq and the back and forth that they don't realize that we very dynamic and very diverse,
And I'm surprised. I gotta give him credit because he never brought up Tariq one time either.
Okay.
So next is Myron. So I'm working on right now. I'm sparring with Black conservatives. I'm gonna call him. The goal is to call him Myron Gang, calling his show and do the same thing because he ain't coming over here. I doubt that. So I got to go to him, and I just want to beat him up.
Man, if you put that dude, if you extinguish Myron Gaines, man, we got a big surprise for you.
bro, it's gonna happen, bro. It's gonna happen.
Gotta go. He gotta go, man. He gotta go.
I predicted he's gonna have loss of words. Like he gonna do what Chaotic Truth did. Like, all right, well, okay, whatever. All right, man, take care. That's what he gonna do.
But damn, Chaotic. I mean, I can't wait to. I'm gonna check. I told you I'm rolling in my truck right now. I'm actually in Georgia now, headed to near Atlanta. So, but
I'm like 40 minutes from Atlanta.
Oh yeah, I'm headed to Conyers. I don't know if you that way. I'm headed east.
I don't know. I've been 3 months. I'm over here in Griffin. I have no idea where.
Okay, it's about 30.
I know Atlanta.
30. It's about 30 miles, 40 miles.
Oh, I think that's close to me.
Off of I-20. Yeah.
I don't know. I gotta Google that shit.
Yeah. Damn, bro. But yeah, I'm glad to know that you gave this dude Chaotic Truth the business. I can't wait to get a load of this and definitely.
Yeah, I caught him off guard, man. He was expecting, and he called in, bro, with the rah-rah. Like, hey, man, you got my name in the title. What's that about? Yeah, he came like that, but he was humble.
Man, I can't wait. Let me get to this right now.
All right, family, peace.
Peace.